Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
With the exams over, there were no classes for the entire following week, allowing students to freely play around Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. But Charlie didn't have time to rest. An owl belonging to the Ministry of Magic flew into the Great Hall and landed precisely beside Charlie's plate. It extended its claws and offered a letter with gold lettering. Charlie opened the envelope and glanced at the contents. The official summons from Wizengamot, the retrial of Sirius Black. Almost simultaneously, Harry and Ron also received their respective summons. Harry's hand trembled and pumpkin juice spilled onto the table. He stared at the letter, his face pale. Charlie, if the trial doesn't go well, what if Sirius? Harry's voice was very soft. Will I be sent back to Azkaban? After Black's last official appearance, Harry recognized him and learned that Black was his only godfather. This retrial is of great significance to Harry. Charlie closed the letter, his tone calm. No. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Charlie's words always put him at ease. If this trial fails to clear his name, he should be executed and will not return to Azkaban. Harry turned his head sharply and looked at Charlie in horror. Hermione was massaging Charlie's shoulders, her brow slightly furrowed. It makes sense for Charlie to be a witness, but why are Harry and Ron also required to testify? Charlie could probably guess. Ron is doing this because Peter is his mouse. Can you stop talking? Ron asked, his face contorted in misery. Charlie ignored him and continued. I asked to bring Harry along. Harry was stunned. Why? Charlie didn't answer directly but instead asked, do you want to save Sirius? Of course I want to, Harry blurted out. Charlie lowered his voice. Then listen to me, do this and do this. Fudge's job as Minister of Magic was far from easy. The Ministry of Magic was recently broken into and the Department of Mysteries was blown up. The entire wizarding world is laughing at him, saying that Fudge is incompetent and the Ministry of Magic is dim-witted. Many people are watching his current position. If another scandal involving the wrongful conviction of a hero were to occur, even if he wasn't the one who adjudicated the case back then, he would still be branded with shame, and his approval rating would plummet once again. Therefore, he was very unwilling to exonerate Sirius. He needed a witness, someone who could prove Peter wasn't the criminal. After much thought, Snape was the most suitable candidate. Snape was also present at the Shrieking Shack that night, and Snape and Black had a long-standing feud, so Fudge went to Hogwarts himself. Snape's office was dimly lit, and the air was filled with the smell of medicine. Fudge pushed open the door and saw Snape tidying up the crucibles. Professor Snape. Fudge walked in, a professional smile on his face. Sorry to bother you. Snape, without looking up, asked, What is it, Minister? Regarding the retrial of Sirius Black. Fudge sat down in his chair. You know, this has caused a huge uproar. Snape stopped what he was doing and turned around. Blake did something really bad to you back then, didn't he? Fudge asked tentatively. Snape didn't reply, just stared at him coldly. Fudge coughed and continued, You were there that night at the Screaming Shack. I heard Peter Pettigrew was killed, but the scene was chaotic, right? Snape remained silent. What I mean is, Fudge leaned forward. The person who died that night, are you sure it was Peter? Snape narrowed his eyes. Fudge quickly added, Just say you're unsure, leave the rest to me. I'll say the man is a very bad dark wizard, but not Peter. Black wants to use him to impersonate Peter and get away with it. That way your murder charge will be cleared, Black won't be implicated, and everyone's happy. The office was eerily quiet. Snape just stared at Fudge without saying a word. Fudge felt uneasy under the stare. He tugged at his collar, feeling the temperature in the office suddenly drop a few degrees. Professor Snape? Fudge asked tentatively. Do whatever you want, Snape finally spoke, his voice icy. It's none of my business. Fudge was taken aback for a moment, then a surge of joy welled up inside him. It sounds like Snape clearly didn't want to get involved. As long as he doesn't actively prove that Peter confessed that night, everything is under his control. Then it's settled. Fudge stood up, his smile becoming more genuine. Thank you for your cooperation, Professor Snape. 3 days later, Dumbledore picked up Charlie and Ron, but Harry was nowhere to be found. Dumbledore looked at the empty space, a look of surprise on his face. He then gave Charlie a strange look but said nothing. They simply took Charlie and Ron and used flu powder to head to the Ministry of Magic. The main hall of the Ministry of Magic was more lively than usual. The wizards huddled together in twos and threes, whispering amongst themselves. Charlie kept hearing keywords like black, retrial, and Azkaban drifting into his ears. The group took the elevator to the 10th floor. It must be said that the Ministry of Magic's reconstruction was both fast and well done. There's not a trace of the mess Charlie broke into a few days ago. Ding, the elevator doors opened. The door to the courtroom was open and the walls were made of black stone. Torches hung on the cold stone walls and the flickering firelight cast swaying shadows on the surface. The members of Wisengamo were already in place, seated on the high platform, looking down at the defendant's dock below. Charlie glanced at the stands and saw many familiar faces. Lucius, Lady Augusta, Arthur, and some familiar pureblood families. They all stood up when they saw Dumbledore as a sign of respect. When Lucius saw Charlie, he smiled and nodded to him. Charlie whispered to the air beside him, "Sit here." Then he sat down in the witness stand. Shortly afterwards, Sirius Black was brought in. He got a haircut, changed into clean clothes, and looked much more energetic. Sirius's gaze swept across the entire courtroom, but he didn't see the person he most wanted to see, and he was somewhat disappointed. Fudge sat on the highest bench, cleared his throat, and struck the gavel. The 372nd Wisengamot trial is now in session. Mr. Black, Fudge opened the file. 12 years ago, you caused an explosion on a Muggle street, killing 13 people, including Peter. There were dozens of Muggle witnesses at the scene, and the evidence was conclusive. And now, Fudge closed the file, his voice growing stronger. You claim the real killer is Peter, but the only evidence is a body that appears to be Peter's, which is hard to believe. Quiet murmurs rose in the courtroom. Dumbledore stood up, his robes dragging on the floor with a soft rustling sound. Minister, the trial back then lacked crucial evidence. Dumbledore's voice wasn't loud, but it silenced the entire courtroom. All the accusations came from Muggle identifications. But for wizards, fooling Muggles is easier than ever. Fudge frowned, but that doesn't prove Peter is the murderer. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, Mr. Minister, therefore, I request that witnesses be summoned. Fudge reluctantly agreed to Dumbledore's request, worried that Dumbledore might produce some irrefutable evidence. The first witness was Lupin. He walked into the courtroom, his expression calm, and stood in the witness stand. Remus Lupin, Fudge looked at the file. I need to ask you beforehand, are you sure you want to testify for Blake, your identity? Lupin's expression changed, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. I'm sure, Mr. Minister. Okay, you and Blake Peter are classmates? Yes, Lupin nodded. We were good friends at Hogwarts. Then what can you prove? Peter Pettigrew is an unregistered animagus. He can transform into a mouse. An even louder murmur erupted in the courtroom. Fudge banged the gavel. Quiet. Do you have any evidence? Lupin shook his head. I don't have direct evidence, but subsequent evidence can corroborate my statement. Summon a second witness, Dumbledore said. Arthur walked into the courtroom holding a photograph in his hand. These are my sons Percy and Ron's pet mouse named Scabbers. Arthur handed the photo to Fudge. This mouse lived for 12 years and it was missing a toe. Fudge took the photo, his brow furrowing even more. All Peter left at the scene was one finger, Arthur said, and this mouse just happened to be missing a toe. Summon the third witness, Dumbledore's voice rang out. Charlie stood up and walked to the witness stand. Fudge looked at him, his expression somewhat unnatural. Charlie White, what can you prove? I saw with my own eyes that the rat turned back into a human. Charlie's voice was calm. He confessed to his crimes, saying he betrayed the Potters, that he blew up the Muggles on that street, and was then killed by Professor Snape. Of course, Charlie was talking nonsense. Peter was killed by Snape before he could confess. He didn't care whether the trial in Wisengam was right or wrong. Blake was now his man, his future high-ranking servant. How could he let Blake be sentenced? The courtroom erupted in chaos. My God, could it really be Peter? Was Blake wrongly convicted for 12 years? Who killed those Muggles? Whispers rose and fell, and many people began to look at Sirius with pity. Fudge slammed his mallet down, the sound echoing between the stone walls. Quiet, all of you quiet. The murmurs gradually subsided. Behind Fudge, a short, plump witch wearing a pink cardigan stood up. She had a cloying smile on her face. Mr. Minister, I would like to remind everyone of a fact. Umbridge cleared his throat. Mr. Lupin was an old friend of Blake's. Their relationship was so close that they could lie to each other. Lupin's face turned slightly pale, and Umbridge paused, her voice suddenly rising. Many people may not know that Mr. Lupin's true identity is a werewolf. An even greater commotion erupted in the courtroom. What, a werewolf? How can he be a professor at Hogwarts? Has Dumbledore gone mad, letting werewolves teach students? Lupin's fingers gripped his robe tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He stood in the witness stand, his back ramrod straight, but his face was completely bloodless. Under Dumbledore's deliberate protection, The fact that Lupin was a werewolf was originally known only to a few high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic, but now it was made public in front of nearly 100 people. It's obvious how these people will spread the word after the meeting. Umbridge continued, "Therefore, Mr. Lupin's testimony, in my opinion, is completely unreliable." "That's enough," Sirius suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. "Remus, you don't need to." "I'm not lying," Lupin interrupted him, his voice eerily calm, as if he had expected this all along. "Every word I've said is true. Peter is an animagus and he can turn into a rat. As for my identity, it is indeed as Ms. Umbridge said, I am a werewolf, but that does not affect the veracity of my testimony." The murmurs in the courtroom grew louder. Sirius stared intently at Lupin, his eyes reddening. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. "Minister," Dumbledore's voice rang out, "Mr. Lupin's identity is irrelevant to this case. We are discussing whether Blake is guilty, not the witness's race." Fudge hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Continue." Umbridge continued, "Mr. White, you are merely a third-year student at Hogwarts. Student testimonies are unreliable. You may very well have been deceived or bewitched by some dark magic illusion." Charlie didn't speak, staring coldly at Umbridge. That look froze Umbridge's smile on her face. She instinctively took a half-step back, her expression somewhat unnatural. She remembered the fear of being dominated by this student. Fudge then took over the conversation and tapped on the table. "Blake's chain of evidence is incomplete and does not prove he was wrongly accused. A photograph, a werewolf's testimony, a student's words, these are all too one-sided." He glanced around the courtroom, his voice turning serious. "We need stronger evidence, otherwise this trial is a waste of time and Sirius Black remains a criminal." A chorus of agreement rang out in the courtroom. Many Wizengamot members nodded, clearly agreeing with Fudge's statement. Sirius's face grew even paler. He clenched his fists, but there was nothing he could do. Fudge, somewhat smug, cleared his throat and continued. "However, Mr. Charlie's testimony mentions Professor Snape, who was also present. I believe that as the head of Slytherin and a respected potions master, his testimony will be the most impartial." He turned to the witness stand. "Professor Snape, please give your testimony." Snape slowly rose from the witness stand, his expression grim. Fudge gave him his gentlest smile of the day, silently chanting, say it, let that damn hateful Black go to hell." The courtroom fell silent, everyone waited for Snape to speak. Sirius Black stared intently at Snape, his eyes filled with despair. He knew Snape hated him to the core and would never say a good word for him. Dumbledore also looked at Snape, his eyes deep. Just then, Charlie suddenly reached out and grabbed at the air beside him, as if lifting some invisible fabric. Harley suddenly appeared in the witness stand. It turned out she had been covered by the invisibility cloak the whole time. She wore a long red wig, a women's robe, and had bright green eyes and light makeup. "Oh, thank you so much, Jenny, for your free makeup." Harley was clearly not used to this outfit. Her expression was a little stiff, but she still tried to straighten her back and appear more natural. Snape was completely stunned by what he saw, his pupils dilating in shock. His Majesty is particularly adept at torturing professors, Tyrant Points +10. Dumbledore looked at Harry with great interest. He had to admit, the girl really did resemble her mother in women's clothing. Charlie shouted loudly, "We must ensure that our testimony is truthful and valid, and we cannot allow the person who truly killed the Potters to be honored." He gave Snape a frantic look in his eyes. "This is blasphemy against the Potters, and it will leave the true heroes, Lily and James, with their eyes wide open in death." The people in the courtroom exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding why he had suddenly said that. But Charlie's words did make sense, and the members of Wizengamot nodded in agreement. "That's right. The Potters are heroes, we must uncover the truth." Sirius suddenly looked up at Charlie, a glint in his eyes. Fudge frowned but still tapped the mallet. "Quiet. Professor Snape, please state your testimony." Snape snapped out of his daze and stared intently at Charlie. His eyes were terrifyingly gloomy, his lips twitched, and the muscles in his face were taut. "Only this B*** D knows about this, and only this B** D would do such a thing." Charlie pretended not to see it, a slight smile playing on his lips. Despite being furious, Snape's gaze still involuntarily drifted towards Harley, those green eyes, that beautiful hair. His lips were pressed into a thin line. Everyone in the courtroom was waiting, the air was thick with tension, almost suffocating. Fudge urged, "Professor Snape." Snape closed his eyes briefly, then opened them again, his gaze calm. He spoke slowly, his voice low. "That mouse was Peter. He admitted to leaking information, betraying the Potter's location. I lost control and killed him." The courtroom erupted in chaos. "What? He admitted it. Merlin's beard was black, really wrongly accused." Fudge's face instantly turned ashen. With Snape's testimony, the outcome of the trial was no longer in doubt. The members of Wisengamo began to raise their hands to vote, and the vote was almost overwhelmingly in favor of acquittal. Fudge's face was extremely grim. He scanned the courtroom, trying to find any dissenting voices, but no one stood up. Umbridge fell silent. Her sweet smile was now as stiff as a stone slab. Well, Fudge took a deep breath and forced a smile. In a vote, Sirius Black was acquitted. The sound of the gavel falling echoed in the courtroom. Harry ripped off his red wig, threw it on the ground, and excitedly waved his fist. Very good, that's truly inspiring. Ron leaned closer, his expression odd. But Harry, why are you dressed like this? Charlie made me wear it. Harry blushed slightly. Don't ask me why, I don't know either. Ron scratched his head, clearly not understanding, but didn't ask any more questions. The members of Wisengama gradually left their seats, and whispers rose and fell among them. Sirius Black was removed from the dock by law enforcement officers, stripped of all his shackles. He stood there, somewhat dazed. Free? Are we really that free? He looked down at his hands, then looked up at the dome of the courtroom. Everything seemed so unreal. Then he saw Snape's departing figure. Sirius gritted his teeth and quickly chased after him. Wait, Snape. Snape stopped and slowly turned around, his disgust undisguised. Sirius stood in front of him, opened his mouth, and finally only said one sentence. Thanks. Snape sneered. You think I'll change my opinion of you because of this? I know you hate me, Sirius said sincerely. I'm sorry about what happened before. You're just like Potter, an arrogant idiot. Snape's voice grew even colder. What I did had nothing to do with you. I just didn't want the real killer to be treated like a hero, especially since he killed. He suddenly stopped, his face growing even more somber, and turned to leave. Sirius stood there, looking in the direction he had left, and remained silent for a long time. After Sirius Black was freed, he kept his promise and transferred ownership of the Black family treasury and ancestral home to Charlie. However, this will probably take a few days. He has been busy with these things for the past few days since he was released. Charlie, Ron, and Harry also returned to Hogwarts to attend the final House Cup banquet of the term. The Great Hall remained a blend of silver and green, and Slytherin's house grades were still the highest. With Professor Snape around, Slytherins had a huge advantage in starting, but none of the Slytherins were excited or relaxed. Everyone was on high alert, their eyes fixed on the teachers section. All the professors were present at the faculty table, including Professor Lupin, who was often absent due to health reasons. However, his face remained as pale as ever. Honestly, I have a bad feeling, Gore said in a low voice. Shut your jinxed mouth. Draco snapped from the side, but he still couldn't help glancing at the Hufflepuff table. In the past 2 years, that man overtook me at the last minute. Will it be like this again this year? Under the despairing gazes of Slytherin, Dumbledore rose and stood on the podium. The entire auditorium fell silent instantly. Before announcing the winner of the College Cup, I have a few points to make. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the Great Hall. Draco instantly deflated like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. That's the same phrase again. It was the same phrase a couple of years ago. Dumbledore remained unaffected and continued. Many things happened this academic year, the most shocking of which was the uncovering of a wrongful conviction from 12 years ago. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. Mr. Charlie White uncovered the truth, cleared the hero's name, and caught the real traitor. This required immense courage and wisdom. The students of Slytherin were enveloped in an atmosphere of despair. Therefore, I've decided to add 200 points to Hufflepuff. A deafening cheer erupted from the Hufflepuff table. The decorations above the auditorium changed rapidly. The silver and green faded, and yellow and black flags were unfurled in abundance. Hufflepuff's score surpassed Slytherin's, and they won the House Cup. The Slytherin students were on the verge of tears. It's finally happened. It's been like this for 3 years, every year it's the same. Pansy slumped over the table, her voice filled with despair. It's okay, don't be disappointed, there are still 4 years to go. Draco slumped in his chair, speechless. After the banquet, the students left the hall and boarded the train back to London. Charlie found an empty carriage and sat down. Just as he put his luggage away, Hermione pushed open the door and walked in. Can we sit here? Okay. Charlie leaned against the window, closing his eyes to rest. Hermione and Harry Ron squeezed in. Not long after the three of them sat down, the carriage door was pushed open again. Lupin stood in the doorway, carrying a worn-out suitcase, his face still pale. Excuse me, is there any room left here? Certainly. Harry immediately stood up and offered his seat to Lupin. Ron froze, staring at Lupin with an unnatural look in his eyes. He learned in court that Lupin was a werewolf, and he was somewhat frightened. Hermione noticed Ron's unusual behavior and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Ron lowered his head and chirped softly. "Lupin is a werewolf." "What?" Hermione frowned, not having heard her at all. Lupin had already sat down and he looked gently at Ron. He said, "I'm a werewolf." Ron's face flushed bright red instantly. To have someone hear him cricketing in front of him was incredibly embarrassing. "I already knew," Hermione said calmly. Lupin smiled. "You're very clever, Miss Granger." "It's not hard to guess, actually," Hermione said with a proud look. "Professor, you always took leave during the full moon looking pale, and that paper about werewolves, I guessed it when Professor Snape assigned it to us." Ron continued to mutter in a low voice. "I knew you'd better not tell me." "I'm sorry, Professor, I'm not." "It's all right," Lupin waved his hand. "This is a normal reaction, I'm used to it." Harry then asked expectantly, "Professor, will you still be teaching defense against the dark arts next semester?" He didn't care whether Lupin was a werewolf or not. For the past 3 years, Lupin has been the best professor and the one who best engages students. Most students enjoy his classes, including Harry. For Harry, the next term is a perfect start. With a godfather, you can openly go to Hogsmeade, play Quidditch, and even have rocket crossbows. If Professor Lupin could continue teaching defense against the dark arts, then he would be truly impeccable. Lupin shook his head. "I'm sorry, I won't be coming back." His voice was calm, but a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes. Many people in the courtroom were parents of students. They sent letters to the school demanding my resignation. Although Dumbledore spoke up for me, the Board of Trustees felt I was no longer fit to be a professor. Harry's expression instantly fell. "That's not fair," Hermione exclaimed angrily. "Once a werewolf drinks the wolfsbane potion, its transformation is completely controllable and will not harm anyone." "I understand the parents' concerns," Lupin said with a wry smile. "After all, they are their child, they just want to protect their child." The carriage was quiet for a moment. Charlie leaned against the window, glanced at Lupin's tattered robe and asked, "So what are you planning to do after that? You need to make a living, right?" Lupin was silent for a few seconds, then shook his head. "I don't know yet." His tone was indifferent, as he had long been accustomed to this nomadic life. "Over the years, I've been doing odd jobs and I have to disappear for a few days every full moon. Even without revealing my werewolf identity, not many people are willing to hire me." Harry looked at Lupin, a wave of indescribable sadness washing over him. Perhaps this was the best year Professor Lupin had since graduating. Just then, Charlie slowly spoke. "Why don't you come work for me?" Lupin paused for a moment, then looked at Charlie. "What do you need me to do?" "I've acquired stakes in some of the Black family's businesses and I need someone to manage them." Charlie leaned back in his seat and said calmly. Lupin was even more puzzled. "Where's Sirius? Shouldn't he be the one managing the Black family business?" Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Do you think Sirius can manage it?" Lupin fell silent. Although they were good brothers, he knew very well that his good brother was a bit dim-witted. Let him charge into battle, get into fights, that's absolutely no problem. But as for running a business or managing an enterprise, well, forget it. Sirius is only suited for jobs like bodyguards or thugs. "Agree, Professor," Harry urged from the side. "This is a great opportunity." Lupin looked at Harry, then at Charlie, and finally nodded. "Okay, I agree." Charlie extended his hand and Lupin shook it. "Sirius will be handing over to you in a couple of days," Charlie said. "As for handing the business over to Lupin, what will Sirius do?" Charlie wasn't going to leave him idle, he'd have him replace Norbert. After all, as a dragon, it would be inconvenient for Norbert to stay in the orphanage. "Oh, right." Lupin suddenly remembered something. "How much of the Black family's shares did you acquire?" 100%, Charlie said calmly. "Lupin, boss, do we have slightly different understandings of what it means to invest?" Suddenly, a little owl appeared outside the car window, wobbling in the air currents, carrying a letter in its talons. "Oh, little one, what are you doing here?" Harry quickly rolled down the car window and reached out to grab the little guy who was almost blown away by the wind. The owl landed on his hand, shook its feathers, proudly raised its head, and tossed the letter onto Harry's lap. Harry opened the letter and quickly recognized Sirius Black's handwriting. The letter contained a lot of words, mostly small talk and greetings. However, some things were helpful. Sirius Black, as Harry's godfather, agreed to let Harry go to Hogsmeade. The letter concluded by mentioning that the owl was a gift for Ron, as compensation for his lost pet. "Ron, this is for you." Harry handed him the owl. Ron took the owl, but there was no excitement on his face. He stared at the little creature, his eyes full of vigilance. "What's wrong?" Hermione asked, puzzled. "That owl is so cute." Ron glanced cautiously at Charlie. "Charlie, can you help me take a look? This owl isn't a human in disguise, is it?" Charlie was both amused and exasperated. This was truly a case of being traumatized. "Don't worry, it's just an ordinary owl. Even the unluckiest person wouldn't have 2 animagus pets in a row." Ron was relieved. The train arrived at the station and steam billowed out from the locomotive. The Weasleys and Grangers stood on the platform. Mrs. Weasley stood on tiptoe, peering out, carrying a large package in her hand. The Grangers, on the other hand, seemed a bit reserved, not quite used to the environment where this magical family was gathered together. Harry's uncle Vernon stood at a distance from the station entrance, clearly reluctant to be there. Ron and Hermione said goodbye to everyone and ran to their parents. Harry and Charlie walked towards the door. When Vernon saw Harry come out, he immediately waved with a stern face. "Hurry up, stop dawdling." Harry walked up to Vernon, then turned to say goodbye to Charlie. "Then I'm off, Charlie." Charlie nodded. Vernon glared and said in a gruff voice, "Get these freaks away from me." Charlie narrowed his eyes, his gaze falling on Vernon. "Damn fatso, you dare to curse me. I think you've got a death wish." Harry quickly apologized to Charlie. "I'm sorry, Charlie, my uncle isn't very accepting of wizards. I apologize on his behalf." Vernon felt uneasy under Charlie's gaze, instinctively taking a half step back and muttering something under his breath. Charlie suddenly spoke up. "Harry, will your godfather come to see you during the summer vacation?" Harry paused for a moment, glanced at his uncle, and quickly understood what Charlie meant. "Of course," Harry said. Vernon frowned. "Where did you get this godfather from?" Harry turned around and said seriously, "I just met him this semester. He's a good friend of my parents." "So what?" Vernon said impatiently. "He was convicted of murder and just got out of prison," Harry continued. Vernon's tone became somewhat unnatural. "Oh, has he been released from prison?" "No, that's not it. He successfully escaped from prison, evading dozens of guards. He's a very nice person, very concerned about how I'm doing, and will probably come to visit me during his holidays." Vernon's face turned deathly pale instantly. Charlie gave Vernon a gentle smile. "I wish you good luck when you meet him." A pleasant holiday begins. This holiday is different from usual. The Quidditch World Cup will be held this summer. Charlie, of course, couldn't miss it, and the Thomasford family booked him the best tickets. When it comes to pulling strings and getting things done, the Malfoy family is still the most authoritative. On the eve of the World Cup in Little Hangleton at Riddle House. The night was deep, the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, and the entire village was shrouded in deathly silence. Frank, the old gardener, leaned on his cane as he boiled water in his cottage, preparing for bed. Through the window, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the long-abandoned Riddle House on the hillside, where a faint light was shining from the upstairs windows. Frank squinted, making sure he wasn't seeing things. The light flickered like the flame of a candle swaying. "Damn little brat," Frank muttered, putting down the kettle. "It must be those mischievous boys from the neighborhood who broke into the old house again." Riddle House had been abandoned for decades, and the village children loved to go there to explore, making up all sorts of ghost stories to scare each other. Frank put on his coat, picked up his flashlight and cane, and decided to go chase those brats away. He walked slowly up the hillside, his old knee problem making his progress very slow. A night breeze rustled the leaves and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth. The gates of Riddle House were ajar. Frank pushed one open, making a jarring creak. He shone his flashlight onto the stairs. The steps were covered in dust, but fresh footprints were visible. "There really is someone," Frank whispered. He quietly climbed the stairs, making sure each step was as soft as possible. Frank heard muffled voices coming from upstairs. He stopped and listened carefully. Something's not right. This is not a child's voice. The sound was sharp and piercing, like fingernails scraping against glass, giving one goosebumps all over. Frank gripped his cane, hesitating whether to continue. But having lived on this land for most of his life, his stubborn nature made him unwilling to back down. He slowly approached the light source along the corridor and found that the light was coming from a half-open door. Frank held his breath and peered through the crack in the door. A few candles were lit in the room, their flames flickering. A tall figure stood with his back to the door, kneeling on one knee in front of a chair. "Master, everything is ready. This semester I'll infiltrate Hogwarts and find a way to kill Harry Potter." A blurry figure sat in the shadows on the chair. "Remember, little Barty, you must use his blood." The voice was sharp and piercing, as if squeezed from the depths of a throat. "Only the blood of my enemy can truly resurrect me. Master, can't someone else be used instead? I'm willing to offer my blood, my everything." Little Barty raised his head, his tone fervent. The figure on the chair emitted a shrill laugh. "My loyal servant, I understand your heart, but your blood cannot help me. But there's actually one more person." Voldemort's voice grew even colder. "Charlie White." Little Barty paused for a moment. "Who is that?" "A student the same age as Harry Potter," Voldemort sneered. "I want him to die a death worse than Harry's," Little Barty said fiercely. "I will make him pay a bloody price and make him regret offending his master. He's not someone you can handle, just stick to the plan." Little Barty lowered his head. "I understand, Master. Everything will proceed according to your plan." Frank listened with trepidation from outside the door. Murder, bloodshed, what are these two madmen plotting? He must leave, he must call the police. Frank carefully backed away, his cane tapping lightly on the floor. Just then, a rustling sound came from beneath their feet. He looked down and saw a giant python coiled at his feet, its tongue flicking and its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Frank gasped, his body stiffening. The giant python hissed. The room was quiet for a moment. Nagini said, "We have guests." That shrill voice rang out. The chair slowly turned around and the candlelight illuminated the face. Frank's eyes widened and a suppressed scream escaped his throat. That cannot be called a human being at all. A pale, eerie baby, its skin pressed tightly against its bones, its nose reduced to 2 holes, its eyes scarlet with pupils as narrow as snakes. Muggle. Voldemort stared at Frank, a strange smile curving his lips. What a coincidence. He raised his hand, his withered fingers gripping a magic wand. Avada Kedavra, a green light pierced the darkness. Frank's body stiffened, the terror in his eyes froze, and then he collapsed heavily to the ground. On the day of the Quidditch World Cup, Charlie was invited to Malfoy Manor. The manor gate slowly opened, and Lucius Malfoy stood at the entrance, dressed in a finely tailored green suit, a silver snake-headed cane resting beside him. Narcissa wore a well-tailored beige dress, her long golden hair pulled back, looking elegant and dignified. Draco also changed out of his usual robes and into a gray suit, his hair neatly combed. To avoid being recognized by Muggles, World Cup organizers require spectators to wear Muggle costumes to watch the games. "Mr. White, welcome." Lucius smiled and extended his hand. Charlie shook it. "Mr. Malfoy, just call me Lucius." Lucius stepped aside. "Please come in." Narcissa smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Draco, unable to contain his excitement, moved closer to Charlie. "Charlie, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long." Quidditch World Cup, Ireland vs. Bulgaria. Which team are you supporting? Draco, Narcissa whispered. "Don't get too excited." Draco coughed, trying to appear calm, but the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide. Lucius glanced at his pocket watch. "It's almost time, we should get going." He took a small golden object from his pocket and opened it in his palm. It was an exquisite golden thief model, its wings slightly spread, shimmering in the sunlight. "This is the key. It will allow us to quickly reach the designated location," Lucius explained to Charlie. Charlie nodded. "Just reach out and touch the key." The 4 of them formed a circle and simultaneously reached out to touch the golden thief. Charlie felt a pulling sensation coming from his navel, and the surrounding scenery began to spin and distort. A few seconds later, I felt solid ground beneath my feet. This is a swampy area, the air is humid and the soil is soft. In the distance, countless tents were pitched, and flags of various colors fluttered in the wind. 2 wizards stood before Charlie, dressed in wrinkled suits, their ties askew, their hair disheveled, and with deep dark circles under their eyes. One of the wizards, upon seeing Lucius, immediately forced a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Malfoy." "Good morning, Basil," Lucius said casually. Basil rubbed his hands together, his attitude obsequious. "Your seat is in the first row of the first set, the best view. I can take you there. Then I'll leave it to you." Lucius nodded. Basil immediately turned and led the way, walking very quickly. Lucius turned to Charlie, a gentle smile on his face. "Mr. White, please forgive my boldness in arranging your seat next to ours. The view from there is the best." "You're welcome, Mr. Malfoy," Charlie said. "Thank you very much for providing the location." Basil, who was walking ahead, suddenly turned around, his eyes wide open. He looked Charlie up and down, his mind racing. Who is this person? Why is the Malfoy family being so polite to them? Could they also be a prestigious pureblood family? But are there any pureblood families with the surname White? Basil tried hard to recall all the surnames in the pureblood register, but couldn't remember this one. Perhaps it belonged to a pureblood family from another country. He asked cautiously, "Excuse me, who is this?" Lucius glanced at him. "Mr. White is my distinguished guest." Basil immediately shut up, not daring to ask any more questions. It's best for Lucius Malfoy to keep quiet about people who can be called distinguished guests. After walking for 20 minutes, the view suddenly opened up. A simple stone house appeared in front of us, and behind it were tents crammed together densely all over the mountainside. Basil led Charlie and the others there, then went back to continue guiding the newcomers. A middle-aged man stood at the entrance of the stone house, wearing a plaid shirt and jeans, with thinning hair and a professional smile on his face. Seeing someone approaching, he immediately went to meet them. "Good morning, welcome to the secret forest campsite," the man said warmly. "I'm Roberts, the campsite manager. Do you have any reserved spots?" Lucius's expression instantly turned cold, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. He paused for a moment before managing to speak. "Malfoy." Roberts looked down and flipped through the register in his hand. Draco leaned closer to Charlie and whispered, "He's a muggle." Charlie raised an eyebrow. Muggles? How can Muggles be involved in the management of wizarding activities? Draco noticed Charlie's confusion and continued to explain in a low voice. The World Cup organizers chose this campsite, but it's managed by this Muggle, so we can only rent a plot of land to put our tents through him. Aren't you worried he'll notice something's wrong? Someone will cast a spell on him. Charlie nodded. No wonder Lucius looked disgusted. Pureblood families have always looked down on Muggles. As Roberts flipped through the register, he asked, "What kind of event are you hosting? I see a lot of people renting the space. Honestly, I've never had this much business." Lucius ignored him and he didn't care. A moment later, he looked up, his smile even brighter. "Found it. Mr. Malfoy, your location is over there by the woods, a very nice spot. Shall we pay now?" Lucius expressionlessly pulled a gold coin from his pocket and threw it directly onto the table. The golden galleons gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Roberts was stunned. So extravagant, renting out campsites with gold. At that moment, a dark shadow descended from the sky. A wizard in a black uniform landed in front of Roberts with swift movements. Without a word, he waved his wand. "Forget everything." Robert's eyes glazed over instantly, his mouth gaped open, and the galleon in his hand fell to the ground. The wizard in black bent down to pick up the galleons, took a few pounds from his pocket and stuffed them into Robert's hand. Then he patted Roberts on the shoulder. "You've received the money, right?" Roberts nodded blankly. "Yes, I received the money." The black-clad wizard turned to Lucius, a smile spreading across his face. "Mr. Malfoy, excuse me, these muggles always seem to cause a little trouble. This way, please." Charlie frowned as he looked at Roberts, who was under a spell. Most wizards cannot conceal their inherent arrogance towards other creatures. The Ministry of Magic could certainly choose another location to host the World Cup, but there's no need. After all, a Muggle administrator poses no threat to a wizard, and even if something unusual is detected, their memory can be erased. But that had nothing to do with Charlie. He continued walking forward with the others. The black-clad wizard led the way while constantly complaining. "I've cast the forgetfulness charm on that Muggle over a dozen times today. My wand is practically smoking. Even more outrageous is Ludabagman, that idiot runs around everywhere, yelling about the Quidditch World Cup and stuff, as if he's afraid Muggles won't hear him." Draco asked in a low voice, "Who is Bagman?" "Director of the Sports and Recreation Department," Lucius said casually. The wizard in black sneered, "I really don't know how he became a superior. Probably because he used to play Quidditch and has a few friends in Weisengamer." Narcissa coughed lightly, signaling him to watch his words. The black-clad wizard then realized what was happening and quickly shut his mouth. He quickened his pace and led the group to a tent. "You've arrived at your spot, Mr. Malfoy," he said respectfully. "Please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything." Lucius nodded and the man left immediately. Lucius raised his hand to indicate the entrance to the tent. "Mr. White, please come in." Charlie lifted the tent flap and the sight before him made him pause for a moment. It looks like an ordinary tent from the outside, but inside it's another world. The first floor is a spacious living room, covered with Persian carpets, with oil paintings hanging on the walls and a crystal chandelier hanging down, emitting a soft light. Flames burned in the fireplace, the sofa was made of genuine leather, and a silver tea set sat on the coffee table. The staircase leads to the second floor with gilded railings, every detail exudes luxury. "Are you satisfied?" Lucius asked as he walked in. "Very good," Charlie said. "You flatter me," Lucius said with a smile. "This is just a temporary place to stay." "Tusk, tusk, tusk, those evil capitalists, please step up your efforts." Charlie looked around. "I want to go out for a walk and see what's around me." Lucius nodded, "Of course. But please allow Draco to accompany you, he can give you some information about the wizarding world." "That will be troublesome." Charlie nodded in agreement. Draco immediately straightened up, his eyes shining. "Let's go, Charlie." The two left the tent. The tents in this area are scattered sparsely and spaced far apart. After walking a few hundred meters, the scenery suddenly changed. The tents were packed tightly together, colorful and of various shapes. Some tents had smoke billowing from their roofs, their chimneys crooked and twisted. Some had peacocks tied to their entrances, their feathers fluttering in the wind, and one tent even had a small fountain at its entrance, splashing water everywhere. No wonder Roberts was subjected to the Oblivion Curse more than 10 times this morning, and not once was it unjustly done. Charlie also saw wizards from many other countries. African shamans are clearly dark-skinned, but they like to wear white robes. American shamans are also easy to spot. Those who are glaring menacingly at African shamans and muttering words that start with "nigh" are the ones. Draco disliked the messy surroundings, but seeing Charlie's enthusiasm, he followed along. As they walked, someone called out from ahead, "Charlie." Charlie looked up and saw a group of people walking towards him. Harry walked in front, followed by Hermione and the entire red-haired Weasley family. Harry, Hermione. Charlie nodded in greeting. Harry smiled, his gaze sweeping over Draco beside Charlie. He paused for a moment but quickly recovered. Draco helped him catch Sirius Black last semester, and his opinion of Draco has changed significantly since then. "Good morning, Malfoy," Harry said, taking the initiative. Draco tilted his chin slightly upwards. "Porter, that can be considered a response." Ron's expression was somewhat complicated. He looked at Harry, then at Draco, and finally greeted him as well. The Weasleys all greeted Charlie warmly except for Percy. He was dressed in a sharp suit, his tie perfectly tied, and he was carrying a briefcase. He looked at Charlie with a sense of superiority in his eyes. Hermione moved closer to Charlie and whispered, "Percy now works at the Ministry of Magic in the Department of International Cooperation. He's been, well, a little different lately." Charlie glanced at Percy and understood. He wasn't targeting himself. It was just that, as a public official, he looked down on everyone else with disdain, believing that a thick barrier had formed between him and his former classmates. In this situation, Charlie would generally diagnose him as an idiot. Harry excitedly talked about the World Cup. "The World Cup is so much fun. I even saw students from other schools. I wish it could last a few more days." Mr. Weasley winked, a hint of something hidden in his smile. "Oh, Harry, there's more to this semester than just the World Cup." Charlie picked up the conversation. "Mr. Weasley, you mean there are other activities during our school years?" "That's right." Just as Mr. Weasley was about to speak, Percy suddenly interrupted. "Father," Percy's voice was serious. "This is a confidential matter of the Ministry of Magic, and it is not the right time to make it public." He frowned at Charlie, then said to his father, "As a public official, maintaining confidentiality is of paramount importance. I hope you understand this." Mr. Weasley's smile froze for a moment. Actually it's not that confidential, but it's not the right time yet." Okay. The twins exchanged a glance and Fred muttered under his breath, "Secrecy." George chimed in, "The first priority. I really admire him. He has such a big attitude, yet he doesn't even hold an official position." The two looked at each other and gave each other a high five. Percy's appearance reminded Charlie of class monitors in elementary school who wielded their authority like a dictator. Why elementary school? Because people won't do such stupid things when they're older. Mr. Crouch places great importance on secrecy. Percy straightened his back, his tone full of pride. He said that leaking secrets is the greatest betrayal of the Ministry of Magic. As his assistant, I must always keep that in mind. He began to recount Crouch's great achievements at length. What makes him so capable of ruthlessly suppressing Death Eaters in the war against the mysterious man? What makes him fluent in over 200 languages? What makes him the most promising candidate to become the next Minister of Magic? Percy's eyes lit up when he got excited. "Mr. Crouch is the greatest wizard I have ever seen, bar none," Percy declared in a booming voice. "As his assistant, I will definitely become his right-hand man." Fred and George exchanged a glance, their eyes full of disdain. "The greatest wizard, where did you put Dumbledore?" Just then Percy suddenly stopped. His gaze swept past the crowd, fixed intently on the distance. Charlie followed his gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a sharp suit talking to another chubby wizard. The middle-aged man had a serious expression and his hair was neatly combed. "It's Mr. Crouch." Percy's voice trembled. He straightened his tie, smoothed out non-existent wrinkles on his suit, and strode over there. Mr. Weasley sighed. Percy walked up to Crouch and bowed deeply, his waist almost bent at a 90-degree angle. "Good morning, Mr. Crouch." Percy's voice was extremely respectful. "You look great today. Would you like me to prepare a cup of tea for you? I saw there's a tea station over there. I can go get it right away." Crouch stopped talking and turned to look at Percy. His brow furrowed slightly and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "Oh, thank you, Weatherby." Crouch nodded, his tone businesslike. "No need to trouble yourself." The air froze, Percy froze, his ears turning bright red. Fred and George burst into laughter. Just then Crouch's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly stopped on Charlie. His eyes lit up and the serious expression on his face softened. "Mr. White," Crouch walked over, a smile actually appearing on his face. "I never expected to see you here." He extended his hand warmly. "Let me introduce myself. I am the Director General of the Department of International Cooperation. Your potions have made undeniable contributions to the magical world, and your animagus dragon is truly amazing." Charlie smiled faintly. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Crouch." Fred leaned close to Percy's ear. "Oh, Percy, look, now that's what a real big shot looks like. Shrimp and also pork heart." Percy completely lost his composure and wished he could disappear into the ground. As night fell, the tents in the camp lit up. The World Cup match was about to begin. Charlie followed the Malfoys toward the stadium. Their seats were in the top floor VIP box. Harry and his friends went in another direction because they were in different locations. The VIP boxes on the top floor of the stadium required a separate entrance, and Lucius led Charlie into a corridor covered with a red carpet. Pushing open the door to the private room, I found it already occupied by quite a few people. Lucius led Charlie around the box, introducing him to a group of Ministry of Magic officials. Charlie remembered a few titles like Director, Section Chief, and Department Head. The rest he'd leave to chance. After dealing with these people, Charlie sat down next to Lucius. Draco sat down next to Charlie on the other side and introduced the two teams in the match to Charlie. That's the Bulgarian team over there, and their seeker is Victor Krum, the youngest professional seeker. To be honest, I think I'm better than him. It's just that I'm in school, otherwise he wouldn't have a place in my life. Charlie glanced at Draco. Dude, you can fool your buddies, but don't fool yourself too, Draco continued. On the other side is Ireland. They don't have any star players, but their teamwork is very strong. Draco became more and more excited as he spoke, then suddenly turned to look at Charlie. Charlie, how about we make a bet? Charlie raised an eyebrow. What are we betting on? Which team will win? Draco said confidently. I bet on Bulgaria. With Krum on the team, they're sure to win. Since he had nothing better to do, Charlie agreed. Okay, then I'll bet on Ireland. How much to bet? 10 galleons, please. Not much, but not a small amount either. For Draco, it was pocket money. For Charlie, it was just a bonus. The seats in the VIP box were indeed excellent, with a wide view and a clear view of the entire stadium. Charlie glanced down. The stands were packed with 100,000 people, a sea of black, cheers rising and falling. The Bulgarian team was the first to enter the field, and their mascot flew onto the field with them. It was a group of women with alluring figures and flowing long hair dancing in the air. The male wizards in the room instantly erupted in cheers and whistles. That's a vila, Draco said. They have a natural ability to make men fall into a trance. However, this private room is protected by magic, so they won't be affected. Charlie glanced at the officials around him. They were indeed all very calm. Come to think of it, if Fudge looked at Vila with a perverted expression, his term as minister would be over. But all the Vila are so beautiful. If I could keep a bunch of them in a box and listen to music in the brothel when I have nothing to do, that would be a wonderful thing. Charlie stroked his chin, considering the feasibility of this idea. Ireland's mascots then appeared, a group of goblins flying onto the field and scattering gold coins towards the stands. The gold coins glittered under the lights and the audience frantically scrambled to grab them. That's fake, Draco scoffed. The goblins' gold coins will disappear in a few hours. The competition has officially begun. Although Bulgaria has a star player like Krum, the rest of the team is clearly no match for Ireland. Ireland's chasers work together seamlessly, constantly tearing apart Bulgaria's defense. The quaffle kept flying through the goal, and the numbers on the scoreboard jumped up and down rapidly. The Irish team even had the energy to distract Krum, preventing him from focusing on finding the golden snitch. Come on, Krum, it's all up to you. Draco said, watching the situation on the field, but the score gap continued to widen. The Irish crowd cheered wildly while the Bulgarian supporters grew increasingly silent. Suddenly, the entire audience erupted in screams. Krum was diving towards the ground. He was incredibly fast, his broom left almost a blur. A ball came hurtling from the side, but Krum didn't dodge, letting it hit his shoulder. His body tilted in midair, but his arm remained firmly outstretched forward. Golden light shimmered at his fingertips. Bulgaria successfully caught the golden thief, but the scoreboard showed Bulgaria 160 points, Ireland 170 points. Ireland won. Damn it, the rest of the Bulgarians are terrible. Draco gritted his teeth in anger. There was no way around it. Ireland's advantage was simply too great. Even with the golden snitch's 150 points, they were still behind. But the entire audience stood up and applauded for Krum. This includes those who support Ireland. In competitive sports, every athlete who fights to the very last moment deserves respect. Draco, clearly annoyed, pulled 10 galleons from his pocket and slapped them one by one into Charlie's hand. Take it. Draco's voice was full of resentment. Charlie accepted it with a smile, weighed it in his hand, and was in a great mood. The cheers from the crowd continued, but Charlie noticed that Lucius's expression suddenly changed. That usually arrogant and elegant face turned pale, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. His gaze swept across the private room as if confirming something important. Mr. Malfoy, are you feeling unwell? Charlie asked, turning his head to the side. Lucius took a deep breath and quickly regained his calm expression. No, it's nothing, I'm just surprised by the result of the match. But his trembling fingertips betrayed him as he spoke. Charlie didn't press further, everyone has secrets. The group began to leave the private room in an orderly manner. 100,000 wizards flocked back to the camp, and everywhere was filled with Irish green fireworks and songs. Charlie planned to go find Hermione and hang out. It would be a shame to miss such a lively occasion. "Charlie, come back to the tent with us," Lucius suddenly said, offering a sincere invitation. "No, I want to play outside for a while. You guys go back." "Charlie, please make sure you come back to the tent with us." Charlie stopped and turned to look at him. Lucius's expression was serious, even solemn. Draco stood beside his father, his eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, he didn't understand why his father had said that either. "And the reason?" Charlie asked. Lucius paused for a moment, glanced at the crowd around him, and lowered his voice to say, "Something dangerous is going to happen tonight." "But our tent is absolutely safe," Lucius continued. "Trust me, Charlie. You're my most important partner, and I don't want anything to happen to you." Since the two signed the contract, Charlie was in charge of brewing potions, and Lucius was in charge of selling them. Over the past 2 years, the Malfoy family has made a lot of money, and he naturally doesn't want anything to go wrong with Charlie. But just as the match ended, his arm started to feel hot. The burning sensation was familiar. It came from the black demon mark on the inside of my left arm. A feeling I hadn't experienced in years now clearly conveyed a message. The Dark Lord was summoning his followers. Lucius couldn't sit still any longer. "The Dark Lord has returned. Something big is bound to happen tonight." Lucius knew the Dark Lord's style of doing things. His return would inevitably be accompanied by frenzied destruction and slaughter. As a former core member, he had to participate, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. If Charlie stays outside, he'll likely stumble upon the Death Eater's actions. Only the area around the Malfoy family's tent is mostly inhabited by various pureblood families, so it will be quite safe tonight. Charlie frowned and asked, "What danger?" Lucius's expression grew even more serious. "I can't say. But I hope you can believe me." Lucius's eyes were sincere. "Staying in our tent tonight is definitely the safest option." Charlie chuckled softly. No need for Mr. Malfoy to worry about it. He patted Lucius on the shoulder. "If there's any real danger, I can protect myself." After saying that, Charlie turned and left, quickly disappearing into the crowd. Lucius stood there, watching Charlie's retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously clenching. "Father, what exactly happened?" Draco asked in a low voice. "Let's go." Lucius didn't answer, but simply led Draco quickly toward the tent. Back in the tent, Lucius told Draco to stay in the room and not come out, then stood alone by the window, the burning sensation in his left arm growing stronger. His expression was unpredictable. He thought the Dark Lord was completely defeated, so 2 years ago, he threw away the diary the Dark Lord had entrusted to him. To be precise, he stuffed it into the pile of books belonging to the Weasleys' youngest daughter, and it eventually ended up in Dumbledore's hands. That diary was the Dark Lord's secret, and Lucius disposed of it promptly because the Ministry of Magic was reviewing dark magic items. But now the Dark Lord is back. What should he do if the diary is mentioned? Meanwhile, Charlie blended into the crowd, completely ignoring Lucius's warning. He could probably guess that this matter was related to Voldemort. When Lucius learned of the danger, his first instinct was not to inform the Ministry of Magic to take action, but to hide himself. This suggests that Lucius was likely also involved. Ron had said that Lucius was once a Death Eater. Charlie's lips curled into a smile. Charlie had a grudge against Voldemort back in 1st grade. If they were to run into each other tonight, Charlie wouldn't mind sending him on his way and letting him die again. Meanwhile, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, after watching the game, returned to their tent to rest at Mrs. Weasley's urging. Despite Ron's frantic protests and desire to play longer, he was forced to yield under Mrs. Weasley's iron fist. Boys go back to the boys' side, girls go back to the girls' side. As the night wore on, snoring filled the tent. Suddenly, cries for help erupted outside and the scene became chaotic. Mr. Weasley rushed into the tent and loudly woke the children. "Get up. Get up, all of you." Harry jumped out of bed, and before he could even react to what was happening, Mr. Weasley draped a coat over him and dragged him outside. Ron and the twins followed suit and ran out of the tent. As soon as Harry stepped outside, he froze. Flames soared into the sky at the edge of the distant woods, and countless wizards ran and fled, their screams echoing everywhere. A group of people wearing hooded robes and masks were parading through the fire, brandishing magic wands and laughing wildly. Above the parade, the Muggle administrator, the Roberts family of 4, were suspended in midair by a spell. Their bodies were contorted into all sorts of bizarre poses, and a little girl was screaming in despair. "Run into the woods as far as you can, Mr. Weasley's voice was deep. "Dad, aren't you coming with us?" "I need to go help maintain order at the department," Mr. Weasley interrupted Ron. "Fred, George, protect your younger siblings." After saying that, Mr. Weasley rushed towards the direction of the riot. Harry and the others turned and ran into the woods. Panicked wizards were everywhere, tents were overturned, and flames spread throughout the camp. People kept joining the march. "Hurry up!" Hermione held Ginny's hand, and the two followed behind Harry and Ron. Just as they were about to run into the woods, a dark figure suddenly rushed out from the side and blocked their way. It was a person wearing a silver mask, their face obscured by the hood. He raised his wand and pointed it at Harry and the others. "Look who this is!" The masked man's voice was full of malice. The masked man pointed his wand at Hermione. Mudbloods. His voice was full of disgust. Fred immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Hermione. "You've mistaken her for someone else. She's a friend of the Weasleys." "Weasley?" The masked man chuckled, a scoundrel among purebloods daring to call himself a pureblood wizard. He shook the magic wand in his hand. "We already knew that Miss Granger is a muggle-born, soon-to-be fourth-year student at Hogwarts." Hermione's face turned pale instantly. Fred and George exchanged a glance and almost simultaneously raised their wands. "They'll all turn to petrification. Disarm you." 2 spells were fired simultaneously. Armor for protection. With a gentle wave of his wand, the masked man created a barrier that blocked all attacks. He then struck backhand and 2 beams of red light accurately hit the twins. Fred and George fell to the ground with a thud. "Fred, George," Ginny screamed. "Out of consideration for her pureblood status, I didn't kill her." The masked man withdrew his wand and pointed it at Hermione again. "Hand her over and you can leave." Ron took a step forward, and Harry raised his wand to block him, his hand trembling, but he did not back down. Seeing this, Hermione's previous panic gradually dissipated, and a surge of courage welled up in her heart. She raised her wand, determined to make her enemy bleed even if it meant death. The masked man raised his wand. "Since that's the case," before the words were finished, a calm voice came from the side. "The divine blade is invisible." An invisible wave swept through the air. The masked man's body suddenly froze. The next second, his body was severed in 2 at the waist, his upper and lower body separated, and blood gushed out. The mask fell to the ground, revealing a distorted face with an expression of disbelief still lingering in its eyes. Screams erupted. Harry and the others stood frozen in place, their minds blank. Hermione turned her head sharply in the direction the sound came from. Charlie stood a short distance away, holding his magic wand. The firelight reflected on his face, making him appear as indifferent as if he had simply stepped on an insect. He had been waiting in the woods for the so-called danger to appear, because being in a crowd was too chaotic. He would be swept along and unable to see the situation clearly. Unexpectedly, they ran into Hermione and her friends. "Charlie," Hermione exclaimed in surprise. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," but Fred and George were knocked unconscious. Charlie stepped forward to check on the 2 of them. "It's all right, they're both thick-skinned, they're just dizzy, nothing serious." Somewhere deep in the woods, Barty Crouch Jr. was trembling uncontrollably, not from fear but from excitement. His breathing was rapid, and his eyes gleamed with a morbid fanaticism. Today would be the day to announce the return of the Dark Lord. "Young master," a sharp voice rang out. A house elf suddenly rushed out of the darkness and clung tightly to his leg. Sparkle and its old master didn't mistake each other. Sparkle has found its little master. The little elf burst into tears, snot and tears streaming down its face. "My old master sent me to find you. Please come home with Shan Shan. My old master will forgive you." Little Barty looked down at her, his eyes cold. "Go home, go back to be locked up again, go back to be tortured by that hypocritical old man. Get out of my way." Little Barty kicked Sparkle away. Its small body crashed into the tree trunk with a dull thud. Extremely painful, the red light struck Flash and the little elf's body instantly stiffened, letting out a shrill scream. Little Barty watched expressionlessly as Sparkle rolled and convulsed on the ground until she completely lost consciousness. In his eyes, house elves were nothing more than slaves without human rights. The sounds of a chaotic camp could be heard in the distance. Flames soared into the sky and screams echoed throughout. But that's not enough, far from enough. Barty the Younger raised his wand and pointed it to the sky. Green light gathered at the tip of the staff, growing brighter and brighter. The remains have reappeared. A dazzling green light shot into the sky. A giant skull suddenly exploded in the night sky, and green light instantly covered the entire camp. A python slowly emerged from the skull's mouth, coiling and writhing, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Black magic mark. The mark that had disappeared for more than a decade has now reappeared before the world. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. The next second, screams erupted, and the fear buried deep in her memory surged back. Over a decade ago, during Voldemort's reign of terror, the appearance of the dark mark meant someone had been murdered. Therefore, everyone is afraid that one day they will see this mark appear above their heads. the edge of the woods. Hermione looked up abruptly, staring at the green skull slowly circling in the sky. Her face turned deathly pale instantly. "That's the dark mark," Hermione explained to the others. "I've seen it in a book. It's the symbol exclusive to Voldemort and Death Eaters." Harry and Ron also looked up at the sky, their expressions not looking too good. Not far away, the Death Eaters who had been marching suddenly erupted in deafening cheers. "The Dark Lord has returned. It's the dark mark. Master is back. Cleanse these filthy muggles and mudbloods." Laughter erupted everywhere, and the marchers became even more frenzied. The Roberts family was controlled by a spell in the sky, spinning endlessly like rag dolls, unable to make a sound. Charlie frowned as he watched this scene. He was disgusted by their noise. Their toying with ordinary people and taking pleasure in it was pathetic. What's more, these people were Voldemort's henchmen. Charlie raised his wand, the tip pointing towards the sky. Thunderous explosion. A red beam of light shot into the sky. Boom, a deafening explosion ripped through the night sky. The green skull was struck directly by the red light and instantly shattered into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. Before the coiled python could even twist, it was blasted away without a trace. The Death Eaters, who were cheering, froze and their laughter stopped abruptly. Who dares to desecrate the mark of the Dark Lord? After the Death Eaters realized what had happened, they felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. "Found it, it's over there, that's the direction." They turned to look at where Charlie was. The spell from before was so conspicuous that it was hard to miss. Charlie whispered, "Grab me." Hermione and the others immediately reached out and put their arms around him. Ron and Harry each carried one of the twins, using one hand to grab Charlie's sleeve. Ginny's palms were sweating with nervousness. She clung tightly to Charlie's robe. "Kill him!" A furious roar came from afar. Avada Kedavra. Dozens of green beams shot from the edge of the forest. It was the distinctive glow of the killing curse. The dense incantations sealed off all hiding places, and even the air itself seemed to freeze under the oppressive killing intent. Charlie had no intention of taking the hit head-on. His magical power erupted instantly, causing everyone to use apparition. The green light shone on the open ground, blasting it into scorched earth. The ground was corroded into countless pits, and a pungent, burnt smell emanated from the soil. The Death Eaters, having lost their target, burst into laughter. "He was lucky he ran fast. A coward who only knows how to ambush. I thought he was some formidable opponent, but he's nothing special." They were ecstatic about driving away the enemy, and some even raised their wands and shot them randomly into the sky to celebrate the victory. Laughter echoed through the camp. At this moment, all the wizards in the camp scattered and fled, keeping a safe distance from the dozens of Death Eaters. The Ministry of Magic personnel were struggling to maintain order in the crowd, waiting for reinforcements. However, by the time everyone from the Ministry of Magic arrived, the Death Eaters would probably have already fled. But soon, someone realized something was wrong. "Wait, is it a little hot?" A Death Eater, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, tried to remove his mask, but was stopped by his companion. "Are you crazy? What if the Ministry of Magic sees your face?" The surrounding air temperature was rising rapidly, as if someone had set up a stove under the camp. "What's that in the sky?" Someone looked up in confusion. All the Death Eaters looked up and the laughter stopped abruptly. The night sky was dyed crimson. Charlie was currently suspended high in the air, with a fierce light emanating from the tip of his wand. Under his control, the flames coalesced, rapidly expanding from the size of a fingernail to a water tank, then to a house, and finally becoming a giant fireball tens of meters in diameter. The fireball looked like a piece peeled off the surface of the sun, its crimson color revealing a white core radiating terrifyingly high temperatures. The surrounding air was distorted, emitting a low, whistling sound. "What the hell is this thing? Run, run." The Death Eaters, who had been so arrogant just moments before, instantly crumbled. This level of magic was simply beyond the capabilities of any single individual. The Roberts family, who had been manipulated by the Death Eaters, were now left to their own devices by the Death Eaters. Charlie took over and used a levitation charm to keep them steadily suspended in the air, no longer spinning like tops. The Death Eaters screamed and scattered in all directions. Some attempted apparition, but due to extreme tension, their mental state deteriorated, resulting in severe disintegration. Only the upper body disappeared, while the lower body remained in place with blood gushing out. This bloody scene has shocked and disturbed many people. "Stop using apparition. Don't panic," the leader of the Death Eaters roared. "We have dozens of people. Together we use the ironclad charm to stop it." His words brought the chaotic group back to their senses. Armor for protection. Dozens of wands were raised simultaneously, their light converging to form a semi-transparent curtain of light. A curtain of light enveloped all the Death Eaters, seemingly providing a sense of security. Yes, that's it, someone breathed a sigh of relief. With so many people casting a spell together, they can block anything. Before he could finish speaking, Charlie waved his wand. The giant fireball detached from the tip of the staff and crashed down like a meteorite. Meteor shower. The moment the light barrier touched the fireball, it burst into a blinding white light. Boom. The flames swept out like a tsunami, engulfing all the Death Eaters along with the light barrier. What's most astonishing is that Charlie precisely controlled the raging flames within a certain range, as if an invisible wall had trapped them firmly. Inside the walls was purgatory, while outside, not even a single blade of grass was scorched. Lucius and Narcissa, witnessing this scene, both stopped in their tracks. They felt a long-lost excitement when they saw the Dark Mark rise. Lucius was even thinking about how to prove his loyalty to the Dark Lord and get his forgiveness for losing the diary. Fortunately, they were a step too slow. Merlin, Narcissa's voice trembled slightly. Lucius stared at Charlie in midair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Charlie had only ever felt this oppressive aura from one person, Voldemort. Even Dumbledore had never put him under such pressure. After all, Dumbledore preferred talking to taking action. Lucius recalled how, just a few hours earlier, he had earnestly advised Charlie to be careful of the dangers outside. Now, thinking about it, it seemed utterly absurd. In the woods, little Barty watched as the flames devoured everything, his pupils contracting violently. The Master is right, Charlie White is not someone he can handle. This level of magic has reached the level of the Master and Dumbledore. Only his Master, only the Dark Lord can kill him. At this moment, he didn't even consider launching a sneak attack since he didn't think he could successfully ambush the Dark Lord. Barty the Younger tossed his wand beside Gilgamesh, donned his invisibility cloak, and vanished into the darkness in an instant. At the edge of the camp, old Barty Crouch pushed through the crowd and shouted at Charlie in midair. "Mr. White, please stop your supernatural powers." His voice stood out starkly in the chaotic camp. The surrounding wizards were stunned, and many turned to look at the director of magic. Crouch didn't care about anything else, he continued shouting. "Spare their lives, we can capture more Death Eaters. Please, Mr. White, show them mercy." His tone was urgent, even pleading. Charlie hovered in midair, looking down at the sea of fire below. If anyone is still alive, it wouldn't be a bad idea to keep them around to interrogate Voldemort and find out his latest situation. So Charlie waved his wand. The flames contracted instantly, then vanished completely. On the ground, dozens of Death Eaters lay scattered about, their fates unknown. Some people's robes were still smoking, and some people's masks were shattered, revealing burned faces. Crouch, ignoring the heat, immediately knelt down and began checking the identities of the Death Eaters one by one. His movements were rapid, tearing off one mask after another. He would pause briefly after each card he flipped over before moving on to the next. This surprised Charlie. Was Crouch really that dedicated to his work? Charlie led the Roberts family down slowly. They had completely lost consciousness, but their chests were still rising and falling, indicating they were still alive. The surrounding wizards automatically made way for Charlie, and everyone looked at him with an indescribable expression. Awe, shock, and other complex emotions that are hard to describe. Mr. Weasley pushed his way out of the crowd, still looking somewhat shaken. "Charlie, that was absolutely amazing." He walked up to Charlie and took his hand in Charlie's arm. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, countless people would have suffered tonight." Charlie waved his hand. "Don't thank me yet. The Roberts family still needs to get checked out. Being toyed with by the Death Eaters for so long might cause some long-term effects." Yes, I'll arrange it right away," Mr. Weasley called out to the Ministry of Magic staff. "Quickly take this family to get checked out." Several Ministry of Magic staff members quickly stepped forward and carefully carried the Roberts family away. Just then, Mrs. Weasley rushed in from another direction, her hair disheveled and her face full of anxiety. "Charlie," she shouted as she ran. "Have you seen Ron and Harry? We got separated when things got messy." Charlie nodded. "They're all right. I told them to get to a safe place." After saying that, he waved his wand and his figure vanished from the spot in an instant. A moment later, Charlie reappeared. This time, he was accompanied by several more people: Ron, Harry, Hermione, Ginny, and the unconscious Fred and George. The moment Mrs. Weasley saw them, she almost burst into tears. She rushed over and hugged Ginny tightly, then reached out to touch Ron's face to make sure they were really safe and sound. "May Merlin bless you that you are all right." Ron struggled uncomfortably for a moment. "Mom, I'm okay, really okay." However, with the twins still unconscious, Mrs. Weasley couldn't help but feel worried. "What happened to Fred and George?" "They've just passed out," Charlie explained. "I was knocked unconscious when I encountered the Death Eaters, but I should be fine." Mrs. Weasley was slightly relieved and tapped the twins' faces twice with her wand, waking them up with a spell. Fred and George opened their eyes at the same time, staring blankly at the sky for a few seconds. George spoke first. "Are we dead?" Fred chimed in, "Is this hell?" Their gazes shifted to Mrs. Weasley's face and George's pupils dilated. "Mom, how come you're in hell too? Are you dead too?" Snap, snap, Mrs. Weasley punched each of them right on the forehead. Ouch. The two covered their heads and shrank back. "Mom, stop hitting him," Fred cried. "We were wrong," George pleaded immediately. The pain brought them fully awake. Mrs. Weasley took a deep breath, pulled the two of them into her arms, and kissed them both on the forehead. "I'll do anything as long as you're all right." Her voice trembled slightly. Fred and George exchanged a glance, their eyes lighting up simultaneously. "Really?" Fred asked cautiously. George chimed in, "So we can study the ultimate dung egg at home now?" "No, Mrs. Weasley's expression changed instantly. She released the two of them, her face cold and indifferent. "Those two bastards don't deserve a mother's love and care. Anything can mean keeping you alive, not letting you play with shit at home." Fred muttered to himself. He just said he'd do anything. "What did you say?" Mrs. Weasley glared at him. "It's nothing," the two said in unison, shrinking back and not daring to say another word. In the distance, Crouch was still busy. He finished checking the last Death Eater and slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Crouch breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that his son Barty Jr. was not among the fallen Death Eaters, but he also felt a pang of anxiety. "I wonder if Shan has done what he asked her to do." Just then, Amos Diggory, Cedric's father, came running out from the edge of the woods, panting. He worked in the Department of Magical Creatures. "Mr. Crouch." His voice sounded somewhat embarrassed. "I discovered the launch site of the Dark Mark deep in the woods, and there are suspects at the scene." The surrounding wizards immediately stirred into a commotion. The Ministry of Magic officials exchanged glances, and several Aurors had already gripped their wands. "Where?" Crouch's voice was somewhat urgent. "Follow me." Diggory turned and ran into the depths of the woods. The Ministry of Magic personnel immediately gave chase. Charlie watched this scene, his eyes narrowing slightly. The one who can cast the Dark Mark at this time must be Voldemort's core loyalist, so they decided to go and check it out together. Harry, Ron, and Hermione followed suit. Mr. Weasley reached out to stop them. "Children, you can't go." Before he could finish speaking, Charlie had already run far away. Mr. Weasley opened his mouth, looked at Charlie's resolute back, and finally sighed helplessly before following him. Seeing this, the Aurors didn't dare say anything more and could only quicken their pace. A clearing deep in the woods soon came into view. The atmosphere here was thick with the aura of dark magic. Amos stood in the center of the open space, his wand pointing at a curled-up dark figure on the ground. It's the only thing left at the scene. As everyone approached and took a closer look, they were all stunned. A little elf wrapped in a tea towel lay on the ground. The Ministry of Magic officials fell silent instantly, their gazes all turning to Crouch. They all recognized the little elf, Sparkle, as Crouch's house elf. Crouch stood rooted to the spot as if struck by a petrification spell. His face turned deathly pale instantly, but his eyes blazed as he stared at Flash. "Impossible." Crouch muttered to himself, then suddenly bent down and began frantically clearing away the surrounding bushes. "Impossible. He must be here." Amos shouted at Crouch, "Don't bother looking, Mr. Crouch. There's only this little elf here, there's no one else." But Crouch ignored him and continued searching. "I never expected this," Amos said somewhat seriously. The one who cast the Dark Mark was actually a Crouch family sprite. Mr. Weasley glanced furtively at Crouch, and seeing that he was still busy searching through the bushes and hadn't noticed the conversation, he breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly lowered his voice and spoke to Amos. "Don't talk nonsense. How could fairies cast a Dark Mark? They don't have wands." As he spoke, he frantically winked at Amos, the meaning clear, "Don't embarrass Crouch at a time like this." "Besides, how could the Death Eaters possibly allow elves to join them?" Mr. Weasley added. "They discriminate against even muggles, let alone elves." Amos bent down, picked up a wand from beside Gilgamesh and held it up in front of everyone. "Isn't this a magic wand, Mr.?" Weasley looked at Amos's serious expression speechlessly and sighed. "You can't reason with a damned devil. The situation hasn't even been investigated properly and you're already labeling the leader. Now you're in for it, just wait and see how your boss treats you." Just then, a loud bang rang out and Luda Bagman apparated to appear next to Mr. Weasley. Bagman was panting heavily, looking completely disoriented. "What happened? What was that black magic mark just now?" Bagman's voice was still trembling. Charlie glanced at him sideways, feeling somewhat speechless. "The child is dead and you're here to nurse him, and this is the director of the Sports and Recreation Department." Crouch emerged from behind the bushes empty-handed. His face remained deathly pale, his lips pressed into a straight line. Amos glanced at Crouch. "Mr. Crouch, I think we should hear how this little elf defends himself. Bagman paused for a moment, his gaze shifting back and forth between Flash and the others. Wait, you mean, Flash is a suspect? He gestured with his hands to indicate his meaning. That's impossible. How could a house elf cast the dark mark? It doesn't have a wand. But nobody paid him any attention. The surrounding Ministry of Magic officials all stared at Crouch, waiting for his reaction. Bagman awkwardly lowered his hand. Crouch stood still, unresponsive. Amos took his silence as consent. He raised his wand and pointed it at Sparkle. Recover quickly. Flash's body twitched. It slowly opened its eyes, its expression blank. His eyes darted around, and when he saw the densely packed wizards around him, they widened in surprise. When she saw Crouch, she froze and burst into tears of fear. Amos took a step forward, looking down at Sparkle. I am a member of the Department of Magical Creatures Control. His tone was stern. Just now, someone cast a dark mark here. And you were found directly beneath the mark. A wand was also found next to you. He paused, then pointed the wand closer. Explain what happened. Shanshan shook her head desperately, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't Gilgamesh who did it. I didn't cast the dark mark, and I don't know how. That wand, I found it. Her voice was broken and intermittent from crying. Amos stared at Flash, his gaze growing increasingly sharp, still trying to deny it. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. I have ways to verify whether what you're saying is true. After saying that, he raised his wand and pointed it at the wand he had picked up from the ground. Flashback before the incantation. A thick cloud of mist instantly spewed from the tip of the wand. The mist tumbled and rose into the air, slowly condensing into a skull, the very same shape as the dark magic mark that had been in the sky just moments before. Green light danced among the trees, and a venomous snake flicked its tongue from the gaping maw of a skull. The surrounding wizards gasped. Several Ministry of Magic officials instinctively took a half-step back. Amos turned to look at Sparkle, his face full of smugness. Well, this is the final spell cast by this wand. He paused, his voice rising a few decibels. You still dare to say you didn't do this? Shining's eyes widened, almost popping out of their sockets. It shook its head frantically, its ears twitching back and forth. It's not Sparkle, it really isn't Sparkle. Its voice trembled with tears. Glitter wouldn't cast such a spell. Glitter is a good sprite. Don't try to deny it. I've seen through your lies, Amos said smugly. Tell me honestly, where did you learn the dark mark? Crouch abruptly raised his head, staring coldly at Amos. What do you mean by that? Amos was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. Crouch took a step forward, his voice low. Are you implying that I taught my servants to cast the dark mark? Amos's face turned pale instantly, and he frantically waved his hands. No, Director, that's not what I meant. And what do you mean? Crouch interrupted him, his tone even colder. The little sprite usually stays at its owner's house. Besides me, who else can teach it the dark mark? He paused for a moment, then said sarcastically. So in that sense, I'm a Death Eater too. You should arrest me as well. The surrounding Ministry of Magic officials exchanged bewildered glances, and the air suddenly fell silent. Amos broke out in a cold sweat, and his voice trembled slightly. Director, you're joking. How could you possibly be a Death Eater? You've always despised dark magic. Back when the Death Eaters were being tried, you even personally sent your own son to prison. Crouch's forehead veins were bulging. It looked like he would have already buried Amos if there hadn't been so many people around. Mr. Weasley sighed and facepalmed. Couldn't this guy just talk properly? Crouch ignored Amos and turned to walk up to Sparkle. Where did you find the wand? Shanshan shrank back and whispered, In the bushes over there, sir. Sparkle thought someone had dropped it, so she picked it up. Crouch straightened up and glanced around at the surrounding woods. It's obvious, he said, his tone regaining its usual calm. The person who cast the dark mark had already escaped. He used someone else's wand to avoid being identified. After casting the spell, he threw the wand away, which Gilgamesh happened to pick up. The wizards around nodded thoughtfully. This explanation did indeed make sense. Amos hesitated for a moment, then asked Sparkle again. Did you get a good look at what the other person looked like? Their height, what they were wearing? Shiny shook its head frantically, its ears thumping loudly. Of course, it wouldn't betray its little master, so it lied. Sparkle didn't see anything. She just picked up the wand and was then knocked unconscious. Amos sighed and looked at Crouch. Director, according to normal procedure, I should bring Shanshan back to the department for investigation. No need, Crouch interrupted him coldly. Sparkle is my house elf. I'll handle it myself. Amos opened his mouth as if to say something, but when he met Crouch's cold eyes, he swallowed his words. Yes, Director. Don't worry, it will be punished. Crouch walked up to Sparkle and looked down at it. Shining looked up pleadingly. Master Shanshan made a mistake. Its voice was choked with sobs and its face was covered in snot and tears. Crouch looked down at it, his eyes cold. His handling of the matter was inefficient, and he almost brought shame upon the Crouch family. He raised his hand and slowly took off his white gloves. Sparkle's eyes widened and its body began to tremble. It knew what this meant. The gloves were thrown to the ground and landed lightly in front of Shining. "From this moment on, you are free." "No!" Flash let out a desperate scream and collapsed to the ground. "Master, please stop flashing. Master, please stop flashing." It cried its heart out, its tiny body convulsing. When a house elves are abandoned by their owners, it's a complete denial of their value. This is crueler than killing them. "Master, please." Flash got up and lunged at Crouch's legs again. Crouch's face darkened and he kicked out. Shiny rolled several meters away like a rag doll and landed on the ground. Hermione couldn't stand it anymore. This is outrageous. How could he treat it like that? House elves serve their owners their entire lives without asking for anything in return and never abandon them even when they suffer the most. But when the owner doesn't like it, they kick it away without giving it a chance. Charlie glanced at Sparkle and suddenly spoke. "Mr. Crouch, are you sure you don't want this house elf?" "Certainly. If you don't mind, I'll take it." House elves are hardworking, resilient, and loyal. Charlie had tried many times to lure away the house elves in Hogwarts kitchens, but they remained unmoved. "Now that we've finally caught an ownerless house elf, we certainly can't let it go." Charlie turned to look at Sparkle, who was still sobbing on the ground. "Would you like to have a new owner?" Flashy was stunned. Its eyes were bloodshot and its voice was still sobbing. You'd rather have this useless little sprite, Sparkle." Crouch's expression changed instantly. "No, absolutely not. Shining knows the secret that Barty is still alive. If this secret gets out, he's finished." He dared to drive Shan Shan away so brazenly because he was certain it had nowhere else to go. House elves abandoned by their owners will not actively seek out new owners. He planned to wait until Shan Shan had suffered enough and tasted enough despair before pretending to be compassionate and taking it back. At that time, Shan Shan will only be more grateful and more discreet. But Charlie's appearance has completely disrupted his plans. Crouch's face darkened and he flatly refused. "No." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you say you didn't want it?" "Although I released Sparkle, it still belongs to the Crouch family," Crouch said coldly. "It won't obey anyone else's commands." Charlie tilted his head. "Is there any law that says house elves can't accept invitations from new owners?" Crouch opened his mouth, then fell silent for a moment. Hermione suddenly jumped out. "No, I've seen the agreement regarding house elves." Her voice was clear and bright, tinged with excitement. "It clearly states that released house elves can form contracts with new owners, and these contracts are protected by the Ministry of Magic." Crouch's face instantly darkened. He stared intently at Hermione, his eyes chillingly dark. Hermione shrank back under that look but still forced herself to add more. "This is Section VII, Paragraph 3 of the Domestication of Elf Act of 1863. "That's enough," Crouch interrupted her. Charlie refused to budge. "Since the law allows it, let Shan Shan decide for herself." He crouched down, looking directly at Shan Shan. "Would you like to come with me?" His gleaming eyes darted back and forth between Crouch and Charlie. Crouch was its master, whom it had served since birth. Despite being frequently beaten and verbally abused, that loyalty was etched into his very bones. But there was something inexplicable about Charlie that made it want to get close to him for some reason. This left Shan Shan in a very difficult position. At that moment, Brilliant suddenly noticed Harry behind Charlie. "Are you Harry Potter?" Sparkle's eyes widened. "The great Harry Potter who defeated the Dark Lord?" Harry froze, a hint of unease flashing across his face. This feeling of being worshipped always made him uncomfortable. "It's me." Harry scratched his head, his voice a little hesitant. Dobby was just like that when he first met him. He was so excited that he wanted to worship him. It seems that house elves have a strong preference for defeating the Dark Lord. Harry glanced at Charlie and suddenly an idea struck him. "Yes, I am Harry Potter." He cleared his throat. "But to be honest, I wouldn't dare call myself great in front of Charlie." Sparkling ears perked up, staring at him expectantly. "Charlie has thwarted the Dark Lord's plots twice, both during the school term," Harry continued, his tone serious. "Even tonight's dark mark was dealt with by Charlie. Without him, the camp would be in complete chaos." Charlie gave Harry an approving look. "You're a smart young man. It wasn't for nothing that I saved you tonight." Ron nodded vigorously beside her and Hermione echoed his sentiments. "Harry is right." Her sparkling eyes lit up. Someone who can be so highly praised by the great Harry Potter must also be an extraordinary wizard. And when Charlie asked it if it wanted to come with him, there was no command in his tone, only an inquiry. "What a kind and great wizard." Shan Shan's body stopped trembling. It took a deep breath and looked up at Charlie. "Sparkling. Sparkling is willing to stay with its new master." Crouch's face instantly turned ashen. "Are you crazy?" His voice was low, his eyes cold. "Do you know what you're saying?" Shanshan shrank back slightly but didn't change her mind. Crouch was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed and his fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Shanshan on the spot, but with so many people watching there was nothing he could do. "I'm so regretful. I should never have chased it away in public." Crouch was worried that Sparkle would reveal the secret, but now Charlie had made it clear that he didn't want to release her. Charlie's devastating display was still echoing in his mind, and he really didn't dare to offend Charlie. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and stared at Shanshan with a cold gaze. The meaning was clear: if you dare to say anything out of line, you're dead. Shanshan trembled all over, hurriedly lowered her head, and dared not look at him again. "Let's go, we've been busy all night, it's time to go home and rest." Charlie turned and walked away, and Sparkle quickly followed. Crouch stood there, watching their retreating figures, his face a mixture of paleness and ashen. The camp was in a mess. Many tents were burned down to their charred frames, and various trampled items were scattered on the ground. Charlie led Gilgamesh toward the Malfoy's tent when Harry suddenly caught up from behind, followed by Ron and Hermione. "Charlie, wait." Charlie stopped and looked back at him. "What's wrong?" "There's something I want to tell you. Speak." Harry took a deep breath. 3 days ago, the scar on my forehead started hurting again. Upon hearing this, Charlie immediately perked up. Harry's scars used to hurt because Voldemort was nearby 3 days ago. "Did Voldemort get close to Harry back then?" Ron and Hermione gasped. "Why didn't you tell us then?" Hermione gasped, immediately switching to her most proficient mode. "You need to get it checked out. I remember Chapter 12 of Asterisk Defense Against the Dark Arts. Fundamentals specifically discusses magical scars, and Advanced Studies in Magical Injuries has relevant case studies in both the 4th and 5th editions." "Wait, Hermione," Harry tried to interrupt. Hermione didn't stop at all, her voice grew faster and faster. "You should consult Professor Dumbledore, he's the most experienced in this area. If Dumbledore isn't available, at least go to Madame Pomfrey. She's Hogwarts school doctor and has treated all sorts of difficult cases." Hermione. Harry's voice rose a little. Hermione continued, "Oh right, and there's also a study of ancient magical scars. Hogwarts library should have it, but it's probably in the restricted section." "No, it's definitely in the restricted section. I need to find a way to get a permit. I'm telling you, Hermione." Harry finally couldn't hold back any longer and raised his hands in surrender. "Stop, I didn't say anything because I didn't want you to worry too much." "But Harry, this is no small matter. Pain from your scars is never a good sign." "I know," Harry sighed. "So now I'm telling you, aren't I? I dreamt that Voldemort was killing people. He was also planning to kill me and Charlie." Ron shuddered, his teeth chattering. "Please, please don't say that name, okay?" Harry ignored him and continued. "The dark mark reappeared tonight. Could there be any connection between the two?" Charles thought for a moment, then asked, "Have you ever dreamed about Voldemort before?" Harry paused for a moment, then nodded. "I dreamed about it, but the scar didn't hurt then." Charlie's expression turned somewhat strange. "Why do you keep dreaming about Voldemort at 14? Doesn't a teenager with a scarred head dream about Voldemort?" "I don't want to dream about him either." Harry realized this wasn't a nice remark and blushed slightly. Charlie teased Harry, his tone becoming serious. "For wizards, these unusual dreams are rarely without reason, especially recurring dreams. They may indeed have some special connection." Harry pursed his lips. "You mean there really is some kind of connection between me and Voldemort? Who knows, maybe we should ask Dumbledore when school starts." As night fell and darkness descended, the campsite was filled with the cacophony of voices. The Ministry of Magic locked down the camp last night and didn't lift the ban until this morning. Wizards were leaving with their families, many still complaining about what happened last night. Several reporters from the Daily Prophet were stationed at the camp exit, interviewing anyone they could find. The wizards being interviewed all had their own opinions, and they were all talking at once. Some people confidently claim to have seen the true faces of the Death Eaters, while others say the Dark Mark is a conspiracy by the Ministry of Magic. But the noise couldn't reach the Malfoys' luxurious tent. The tent was very quiet. The soundproofing was ridiculously good. Charlie didn't open his eyes until it was completely light when he lay on the 3-meter-wide bed, where the crystal chandelier on the ceiling reflected a soft light. He had just sat up when Shanshan appeared beside the bed. "Good morning, Master." She held a silver tray on which sat a steaming breakfast. Charlie cast a cleansing spell on himself and took the tray. It contained fried eggs, bacon, toast, and a glass of pumpkin juice. "Thank you." Sparkle Shining blinked and her ears perked up. Sparkling is very happy to serve its master. Charlie finished breakfast, dressed neatly, and left the room. The Malfoy family of 3 was already waiting in the lobby. Lucius immediately went to greet Charlie when he saw him. "Mr. Charlie, did you sleep well?" "Good." Lucius cleared his throat, his tone very polite. Draco has been saying he wants to spend more time with you. I wonder if Mr. Charlie would be so kind as to come and stay at Malfoy Manor for a few days. Having witnessed Charlie's power last night, Lucius is even more determined to cling to this powerful figure. Cha thought for a moment and nodded. Grandma White shouldn't be too angry if I go back 2 days later. Probably. Lucius's smile deepened. That would be my honor. The group left the camp. Lucius didn't bother with the tent, servants would come and collect it. As Charlie passed by the campsite manager Roberts's cabin, he saw the Roberts family standing at the door looking dazed. The Ministry of Magic altered their memories of last night, erasing everything about the Death Eaters and the Dark Mark. This family is probably in complete disarray right now. The group used the door key to return to Malfoy Manor. The moment my feet touched the ground, a familiar figure appeared before me. "Welcome home, Master." Dobby, wearing that worn-out pillowcase, spoke timidly. Just as it was about to continue speaking, it suddenly saw Sparkle behind Charlie and excitedly shouted, "Sparkle? Is it really Sparkle?" Shining also saw Dobby and his ears perked up. Lucius's face instantly darkened. "You lowly thing," his voice was icy. "Who gave you permission to speak?" Dobby froze, immediately lowered his head and his voice trembled. "I'm sorry, Master, Dobby shouldn't have." "Dobby shouldn't have said that." Lucius snorted and raised his cane. "Looks like you've forgotten the rules again." Suddenly, Flash rushed to Charlie and knelt down with a thud. "Please, Master, don't blame Dobby," it pleaded. "It's all Sparkle's fault." Dobby only spoke because he saw Sparkle. "Master, punish Sparkle if you must." Charlie watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh. It has to be said that house elves have no human rights. In the minds of most wizards, house elves are private property and can be insulted and suppressed at will. But Charlie wasn't interested in bullying a defenseless elf. He preferred one that would fight back. "When did I say I was going to punish you?" Flashy was stunned and looked up at Charlie. "Do you know Dobby?" "Dobby is Sparkle's good friend, although we rarely see each other," Sparkle whispered. Charlie nodded. "Then go find Dobby to play with." Her sparkling eyes lit up instantly. "Really, Master? Go ahead." Lucius stared at Dobby, his brow furrowed. He suddenly realized something. Charlie's attitude towards house elves is completely different from that of other pureblood families. They weren't hit or scolded. They were even allowed to roam freely. Whether or not Lucius fights Dobby is none of his concern, but if fighting Dobby displeases Charlie, then it would be a loss. Lucius's face immediately broke into a smile. "Dobby," his voice softened as well. "Go ahead, go play with Shining." Dobby could hardly believe his ears. It stood there blankly, its eyes wide open. "Master, what did Master say?" "I said go have fun." Lucius's smile was a little stiff. "Don't keep Shan waiting too long." Dobby's tears welled up instantly. "Master is too good to Dobby. Dobby doesn't deserve it." "Dobby, all right, go quickly." Lucius interrupted it. Dobby wiped away his tears and happily followed Flash away. Lucius and Charlie sat down on the sofa when an owl flew in and dropped 4 brand new copies of the Daily Prophet. It must be said that the Malfoys were very meticulous in their attention to detail. There were exactly 4 newspapers for 4 people. He casually picked up a copy in front of him, and the front page headline caught his eye. "The Ministry of Magic is in a state of panic. Law and order are lax. Dark wizards are at large, and the nation is brought shame." The text criticizes the Ministry of Magic for its incompetence, stating that it was nowhere to be found when tourists needed it, leading to the deaths of many tourists. Charlie was highly suspicious that this was a rumor. He had heard Mr. Weasley say yesterday that no one had died. Charlie then glanced at the signature, Rita Skeeter. That's not surprising, but as you read on, the outrageous content begins. If it weren't for the great Mr. Charlie White stepping forward, who knows how much damage would have been caused. The accompanying photo shows Charlie levitating in midair last night, with flames surging behind him, radiating an aura of oppression. It seems that spreading rumors about Charlie last time left him with some psychological trauma. Lucius had clearly finished reading the newspaper as well, and his smile deepened. Mr. Charlie's performance last night certainly deserves such praise. At this moment, Narcissa gracefully put down her teacup, stood up and said, "Excuse me, I need to go and have a formal robe made for Draco." "A formal gown?" Charlie looked up. "The shopping list from Hogwarts says it's needed for a formal event next term." Narcissa handed Charlie a letter. "You should have received it too, right?" Charlie glanced at the contents of the letter and understood. The letter was probably sent to the orphanage. He just missed watching the Quidditch World Cup. "I haven't prepared anything yet," Charlie said. Narcissa smiled gracefully. "That's perfect. Since you're staying at the manor, why don't I take charge of your clothing and shopping?" She paused, a hint of pride in her voice. The Malfoy family has its own exclusive high-end bespoke supply chain, which is incomparable to a ready-to-wear shop like Madame Malkin's. Lucius nodded as well. The Malfoy family's tailoring skills are among the best in the entire British wizarding world. Except for Draco's school uniform, which needs to be purchased from Madame Malkin, all their formal robes and gowns are made by ourselves. Charles thought about it and didn't refuse. It was just a dress. The potions he sold in partnership with the Malfoys could buy countless dresses. Then I'll have to trouble Mrs. Narcissa. No trouble at all, Narcissa smiled. I'll take you and Draco along today, and we can also buy other school supplies while we're at it. Charlie stayed at Malfoy Manor for a few days and had to admit that the life of the wealthy was indeed comfortable. They used the sugar-coated bullets of landlords and rich peasants to fire at me. However, Charlie was still cautious and wrote a letter to Grandma White, telling her that he would be going back a few days later since Charlie didn't want to get scolded again. In the past few days, Narcissa has prepared everything Charlie and Draco will need for the next semester. In addition to textbooks and potion ingredients, Charlie also received 3 custom-made formal robes. The entire garment is black with different gold patterns extending along the collar and cuffs, giving it a luxurious and sophisticated look. This garment is woven from the silk of the spiders of Acamantura. It will never get dirty. Narcissa said this while taking measurements. Charlie touched the fabric. It was indeed much better than the ready-made clothes in Mrs. Malkin's shop. With only a few days left before school started, Charlie took Shining back to the orphanage. He left Shining at the orphanage to take care of Grandma White's daily needs. With Billy at Hogwarts, Gilgamesh wouldn't be of much use. Grandma White was startled when she first saw Sparkle, but after getting used to it, she grew to like it and praised it for being diligent and sensible. At night, Charlie came to the alley next to the orphanage. Sirius Black and Lupin appeared right on time. Sirius looked much better than before and his hair was neatly combed. He no longer looked like a fugitive. "Have you found a place to stay?" Charlie asked. "Found it." Sirius pointed to the end of the alley. "It's in the courtyard next to the orphanage, a 2-story building quite spacious." Lupin added, "I tidied it up for him so at least it's habitable now." Charlie nodded. "You'll stay here and protect the orphanage. If any suspicious people approach, they're in your care." "Don't worry, I've got your back." Sirius patted his chest. Charlie turned to look at Lupin. "Professor Lupin, how's the inventory of the Black family's assets coming along?" Lupin pulled a list out of his pocket. "Most of it is sorted out. Besides a few properties in London, there are also some shops in Diagon Alley and the Wizarding Quarter with hefty monthly rents." Charlie took the list and glanced at it. "You did a great job," Lupin smiled. "It's what I should do." After explaining all this, Charlie returned to the orphanage. For the next few days, he didn't go anywhere and stayed in the orphanage. On September 1st, Charlie set off again for King's Cross Station. On September 1st, King's Cross Station was bustling with people. Charlie pushed his luggage cart through the Muggle crowd toward platform 9 3/4. As soon as they passed through the wall, they saw Mrs. Weasley pulling Harry along by the arm, followed by Hermione and a large group of redheads. "Charlie." Ron saw him first and waved. "Good morning, Ron." Charlie pushed the luggage cart over Mrs. Weasley. "Oh, Charlie, you've come at the perfect time." Mrs. Weasley released Harry and turned to look at Charlie. "The Quidditch World Cup was so thrilling, thank goodness you were there." "It's nothing," Charlie replied casually, glancing around at his surroundings. "Where is Mr. Weasley? I used to see the Weasleys as a complete family, so it feels a bit strange that Mr. Weasley isn't here today." Ron spoke first. "Dad's busy at the Ministry of Magic, he can't leave." "What's up? There's a guy named Mad-Eye Moody who's abusing magic in the Muggle community. When it comes to Muggles, Dad has to deal with it." Ron lowered his voice. "However, Moody said someone broke into his yard." George leaned closer and chirped. "Moody's always been erratic and thinks everyone's up to him. He might mistake a stray cat wandering into his yard for a dark wizard." Mrs. Weasley glared at George. "Don't talk nonsense. Mr. Moody is a friend of Dumbledore, and in his youth he was the most powerful Auror. He imprisoned half the criminals in Azkaban." Yes, yes, yes." George shrank back and dragged his suitcase toward the Hogwarts Express. Mrs. Weasley urged, "Hurry up and get on the bus, don't delay." Fred and George were the first to jump into the car. Fred walked over to Charlie and muttered something under his breath. Dumbledore was also a bit eccentric, although he was indeed a remarkable genius. Charlie glanced at him. "Young man, would you dare say that to Dumbledore's face? That person's name is Moody, right?" "That's right." Charlie suddenly remembered that night when he stole the time turner from the Ministry of Magic. Someone had seen through the invisibility cloak's disguise. When others call out to him, they are calling out Moody's name. How could someone so perceptive misjudge what had broken into the yard? Charlie knew what was going on, but he didn't say it, because under normal circumstances, he wouldn't know Moody. After getting into their seats, Harry and Hermione leaned out of the car window to thank Mrs. Weasley. They stayed at the Weasleys' house for a long time during the summer vacation. Harry and Ron stayed together and Hermione and Ginny stayed together. "Thank you for taking care of me during this time, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "You're welcome, dear." Mrs. Weasley smiled and waved her hand. "I was planning to invite you over for Christmas, but I'm sure you'd prefer to stay at Hogwarts this year." Hermione blinked. "Why?" "Because this year is going to be very exciting and very interesting." Mrs. Weasley's tone was mysterious. Ron immediately moved closer to the window. "Mom, what's wrong?" Mrs. Weasley shook her head, her lips pressed tightly together, refusing to utter a single word. The train slowly started moving and Fred, in his anxiety, shouted out the window. "What on earth is going on at Hogwarts?" George joined in the shouting. "Just say one sentence, just one sentence." Mrs. Weasley smiled and waved, then apparated away. Fred, feeling utterly frustrated, sat back down in his seat. "This is too torturous." "It's all Percy's fault," George gritted his teeth. "Dad was going to tell me during the World Cup, but he insisted on stopping me." Fred chimed in. "He didn't come to see us off today, saying he was busy helping Crouch." George rolled his eyes. "Hopefully Crouch will remember his name next time." The train started moving, and Fred and George returned to their respective carriages. Ron's new owl was making a lot of noise, fluttering around in its cage, so he named it Piglet. Seeing that the pig wouldn't calm down, Ron simply covered the cage with a purple robe in an attempt to quiet it down. Charlie glanced at the clothes and spoke. "Why did you bring your mother's clothes with you?" Ron looked resentful. "Thank you, Charlie, you've completely broken my already weak back." Charlie was completely confused. Hermione covered her mouth and laughed. "That's Ron's gown for this semester." "What?" Charlie was taken aback, his gaze returning to the purple robe. To be honest, it was as tattered as the heel of the shoe Uncle Tom kicked in the butt. The cuffs and collar also had tattered lace. "Mom said it's second-hand, bought at a second-hand market." Ron's voice was filled with despair. "She said it could still be worn after washing and told me not to mind." Just then, a mocking laugh came from the doorway. "Even my grandma wouldn't wear this kind of clothing." Draco stood in the doorway with a smug grin on his face, while Goyle and Crabbe stood behind him like two door gods. Although Draco's relationship with Harry Ron is now somewhat delicate, more like enemies than friends, but he still couldn't suppress his natural tendency to mock others. Ron's face flushed red instantly. "Go eat shit, Malfoy, pure foul-mouth ultimate enjoyment." Draco didn't care at all, instead he laughed even harder. No way, Weasley, you don't want to participate in that event too, do you, wearing that outfit?" Ron was stunned. "What nonsense are you talking about? What event?" Draco, seeing that Ron was unaware, became even more excited. "Your father and brother both work at the Ministry of Magic, how could they not know?" He spread his hands exaggeratedly. "That's true. It's probably because your father's rank is too low, he doesn't have the authority to know. Minister Fudge probably never discusses important topics in front of him." Draco burst into laughter and Goyle and Crabbe joined in with silly grins. Ron's face flushed red and he clenched his fists. Harry and Hermione were also very unhappy with Draco's mockery. Charlie frowned when he saw his smug expression. "Damn it, I hate people who only say half of what they mean." "Either explain yourself or leave gracefully," Charlie said calmly. Draco's laughter stopped abruptly and he shrank back. "Oh no, I got too cocky and forgot that Charlie doesn't even know yet." He glanced at Charlie's expression and gestured for Charlie to come out. Charlie stood up and followed him out. Draco closed the carriage door and said in a low voice, "It was only after you went back from my house that I learned from my dad that Hogwarts is holding the Triwizard Tournament this term." "What Three Kingdoms tournament?" Charlie asked. Draco's eyes lit up and he began to explain at length. "The Triwizard Tournament is a traditional competition between the three major magic schools in Europe, with Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang each sending one champion to participate. The competition will consist of 3 events, all of which are extremely dangerous. It's said that people used to die frequently during the competition, so it was discontinued for many years," Draco said, his voice brimming with excitement. "But this year the Ministry of Magic has decided to hold it again, and there will be many restrictions to ensure safety." "I think the championship will definitely be yours, Charlie." After listening, Charlie already knew what was going to happen. This semester was going to be interesting. After letting Draco take the 2 guards back, Charlie also turned around and went back to the carriage. As soon as Charlie sat down, Harry, Ron, and Hermione eagerly surrounded him. "What kind of event is it?" Ron asked eagerly. "Tell me." Hermione couldn't hold back any longer. Harry stared at Charlie, his eyes full of curiosity. Charlie smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out when you get to school. Your Majesty's extreme double standards, Tyrant Points +10. "What?" Ron's eyes widened. Hermione gritted her teeth. "Charlie." Harry took a deep breath. He hated people who only said half of what they meant. For the rest of the journey, Ron seemed to be in a bad mood, slumping listlessly in his seat. He was muttering to himself, "My dad could get a promotion anytime he wanted. He just likes his current position." Harry reassured him, "I know Mr. Weasley is very capable." Ron forced a smile, but his expression still wasn't good. Draco's words just now did break him down a bit. It wasn't just a matter of his father's job position. More importantly, he had always been limited to using second-hand goods. "It was fine when I was a child, but now that I'm in adolescence, seeing others with new things makes me feel inferior." Charlie was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. "I have a question." Ron looked up. "What?" "Your family won a grand prize of 700 galleons last year, right?" "Yeah." Ron nodded, not understanding what Charlie was trying to say. "Did you spend all that money on your trip to Egypt?" "Yeah." Ron scratched his head. "Our whole family went to see Bill and had a wonderful time." "Not a single galleon." Charlie interrupted him. Ron was stunned. Harry and Hermione realized what was happening and exchanged a glance. "Do you think it's possible?" Charlie continued. "Even if you only save up 100 galleons, that's enough to buy several new robes, right?" Ron stood there, stunned, and scratched his head. "Oh yeah." Charlie was speechless. This family deserved to be poor. He couldn't feel any sympathy for them. The train continued its journey, and as night fell, it gradually came to a stop, arriving at Hogwarts. "As I got off the train, it was pouring rain outside." Charlie raised his hand and a transparent light screen appeared above his head. Raindrops hit it and made a dense sound, but not a drop leaked out. The surrounding students reacted quickly, instinctively moving closer to Charlie. Charlie glanced at it, not minding at all. With a flick of his wrist, the light screen rapidly expanded, enveloping all the students around him. "Long live Charlie!" Fred was the first to shout at the top of his lungs. The students joined in the jeering, their voices particularly loud in the rainy night. Only the first-year students stood bewildered at the edge of the crowd, not understanding what was happening. Just then, Hagrid emerged from the rain, carrying a large umbrella. The umbrella swayed precariously in the strong wind, looking as if it were under immense pressure. Hagrid's rugged voice drowned out the sound of the rain. "First-year students, come over here." The freshmen glanced at the torrential rain outside the light screen, then at Hagrid's umbrella, which could barely cover his own head, and their expressions gradually turned to despair. "Do we really have to go to his place?" a thin boy asked softly. Except for the first-year students, all other students traveled to the castle by horse-drawn carriage. Charlie walked toward the carriage and the light screen moved with him. The freshmen, having lost their shelter, were instantly drenched by the rain. Hermione followed Charlie, glancing sideways at the freshmen who were soaked to the bone, feeling a pang of pity. "I wish them good luck crossing the lake by boat in this weather." As the carriage arrived at the castle and Charles entered through the gates, a sharp, eerie laugh echoed through the entrance hall. Pippi floated in midair, holding a handful of water-filled balloons which he frantically threw at the students below. "Ha ha ha, get ready, you brats." Many students who had just escaped the downpour were instantly hit by balloons and soaked to the bone. Some people were so angry they jumped up and down, some people cursed loudly, but Mischievous Ghost didn't care at all, and instead laughed even more wildly. But whether it was good luck or Pippi the Ghost was too scared, there wasn't a drop of water near Charlie. "Pippi," Professor McGonagall burst out of the Great Hall, her face ashen. "Get down here right now." She had just stepped out the door when she slipped. The lobby floor was covered in water and she lost her balance, falling backward. Charlie raised his hand and waved it, instantly activating the levitation spell. Professor McGonagall's body stabilized in midair and she floated lightly back to the ground. "Thank you, Charlie." Professor McGonagall adjusted her hat. Mischievous Ghost laughed even harder, holding balloons in his hand, ready to throw them at the students again. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and shouted, "Barrow, could you come here for a moment?" Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, Peeves' laughter abruptly stopped. The balloon in his hand fell to the ground with a plop, and he froze in midair. "No, no, no, Professor McGonagall, I was wrong, I was really wrong," Peeves screamed. He tried to drift out of the lobby as he spoke, but it was too late. A grayish-white figure slowly floated out of the auditorium, making it seem as if the air temperature had dropped. The Bloodman Barrow appeared, wearing a robe stained with silver blood. His empty eye sockets contained no eyeballs, only two dark shadows. He didn't say anything, he just stared at Pippi the Ghost silently. "Lord Barrow." Pippi's voice began to tremble. "Look, the weather's bad, you should go back and rest. I'm leaving now." Barrow remained silent but floated a step closer to him. PP let out a scream, threw away all the balloons in his hand and turned to run away. He flew incredibly fast, crashed through a window and disappeared into the rain. Barrow didn't chase after him, but merely glanced out the window before turning and drifting back into the auditorium. The surrounding students erupted in cheers. Once Peeves had run off into the distance, Professor McGonagall turned and waved to the students. "Hurry up and get into the hall, don't block the way here." The students walked toward the auditorium. Charlie was about to go in when Professor McGonagall suddenly called him back. "Charlie." Charlie stopped and looked back at her. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly. "Well done at the Quidditch World Cup." Charlie smiled and nodded. "Thank you, Professor." Professor McGonagall waved her hand, indicating that he could leave, and then stood at the door waiting for the first-year students to arrive. Charlie walked into the auditorium, which was already full of students. The ceiling reflected the storm outside. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. Charlie went to the Hufflepuff long table, while Harry, Hermione, and Ron went to the Gryffindor long table. As soon as he sat down, Ernie excitedly patted Charlie on the shoulder. "Charlie, I saw you at the World Cup." Justin also came over, his eyes shining. "I told the people around me that you were my classmate, but they didn't believe me." Charlie smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping across the long table. He noticed Cedric sitting beside him, looking distracted and staring intently in Ravenclaw's direction. "Cedric, what's wrong?" Cedric snapped back to reality, his face flushing slightly. "No, it's nothing." Charlie nodded and didn't ask any more questions. But after a short while, Cedric suddenly turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Charlie, how can I get girls to like me?" Charlie glanced at him. "You, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, are playing the secretly flirtatious card too." Cedric's face turned even redder, but he still forced himself to continue. "You've been so close to the older students since first grade, you must know them a lot, right? Could you teach me?" Justin nearly choked, staring at Cedric as if he'd seen a ghost. "Dude, do you want to hear what you're saying? You're a good student, a Quidditch seeker, and handsome, though not quite as good-looking as me or Charlie, but you're still popular with girls." Ernie rolled his eyes. "If we're not brothers, do you have any shame?" Cedric scratched his head, his voice becoming even softer. "But I haven't talked to her much, and I'm afraid she doesn't like me." Charlie understood instantly. "Ravenclaw?" Cedric nodded, his ears turning bright red. Charlie gave a wicked smile. "You've come to the right person. Don't worry about it, I'll take care of it." After calming Cedric down, Charlie turned to look at the faculty table at the front of the auditorium. Several seats at the table were empty. Hagrid and Professor McGonagall were still outside welcoming new students, while the position of defense against the dark arts professor remained vacant. After Lu Ping left last semester, it's unclear who will be teaching this semester. Hopefully, we won't be able to find a teacher at all. Dumbledore rested his chin on his hands, closed his eyes to rest, and looked rather tired for the old man so late at night. The doors were pushed open, and a gust of cold wind rushed into the auditorium. The first-year students walked in, led by Professor McGonagall. They were soaking wet, their hair plastered to their faces. They were shivering with cold and nervousness. Professor McGonagall looked at the new students with a hint of heartache. With a wave of her wand, a warm current enveloped each of them. The moisture on their bodies evaporated instantly, and their soaked robes dried completely. Seeing that the new students no longer felt cold, Professor McGonagall said sternly, "Stand still quickly." The freshmen quickly lined up, some still trembling with nervousness. The Sorting Hat was placed on the stool and began singing that old, worn-out song. Charlie wasn't interested in listening, his gaze swept over the faculty desks. Snape sat in the corner, staring blankly toward the Gryffindor table, looking somewhat disappointed. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout were talking in hushed tones. "The branch campus has begun." Professor McGonagall called out the first name, and a small, thin boy stepped forward and put on the Sorting Hat. "Ravenclaw." Applause erupted at the Ravenclaw table. The next few students went to Gryffindor and Slytherin respectively. When the fifth freshman was sorted into Hufflepuff, a great cheer erupted from the long table. She was a round-faced girl who looked incredibly nervous. Cedric led the applause, and the other upperclassmen waved for her to come over. The girl sat down blushing, and the senior student next to her immediately started chatting with her to ease her nervousness. Two more freshmen were assigned to Hufflepuff. One was a dark-haired boy, and the other was a girl with a face full of freckles. They found seats at the long table and both looked relieved. The black-haired boy asked, "Senior, is there anything in Black Lake? I saw someone fall into the lake, but something pushed them back onto the boat." Several senior students around laughed. Cedric said gently, "That's a giant squid. It lives at the bottom of the lake, but don't worry, it never hurts anyone. If a student falls into the water, it will even help push them back onto the boat." Soon, the division of labor ended. Dumbledore stood up, opened his arms, and wore a gentle smile. He didn't launch into a long speech, he simply said two words, "Eat." As soon as he finished speaking, the long table was instantly piled high with food. Charlie was already starving, and he started piling food onto his plate without any hesitation. Ernie and Justin, standing nearby, didn't stand on ceremony either, and the three of them focused intently on the food in front of them. At the Gryffindor table, Ron was grabbing a chicken leg in each hand and munching away. Grease dripped down his chin, but he didn't bother to wipe it away. Nick, who was almost headless, floated to the side, chuckling as he said, "Eat slowly, Ron. Hogwarts never lets its students go hungry." Ron gave a mumbled reply and continued gnawing on his chicken leg. Nick turned his head and looked at Hermione beside him. She sat there, an empty plate in front of her, her brow furrowed as she stared at the table full of food. "Aren't you going to eat?" Nick asked. Hermione pursed her lips, her voice low. "These were all made by house elves, right?" Nick paused for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, there are hundreds of house elves in the kitchens at Hogwarts. They are responsible for preparing all the food." Hermione's face darkened further. She remembered Sparkle, whom she had seen at the World Cup during the summer vacation. It was dressed in tattered clothes, was skinny, and its eyes were full of fear and submissiveness. Now an image flashed through her mind. In the Hogwarts underground kitchens, countless elves toiled day and night in the dim light. They were so tired they could hardly stand up straight, yet they dared not stop, for stopping would bring punishment. She imagined them weeping at the stove, trembling as they kneaded dough, getting burned while serving dishes. My stomach churned. Hermione turned to Nick, her voice slightly tense. "They don't get paid and they don't get holidays, right?" Nick paused for a moment, then burst out laughing so hard his head almost fell off. "Wages, holidays," Nick chuckled as he straightened his head. "Hermione, house elves don't need these things." Hermione was even less inclined to eat and pushed her plate forward. Ron, his mouth full of food, mumbled incoherently upon seeing this. "Even if you starve yourself to death, they won't get paid or have holidays." As he spoke, several pieces of food scraps sprayed out of his mouth. Hermione gave him a disdainful look and moved aside. "Just eat yours." The dinner party ended quickly. The food on the plates disappeared completely. The students ate to their heart's content. Dumbledore stood up and the noise in the Great Hall gradually subsided. "Everyone has eaten and drunk their fill," Dumbledore said gently. "Next, I have a few announcements to make." He began by repeating the rules that everyone was tired of hearing. The Forbidden Forest remained off-limits, and the use of magical items, such as flying swords, was prohibited in the corridors. Mr. Filch submitted another list detailing the new prohibited items added this year. "The details are already posted on the door of Filch's office," Dumbledore said. "Interested students can go and take a look." The Weasley twins exchanged a glance, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Dumbledore paused, then continued. "In addition, Quidditch matches will be suspended this year." A gasp of surprise erupted in the auditorium. "What?" Harry jumped to his feet, his voice drowning out the surrounding noise. "Not letting Harry play Quidditch is like taking his life." Dumbledore raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. "This is because Hogwarts will be hosting a massive event this year, lasting all year, which will dominate the Quidditch competition, the Triwizard Tournament." Suddenly, the auditorium doors were kicked open. Bang! With a loud bang, everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. A man leaning on a cane stood in the doorway, soaking wet. Lightning flashed across the sky behind him, illuminating his silhouette. Dumbledore reluctantly lowered his excited hands. Damn it, he got the spotlight stolen. The man was wrapped in a cloak, leaned on a cane, had long gray hair, and his face was covered in scars. One of his eyes was very small, but the other was large and round, constantly moving at an angle that did not conform to the physiological structure of a normal person. It was clearly a prosthetic eye. Charlie recognized the man as Moody and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Would Moody recognize him? Although Moody only saw his back that night, what if he became suspicious? Moody limped toward the faculty section, the sound of his cane tapping the floor echoing clearly in the silent auditorium. Dumbledore smiled, shook his hand, and then invited him to sit down. "This is Professor Moody, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor for the new semester," Dumbledore introduced. Sparse applause filled the auditorium. Clearly, Moody's appearance wasn't very appealing. Charlie noticed that many freshmen wore expressions of fear, but Moody didn't care. He sat in his Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's seat, took out a metal flask, and took a big gulp. Professor McGonagall frowned in displeasure, her lips pressed into a thin line. Dumbledore cleared his throat and continued. "Now let's return to our previous topic, the Triwizard Tournament." The students then realized what was happening and refocused their attention on the principal. "The Triwizard Tournament is an ancient competition," Dumbledore explained. "The missions are held in rotation by the three major European magic schools, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Each school selects one hero to participate in 3 dangerous magical missions." A burst of excited discussion filled the auditorium. Dumbledore continued. "This competition had been interrupted for centuries due to the sheer number of deaths. But the Department of Magical Sports and the Department of International Magical Cooperation believe it's time to revive this tradition. We've made extensive preparations this summer to prevent any danger to the participating warriors. Upon hearing the death toll, many students from Muggle families in the auditorium gasped in shock, but many more students had excited glints in their eyes and began to whisper among themselves. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for quiet. In October, the principals from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will bring their competitors to join us in the warrior selection ceremony on Halloween Eve. He paused for a moment, then raised his voice slightly. The winner of the Triwizard Tournament will bring honor to their school plus a prize of 1,000 galleons. The auditorium erupted in chaos. 1,000 galleons. Oh my god, I want to participate. Me too. The Weasley twins jumped to their feet, their faces flushed with excitement. Fred turned to look at George, their eyes met, and they nodded in understanding. This money is enough for us to open the Weasleys' magical trick studio. At the Hufflepuff table, Ernie excitedly slammed his fist on the table. Charlie, you'll definitely participate, right? Justin joined in. As long as you participate, winning the Triple Crown Cup is no problem. Charlie said calmly, not interested. What? Ernie was stunned. That's 1,000 galleons. Charlie waved his hand. Money is just a number. I've never touched money and I have no interest in it. Ernie and Justin exchanged a glance, their expressions both somewhat strange. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the Great Hall, finally settling on Charlie, who looked rather uninterested. That won't do. Dumbledore also wants to keep the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, and Charlie's participation is the safest bet. He coughed lightly, the sound echoing in the auditorium. Furthermore, considering the Warriors need to fully dedicate themselves to the games, the amount of homework this semester can be reduced accordingly. Upon hearing this, many students' eyes lit up, but Charlie remained uninterested. LOL, he never does his homework anyway. Dumbledore blinked and continued to increase the stakes. This is the first championship in many years. The champion will be recorded in history, and their name will be engraved on the Triwizard Cup, passed down through generations. Charlie lost even more interest. Fame? He's famous enough already. Let others have this little bit of fame. The other students in the Great Hall didn't think so. Over at the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins were already discussing tactics. Dumbledore sighed inwardly as he watched Charlie's unresponsive expression. Kids who are too strong and become famous too early are not cute at all. He paused for a moment before finally saying, "Furthermore, I have personally decided that I can grant the champion one reasonable request." Charlie sat up abruptly. He was really interested in this. He got so many benefits from Dumbledore, such as the Philosopher's Stone and the chest to hold Norbert. Charlie could ask Dumbledore to do one more thing, which was far more valuable than 1,000 galleons. Seeing that Charlie's interest had been piqued, Dumbledore was finally satisfied and continued. "I know you're eager to win the Triwizard Tournament." He paused, his tone becoming serious. However, the participating schools and the Ministry of Magic agreed that an age limit should be set for participants. Only students who are 17 years of age or older should be selected. The auditorium erupted in chaos. "What? That's unfair. We want to participate too." Protests erupted one after another, especially from Fred and George, who were only a year shy of 17 and were naturally very unwilling to accept it. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the sounds in the Great Hall gradually subsided. "This activity is extremely dangerous." Dumbledore's voice echoed in the Great Hall. "We can't handle students below 6th or 7th grade." As soon as he finished speaking, many people turned their attention to the Hufflepuff table. Everyone present knew that Charlie's abilities could not be judged by the standards of ordinary students. Justin leaned in and whispered, "They look down on you, Charlie." Charlie ignored him, wondering if he should threaten the organizers to get a chance to participate. At this point, Dumbledore continued to remind everyone, "Don't even think about secretly registering and trying to deceive the judges who are selecting the warriors. You cannot do it." Dumbledore emphasized the word cannot with particular force. Charlie looked up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Can't do it? It's not that it's not allowed, it's that it's impossible. The difference between these two words is huge. If some people can't do it, then naturally some people can." Charlie was very confident that he could accomplish this. At the Gryffindor long table, the Weasley twins were also whispering to each other. "Can't do it." Fred's lips curled into a smile. "That sounds like a challenge," George chimed in. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with the same light. The murmurs in the auditorium grew louder and louder. Dumbledore didn't say anything more, but simply announced the end of the dinner and told the students to go back to their dormitories to rest. I've seen some readers believe that the fairy rebellion is related to house elves, that the house elves and fairies rebelled together, leading to their enslavement. But actually, the two should be unrelated. Fairies and house elves are two different species. One of the reasons for the fairy rebellion was that the wizards wanted to enslave the fairies, just as they had enslaved house elves. If the fairies and elves rebelled together, it's strange that the fairies, after being defeated, were able to take control of Gringotts, while the elves became complete slaves. This book tends to portray house elves as simple, easily tamed magical creatures, and will not depict them as freeing others, but rather as loyal servants. We hope for your understanding. After the banquet, students poured out of the auditorium in small groups and the corridors were filled with discussions about the three-way competition. Hermione walked very slowly, head down, brows furrowed. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Harry noticed her unusual behavior. "It's nothing," Hermione replied dismissively, but she stopped walking. Ron dismissed it, saying, "I guess she's still thinking about those little fairies." "I'm going to check on the kitchen," Hermione suddenly said. "What?" Ron's eyes widened. "You want to go for a night stroll?" Hermione ignored him and turned to search for something in the crowd. She remembered that Charlie seemed to have mentioned the location of the kitchen, although she hadn't paid much attention at the time, but now that she thought about it, Charlie should know how to get there. In the foyer, Charlie was preparing to leave. Ernie and Justin were beside him, still excitedly discussing the Triwizard Tournament. "Charlie," Hermione walked over quickly. Ernie and Justin exchanged a glance and tactfully said to Charlie, "Then we'll head back now." Hermione waited until they were out of sight before speaking. "Do you know where the kitchen is?" Charlie raised an eyebrow. "The kitchen?" "Yes." Hermione bit her lip. "I want to go see the house elves." Charlie paused for a moment, then laughed. "You want to go for a night stroll?" Hermione blushed slightly. After all, she had previously severely condemned Charlie's nocturnal behavior. "I heard from Nick that Hogwarts has hundreds of house elves and they all work in the kitchen. I want to go and see them for myself." Charlie found it interesting. Since he was going to go out at night anyway to earn points from the tyrant, he might as well go with Hermione. "Okay." Charlie turned and walked towards the stairs. "Follow me." The two walked through the foyer, down the stone steps, and into the first-floor corridor. Hermione followed behind Charlie, her eyes scanning the walls on both sides of the corridor, trying to find the entrance to the kitchen. But apart from the stone walls and portraits, it was impossible to tell where the door was. Charlie stopped in front of a huge painting. Within the frame was a large silver platter piled high with various fruits, apples, oranges, grapes, and a particularly large green pear. "Is this the place?" Hermione looked at the painting, unable to find any trace of a door. Charlie didn't say anything but reached out and scratched the green pear in the painting. The pear suddenly wriggled and made a giggling sound. Hermione took a step back in surprise, watching the pear gradually transform into a green doorknob. "Oh, I see," Hermione exclaimed in realization. Charlie grasped the handle, gave it a gentle pull, and the kitchen door opened. A warm, cozy steam wafted over, carrying the aroma of food and the smell of cleaning agents. Hermione took a deep breath and followed Charlie inside. The sight before her made her stop in her tracks. In the huge room, copper pots and pans hung from the high ceiling, and 4 long tables were neatly arranged, their positions perfectly corresponding to the dining tables in the auditorium above. The brick fireplace was ablaze with fire, and several large pots were bubbling and steaming. What shocked Hermione even more were the house elves. Hundreds of elves were busy in the kitchen. They were small, with pointed ears, and wore uniform clothes with Hogwarts crests. Some were washing mountains of dishes, some were wiping the floor, and others were preparing ingredients for tomorrow. As soon as Charlie stepped into the kitchen, the nearest few elves looked up. "Mr. Charlie," a little elf cried out as it rushed over. "It's Mr. Charlie." Another one ran over as well. Instantly, a dozen little elves swarmed in from all directions, eagerly bowing to Charlie. They carried trays laden with tea, juice, and small cakes. "Mr. Charlie, would you like a midnight snack? We have freshly baked pumpkin pies and meat pies. Mr. Charlie, would you like pumpkin juice or apple juice?" The little elves chattered amongst themselves, their eyes shining with admiration. Charlie was quite famous at Hogwarts. Although the elves didn't usually appear in front of the students, they had overheard their discussions. Charlie waved his hand, indicating that the elves didn't need to bother. "I just came to check on things. You all go about your business." The little elves were clearly disappointed, their big ears drooping. Just then, Billy emerged from the depths of the kitchen, dressed differently from the other elves, in a tuxedo like a butler. "Get back to work." Billy clapped his hands, and the other sprites immediately dispersed and returned to their posts. It turned to Charlie and bowed respectfully. "Mr. Charlie, please feel free to call Billy if you need anything." "Understood." Charlie nodded. Billy glanced at Hermione again, then turned and left. The little elves got back to work, moving quickly and cooperating perfectly. "How long do they work in a day?" Hermione suddenly asked. Finish your work, Charlie replied. Do they have rest periods? Are they paid? As far as I know, no. That's utterly corrupt slavery. How can elves as intelligent beings be enslaved? Hermione was very upset about this. Charlie shrugged. Then go tell them to stop serving wizards and see if they agree. Hermione took a deep breath and somewhat resentfully walked towards the nearest house elf. The little elf was wiping a large pot when it heard footsteps. It looked up, its eyes full of confusion. Hello, Hermione tried to keep her tone gentle. I want to ask you, aren't you tired from working so long every day? The little elf paused for a moment, then shook its head. It's far more tiring than serving a little wizard. It's a great honor to serve a little wizard, but you should have your own lives. Hermione crouched down, trying to look it in the eye. Don't you want your salary? Don't you want your vacation? Kobay's eyes widened even more and it took a step back. What is the little wizard saying? Kobay doesn't need a salary, Kobay just wants to serve the little wizards. But little wizard, please stop. Kobay suddenly screamed, covered her ears, and ran away. Charlie was secretly pleased to see this. Not all elves were like Billy, willing to accept payment and provide extra services. Hearing the commotion, the other elves nearby stopped what they were doing and looked at Hermione warily. Hermione stood there, stunned, completely unprepared for this reaction. Undeterred, she approached another little sprite that was chopping vegetables. Listen to me, wizards shouldn't enslave you. Enslavement, the little elf nearly dropped the knife in its hand. The elves are not enslaved, they serve voluntarily. But you don't even get paid. Wages are an insult, the elf's voice shrilly. Is the little wizard here to humiliate the elves? After saying that, it ran away. Hermione stood there, her face filled with frustration. She turned to the third, then the fourth house elf, and received the same reaction each time. Some house elf even saw her approaching from afar and immediately ran away. In the end, Hermione could only walk back to Charlie's side. They all ignore me. Her voice was filled with confusion and frustration. Charlie leaned against the wall, watching her fuss for a while before finally speaking. Everyone realizes their self-worth in a different way. Moreover, they are different races. You're imposing your own ideas on the elves, of course they won't understand. Hermione frowned, but they're being oppressed. What you perceive as oppression, Charlie interrupted her. In their view, serving wizards is where their value lies. Hermione bit her lip, clearly still unable to accept it. But they are so loyal, so devoted, giving everything to the wizard should they be mistreated. Charlie pointed towards the depths of the kitchen. Look for yourself, have these little elves been abused? Hermione looked in the direction he was gesturing. In the kitchen, the little elves were each doing their own thing. Some were washing dishes, working quickly and humming off-key tunes. Others were preparing ingredients, huddled together in small groups, occasionally exchanging a few words in hushed tones. They were busy, but they all had satisfied smiles on their faces. Unlike Shan back then, who was arbitrarily beaten, scolded, and abandoned, Hermione suddenly realized that her earlier questioning of the house gods had actually been more like abusing them. Her face felt a little hot. Dumbledore was aware of the elves' predicament, Charlie said calmly, leaning against the wall. He had tried giving the elves freedom. Hermione immediately looked up, her eyes lighting up. But those little elves who gained their freedom became depressed, Charlie continued. I drown my sorrows in alcohol every day. My entire mental state has collapsed. Hermione was stunned. Later, Dumbledore understood that respecting the elves' choices was the best thing for them. Charlie turned to look at the busy figures in the kitchen. So he had them work at Hogwarts without pay or holidays because they simply didn't need them. Hermione opened her mouth as if to say something, but then swallowed it back. But Dumbledore still provided each elf with what they needed. Not what you think is important, but what they truly need. Hermione lowered her head, her fingers twisting together. You can't impose these things on people just because you think holidays and wages are important. Just like you can't force someone to be a vegetarian because you don't like meat. Don't treat them as objects that need saving, treat them as lives worthy of respect. Hermione looked up, her expression complex, but she seemed to understand somewhat. Charlie turned to face her. If you really want to help them, why not accept their services and then go and fight those wizards who are truly abusing the elves? Hermione's eyes slowly widened. Like Crouch, Charlie added. I see. She looked up, appearing much more relaxed. How do you know all this? Hermione suddenly asked. Did Dumbledore tell you? Charlie shook his head. Billy told me. Billy, that's the little elf in the tuxedo from earlier, Charlie said, pointing towards the depths of the kitchen. I've known it for a long time. For a moment, Hermione felt a little ashamed. She kept clamoring to liberate the elves, but never considered what they truly needed. She simply projected her own ideas onto them. Charlie, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. He said nothing, but he truly respected every life. Basilisk and every life that has ever been struck by Charlie's iron fist. Feed me peanuts. Just then, Hermione's stomach suddenly growled. She paused for a moment, then looked a little embarrassed. While in the auditorium, she was preoccupied with the elves and had no appetite. Now, after all that fuss, her stomach was starting to rumble. "Your big stomach digests pretty quickly," Charlie said, glancing at her sideways. Hermione bit her lip, lowered her head slightly, raised her hand and punched Charlie, a faint pink tinge appearing on her earlobes. "You're the one with a huge appetite." Charlie smiled and beckoned Billy over. "Billy, could you please get her some food?" Billy immediately bowed, turned, and ran deep into the kitchen. In less than a minute, he returned carrying a tray. On the tray were steaming hot meat pies, roasted potatoes, and a glass of pumpkin juice. Hermione took the tray and began to eat in small bites with her head down. "Thank you, Charlie," Hermione whispered. "You're welcome," Charlie replied casually. The storm subsided the next morning, but the auditorium ceiling remained overcast. The students gathered in small groups, whispering as they discussed their various whimsical ideas. "Do you think age-enhancing drugs can fool the referee? Don't be silly. How could a standard set by Dumbledore himself be so easily cracked? Then how about using transfiguration to make yourself look a little older? Don't make your principal deng laugh." Hermione sat next to Charlie, intently spreading jam on the bread. Ron sat down opposite Hermione with his plate, glanced at her plate and smirked. "Oh, you want to eat again?" Hermione didn't even look up, just rolled her eyes. "None of your business." Ron sheepishly shrank back and lowered his head to eat his bacon. He comforted himself, thinking, a good man doesn't argue with a woman. Just then, Justin and Ernie also came over. Their faces were full of curiosity. Clearly, they had a lot of questions on their minds. "Charlie," Justin leaned closer and lowered his voice. "Do you have any way to bypass the age restriction?" Ernie nodded in agreement. "Yeah, you must have a way, right?" The students who had been discussing amongst themselves immediately perked up their ears. Several people pretended to be eating, but their eyes were fixed on this side. Charlie took a bite of the baked potato and chewed it slowly. "A solution?" He raised his eyelids. "That's too much." Justin's eyes lit up and Ernie moved even closer, intimidating the referee. Charlie held up one finger. "If the referee is a person, threaten him to let you pass." Justin's smile froze, threatening the organizers. Charlie held up a second finger. "Tell them that if they don't let you participate, we'll tear down the competition venue." Ernie's lips twitched. To pressure the Ministry of Magic, Charlie raised his third finger. "Go directly to Fudge and have him order the age restriction lifted." The students eavesdropping around were dumbfounded. "Can't we talk about something a normal person would do?" After breakfast, Hufflepuff's first lesson was herbs. The students entered greenhouse number 3 one after another. The hot and humid air was overwhelming, mixed with the smells of soil and various plants. Professor Sprout stood in the center of the greenhouse, a bright smile on his face. Several large flower pots were placed on the table in front of her, and the contents of the flower pots were covered with black cloth. "Today we're going to learn about a very useful plant." Professor Sprout lifted the black cloth. The students collectively gasped. It was a dark mass resembling giant slugs emerging from the soil and wriggling slightly. They were covered with large bulges filled with liquid, bulging and glistening with an oily sheen under the light. "This is Barber tuber." Professor Sprout's voice remained cheerful. "Today we're going to collect its pus." Justin's face instantly turned green. "What? Pus, Justin, pus," Professor Sprout repeated, as if afraid he hadn't heard clearly. Justin shut his mouth. Professor Sprout began distributing tools, dragonskin gloves, small bottles, and some cotton cloth. "Gently squeeze the bulge to let the pus flow into the bottle." She demonstrated by popping a bulge, and a yellowish-green liquid flowed out, emitting a pungent odor. "Remember to wear dragon skin gloves. Undiluted pus will corrode your skin." The students put on gloves and began working with pained expressions. Ernie held a barber tuber in his hand, his fingers trembling. Hannah covered her nose, tears welling up in her eyes. Justin simply closed his eyes and started squeezing around haphazardly. Charlie stared at the barber tuber in front of him, not moving an inch. He wouldn't touch it even if you paid him. He placed his hand in the empty flower pot beside him, which contained a few seeds. Professor Sprout walked over and saw that Charlie didn't move. "Charlie, why aren't you starting yet?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the seeds in the empty flower pot began to sprout. Tender green shoots broke through the soil and grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within seconds, 2 thick vines rose from the ground, their tips forked as if they had grown fingers. Charlie slightly raised his hand, and the vines immediately began to move. They nimbly reach out to the nearby barber tubers, their branches twining around them, precisely finding the bulges and gently squeezing them. Yellowish-green pus flowed into the bottle, perfectly straight. The whole process was clean and efficient. Charlie's fingers didn't even touch those disgusting things. The surrounding students stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the scene. "Genius," Professor Sprout clapped his hands. This is true herbalism. It's not just about understanding plants but also about learning how to utilize them. Hufflepuff gets 10 points for Charlie's performance. The students around Charlie stared at him expectantly. Those two vines were so flexible they seemed to have a brain. Every movement was precise and accurate. No matter how much they watch, it's useless. They simply can't learn it. Transfiguration can conjure vines, but to make it precisely squeeze the bulge, that would be a real test of their skill level. Forget it, I'll just stick to squeezing by hand. Be careful, children, Professor Sprout raised his voice. This pus is the best medicine for treating acne. She patted the small bottle in her hand. Give the pus to Ms. Pomfrey and she will concoct a remedy to remove the acne. The greenhouse fell silent for a second. The next second, the eyes of the girls, led by Hannah, lit up. Can it get rid of acne? Hannah raised her hand and touched her forehead, where a few fresh little pimples were sprouting. Being in her adolescence, she was very concerned about her skin and wished she could use a magic wand to make all her pimples disappear. Now that there's acne-removing lotion, who cares if it's disgusting or not? The girl's eyes immediately blazed with malice. You little rascal, we'll see how you get squeezed to death. The school bell rang and the students packed up and left the greenhouse. Charlie and Hufflepuff students crossed the meadow toward Hagrid's cabin. Their next class was on protecting magical creatures. From afar, you could see Hagrid standing outside the hut with Tooth lying at his feet, its tail slowly sweeping the ground. Hey, good morning. Hagrid raised his hand, grinning. Charlie raised his hand in response. As he got closer, he noticed several large wooden crates next to Hagrid. The crates were wet and had several small holes in them. A clicking sound came from inside, along with occasional faint explosions. What is this? Charlie asked. Hagrid smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you when the Slytherin students arrive. Charlie said no to the mystery he was trying to tell. I walked straight over and opened the lid of the nearest box. Hey, Hagrid tried to stop him but put his hand down halfway through. Never mind, you'll see it soon anyway. Charlie glanced down and remained silent for 2 seconds. The box contained a pile of whitish-gray things, covered in slime resembling shelled lobsters. Each one was about 6 inches long and had many legs. Their tails occasionally burst into sparks, propelling them forward. The box contained over 100 animals crammed together, looking utterly disgusting. This is a bombtail. Hagrid crouched down and reached out to nudge the edge of the box. They just hatched, only a few weeks old. Charlie stared at the disgusting pile of things and fell silent. Today we're going to try feeding them different foods and see which one suits them best, Hagrid said enthusiastically. Disgusting. A voice of disgust came from behind. The Slytherin students have arrived. Draco looked at the Blastil with disdain. I won't touch that kind of stuff. Goyle and Crabbe behind Draco looked on in agreement, but soon enough Draco was still feeding the slick frog liver to the fried-tailed snails, because Charlie and he were in the same group. Under Charlie's kind gaze, Draco very proactively took on all the tasks. I just saw how pitifully hungry these whelks were. Charlie, you can just watch from the sidelines, I'll handle everything. Charlie nodded in satisfaction, a promising student indeed. Draco gritted his teeth and tossed the frog liver into the box. The blasting snails immediately wriggled and crawled over, their tails exploding with sparks, and several of them collided directly. What the hell is this? Draco muttered under his breath, grabbing another piece of frog liver. Where did that big oaf Hagrid find all this disgusting stuff? Goyle and Crabbe, standing nearby, glanced furtively at Charlie, then at Draco, their eyes filled with sympathy. Ah, a Hufflepuff student suddenly cried out, clutching the back of his hand. Hagrid ran over immediately. What's wrong? It blew me away. The student's hand was red and had several small blisters on it. Hagrid took out a bottle of medicine and applied it to the student's hand. Sit there and rest for a while, you'll be fine in a bit. He turned around and spoke loudly to all the students. These little guys' tails are dangerous, stay away. Be careful, some of the bombshell snails have spines. I guess those are the males, so be careful not to get pricked. He then pointed to several bulging, flaky conch shells. The mother has suckers on her belly. Those things are probably used to suck blood. Draco's face turned even greener. He threw the remaining frog liver into the box and vigorously wiped his hands on his trousers. I really don't know what this thing is for. Who would want to keep one? Charlie didn't speak. He squinted, inhaling the rich aroma of fish and shrimp in the air. This thing looks and smells very much like a shrimp. I wonder what it tastes like. He snapped his fingers and a flame shot up from the ground. The flames were small and Hagrid couldn't see them at all because he had shielded them from his view. A vine reached into the box, grabbed a frizzy-tailed snail and threw it into the fire. The flames engulfed the flaming snail. It struggled a few times and then became still. The outer shell gradually turned red and sizzled in the flames. Draco stared wide-eyed as Charlie operated the device. No way, Charlie wouldn't want to eat this stuff, would he? In less than a minute, the fried whelks were cooked. They were bright red on the outside, just like cooked shrimp. Charlie manipulated the vines to lift up the fried whelks. Grilled fried whelks aren't disgusting at all. The aroma of seafood mixed with a hint of charred flavor actually smells quite tempting. Charlie pinched the head of the conch and gently pried it open. The soft shell cracked. It was full of white, steaming meat. Draco's mind flashed back to the slick, swarming, disgusting worms he had just seen, and he couldn't bear to look at the meat in Charlie's hand. As expected of Charlie, he can actually eat that. He's ruthless. At that moment, Charlie handed the snail meat to Draco. "Come on, have a taste." Draco was stunned. "Huh, me? Try it, look at this meat, it looks delicious," Charlie coaxed and lied. "I don't usually give this to just anyone. I'm sharing it with you first because I consider you a good friend. It's delicious, try it." Draco gritted his teeth and reached out to take the piece of meat. It was still hot, almost burning to the touch. He hesitated for a few seconds, then closed his eyes and took a bite. The next second, Draco opened his eyes. "This. How is it?" Charlie asked. "It's quite delicious." Draco took another bite, his eyes widening slightly. "More tender than lobster meat and exceptionally fresh." Charlie nodded in satisfaction, then grabbed a few more whelks and threw them into the fire. Draco finished his piece and licked his fingers. "One more, please." "Okay." Charlie baked one and handed it over, then took one for himself and started eating. The two squatted beside the box, grabbing at them one by one. "Roast it, peel off the shell, and eat the meat." Their movements became more and more skillful and their speed increased. Not long after, the school bell rang. The students put down what they were doing, wiped the sticky residue off their hands, and complained that the job was difficult. Charlie had finished eating after a busy class. Let's go, stop eating." Seeing Draco still rummaging through the shell for meat, Charlie urged him on. Draco, somewhat reluctant to leave, tossed the shell aside. "Who invented this thing? It tastes so good in your mouth." To destroy the evidence, Charlie burned the shell to ashes and then buried it in the ground. After the students left, Hagrid began to clean up the area. He checked each box for the remaining conch shells and counted their quantity. "This box is missing 3. This one is missing 5. Hagrid frowned as he made notes in his notebook. He felt a pang of heartache. After all, the blasting-tailed snail was a hybrid organism he had developed. It seems the survival rate isn't very high. Hagrid muttered to himself as he walked to the next box. He lifted the lid and peeked inside. Then he froze. Hagrid rubbed his eyes and counted again. "How come so much is missing?" Hagrid stared at the box for a long time, then finally shook his head. "Never mind, maybe I remembered it wrong." Charlie and Draco headed towards the auditorium. The 2 morning classes were over and it was lunchtime. All the students were rushing to the auditorium. However, both of them were almost full. Their stomachs were full of fried whelk meat. As they walked into the foyer, they ran into Harry and Ron. Those annoying big glasses. Ron clutched his head, looking pained. "A week's worth of dream diaries. This weekend's going to be filled with them." Hermione suddenly jumped down the stairs next to her, looking somewhat dejected. "It's great that you have so much homework," she sighed. "Professor Victor didn't assign any homework and I don't know what to do." "Ron, Harry, human language. Professor Victor is the professor of arithmetic divination. Hermione dropped divination last semester, so she doesn't attend classes with Harry and Ron." When Draco saw Harry and Ron, a smirk appeared on his face, his irrepressible urge to mock them instantly igniting. "You can't even finish your homework, what's the point of studying?" Draco said, arms crossed, his words drawn out. "Go home, children, go home. Hogwarts is not for you." Ron's face immediately turned red. "Shut up, you horse manure. Do you know how many points I got on my last potions test?" Draco said, chin raised. "Oh, you'll never get an O in potions class in your entire life." Ron clicked his tongue in disdain. "Potions class, did you pass that exam? Wasn't that thanks to your godfather Snape, US **T? You should indeed call me young master," Draco retorted sharply. "After all, the things you use aren't even as good as what my servants use, Weasley." "You?" Ron clenched his fist. "How is it?" Charlie looked at the two of them and spoke calmly. "If you can fight, don't just talk. If you're not happy, go outside and fight." He paused. "Whoever wins decides." Draco and Ron were both stunned. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, then snorted coldly and turned their heads away simultaneously. Ron pulled Harry toward the Great Hall. "Come on, I'm hungry." Draco watched their retreating figures, a wicked smile playing on his lips. He raised his wand, stealthily aiming it at Ron's back. "All's fair in war, Weasley." Charlie raised an eyebrow. "So lacking in martial ethics, who taught you that?" "Lucius didn't teach you anything good either." However, Charlie had no intention of stopping them. "It's not some kind of evil curse. What's the difference between this and playing around? Tarantella dance." A beam of red light shot out, but it went astray, grazing past Ron and striking the armor beside him. The armor immediately began to writhe and kick as if it were tap dancing. Ron and Harry whirled around, Ron instantly pulling out his wand. "You despicable B**************. D. But then a flash of white light struck Draco. Draco's body shrank instantly, transforming into a weasel. Charlie was startled and turned his head sharply to look. Professor Moody limped over, his demonic eyes darting wildly as he stared intently at the weasel on the ground. "Don't you dare sneak up on me, kid." Moody's voice was deep and husky. "This is a trick that Death Eaters love to use." The weasel scurried around on the ground, making squeaking noises. Charlie frowned. "I was a bit careless. I was too relaxed at school and didn't pay any attention to my surroundings. Surrounded by students and professors who would have thought someone would suddenly make a move. But if Moody cast a spell on Draco this time, what about next time? If someone were to attack him, would he be able to react in time?" Charlie's eyes darkened slightly. It seemed he still needed to be more vigilant. Moody turned to look at Harry, his normal eyes fixed on him, and asked somewhat anxiously, "Are you all right?" The demonic eye, however, burrowed back into its socket, still fixed on the white weasel on the ground. "I'm fine." Harry shook his head. "Draco didn't use the spell on me, he used it on Ron." Hearing that Harry was all right, Moody breathed a sigh of relief but didn't even glance at Ron. Ron felt a little uncomfortable. What did differential treatment mean? At such an advanced age, still trying to curry favor with the savior? Bah. Draco, now in his weasel form, seized the opportunity to dart toward the stairs, his 4 short legs moving with incredible speed. "Don't move." Moody turned around abruptly, his demonic eyes instantly locking onto the weasel. Draco froze on the spot, his claws dangling in midair, unable to move forward or backward. Moody limped over and looked down at the weasel on the ground. "I have the utmost contempt for backstabbers." His voice was very deep. "This is a dirty and despicable act." Moody raised his wand and aimed it at Draco. "You need to be taught a lesson." A flash of light appeared at the tip of the wand. Charlie waved his wand and a barrier appeared in front of Draco. An invisible wave struck the barrier, producing a muffled hum before dissipating. Moody's magical eyes suddenly turned to Charlie, his pupils contracting. "Hogwarts never punishes students physically, Professor," Charlie said calmly. Moody sneered and the demon eye rolled around in its socket. "You're a student too. How a professor punishes students is none of your business, unless you want to be punished too." Charlie didn't say anything more and simply waved his wand. A beam of white light shot out and Draco's body began to change. His limbs lengthened, his white hair disappeared, and he quickly returned to human form. Draco lay on the ground, his face deathly pale, panting heavily. "He already knows he was wrong. If you're not satisfied, you can put him in solitary confinement," Charlie said. Moody stared at Charlie, his demonic eye fixed on him, while his other normal eye remained fixed on him. Charlie remained expressionless and met Moody's gaze. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds. Moody suddenly laughed, his scars contorting and looking particularly grotesque. "Tell me your name, student." He emphasized the word student in particular. "Charlie," Charlie said calmly. Moody's magic eye stopped rotating and his normal eyes widened slightly. "So you're Charlie." There was a hint of realization in his voice. He raised the flask, tilted his head back, and took a large gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing. "I'll be keeping an eye on you, Charlie." Moody put down the flask, limped away, and turned to leave. Charlie watched Moody's retreating figure, his gaze darkening slightly. Judging from his appearance, he probably didn't recognize himself as the person from that night. Draco lay on the ground, his eyes red and brimming with tears. He gritted his teeth, staring intently in the direction Moody had left. Charlie raised an eyebrow as he looked at his expression. "No way, young man, you're not going to hit me, are you?" The next second, Draco lowered his head and muttered something under his breath. "When my dad finds out, he won't let you get away with this." Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's still Draco." Ron was trying not to laugh, his shoulders shaking. He felt extremely pleased to see Draco's disheveled state. However, he didn't say anything sarcastic since Draco was already in a bad enough situation. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from the stairs. Professor McGonagall strode down, her long robe billowing behind her. She looked at the mess in the hallway, the armor lying on the ground still twitching, and the students gathered in a circle, each with a different expression. "What happened?" Professor McGonagall stopped in her tracks, her brow furrowed. "Professor Moody just turned Draco into a weasel," Charlie said truthfully. "What?" Professor McGonagall's eyes widened, her voice rising an octave. "He turned his students into weasels." She turned to look at Draco on the ground. Draco was slowly getting up, his face pale and his body still trembling slightly. Professor McGonagall's face instantly darkened. "Where is Professor Moody?" Charlie pointed to the end of the corridor. "They went that way." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath, turned, and walked in that direction. She walked quickly, muttering to herself. That Moody is outrageous. What does he think this place is? The sound grew fainter and fainter, eventually disappearing into the corridor. Charlie watched Professor McGonagall's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. This new professor is so arrogant, we have to find something to mess with him. After Draco was cursed, he didn't say a word. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned and walked towards the Slytherin table. Ron and Harry followed behind Charlie, grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha, did you see that? That weasel running around on the ground. Ron laughed so hard he almost fell over. Those 4 little short legs were moving so fast it was absolutely hilarious. Harry couldn't help but laugh and covered his mouth with his hand. Ron closed his eyes, his face full of longing. Malfoy's face turned into a weasel. Ah, I'll never forget that scene. Hermione picked up the stew from the table and gave some to Charlie. But Professor Moody's behavior is going too far. He could really hurt Draco. She looked at Charlie. Luckily, Charlie stopped him. Ron opened his eyes and glared angrily at Hermione. Why did you have to ruin the happiest minute of my life? Hermione rolled her eyes, ignored him, and began to wolf down the remaining food on her plate. Harry watched her eat and was a little worried that she might choke. Hermione, why are you in such a hurry? Hermione swallowed the food in her mouth, picked up the cup, and gulped down a large mouthful of pumpkin juice. I need to go to the library. I have a ton of things to do. Ron was stunned. But Professor Victor didn't assign any homework, did he? It's not schoolwork. Hermione stuffed another big mouthful of mashed potatoes into her mouth. Forget it, I'm not talking to you guys anymore. I don't have time. Charlie knows what I'm going to do. She turned to look at Charlie and winked. Charlie suddenly realized she's probably planning how to help house elves. Last night, Hermione stopped insisting on freeing the house elves, but she hoped to improve their living conditions. I understand, Charlie nodded. Just say so if you need help. Hermione's eyes lit up. Really? That's great. She quickly finished the last bite of food, grabbed her schoolbag, and ran outside. I'm leaving now. Not long after Hermione left, Fred and George strolled over like street urchins. The two sat on either side of Charlie, George lowering his voice. You can't imagine what Moody talks about in class. Harry and Ron immediately gathered around. What Moody had just done was enough to pique their interest. What are you going to talk about? Charlie asked casually. You can't possibly be talking about Avada Kedavra, can you? Fred's smile froze instantly. George opened his mouth and both of their faces fell. You're so boring, Charlie. Fred sighed. Charlie was stunned. No way, really? Pretty much. George shrugged. It speaks of the 3 unforgivable curses. Fred added, the Imperious Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and Avada Kedavra. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Last year we were still learning how to be funny. This year we're already eating a giant melon with Avada Kedavra. What kind of crash course on magic is this? Ron gasped. Merlin's Long Johns. So we need to apologize for saying Moody was crazy before, George said seriously. He may be crazy, but he teaches the real stuff. Fred nodded. Ron pulled out his timetable, glanced at it, and his face fell. Moody's class isn't until Thursday. Charlie also glanced at his class schedule. Defense Against the Dark Arts class is in the afternoon. When it was time for afternoon classes, Charlie, Justin, and Ernie walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom together. The 3 of them found a seat in the middle of the classroom. Ernie and Justin took this semester's textbook, Black Magic, a guide to self-defense, out of their bags and placed it on the table. The Hufflepuff students were whispering amongst themselves, clearly having heard about Moody's performance in his 6th-year Gryffindor class. I heard he demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses on the spot. They even used spiders for experiments. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps came from outside the door, each step accompanied by the sound of wood striking the ground. Moody limped into the classroom, his demonic eye swirling wildly in its socket, scanning every student. When he stepped onto the podium, claw-like wooden feet were visible beneath his long robe. Moody's magical eyes lingered on Charlie for several seconds. Charlie looked straight at him without flinching. Moody looked away, his normal eyes sweeping over the entire class. Put the book away. His voice was rough and deep. We don't need these textbook-based methods. Ernie and Justin paused for a moment, then stuffed their textbooks back into their bags. Charlie didn't take out the book at all. His hands remained folded on the table. Moody raised the flask and took a swig, his Adam's apple bobbing. He put down the wine jug and the demonic eye rolled around in its socket. I received a letter from Professor Lupin, Moody said. He described your class schedule. Honestly, you guys are much better than I expected. You know enough about many magical creatures. But you haven't learned enough about how to deal with dark magic. The classroom fell silent, with only Moody's voice echoing in the air. Even though you're not even in 6th grade yet, I shouldn't tell you what the dark spell looks like. Moody paused. But Professor Dumbledore greatly admires your courage and ability. Therefore, I think the sooner you find out, the better. Justin and Ernie gasped, dark magic, the three unforgivable curses, here they come. Hannah. Moody suddenly turned his head, his demonic eyes fixed on the corner of the classroom. Put away what's under the table. Hannah was startled, her face instantly turning red. She hurriedly bent down, pulled a crystal ball from under the table, and frantically stuffed it into her bag. Those are props used in divination classes. Clearly, that demonic eye can see through anything. Charlie suddenly felt a chill and instinctively pulled his robe tighter. Holy crap, is that old man wearing X-ray vision? Charlie hadn't realized this problem before, assuming that his eyes could see through invisibility. But now that I see his eyes can see through wood, then naturally they can see through clothes too. Charlie's expression turned somewhat grim. He remembered the few seconds Moody had stared at him and felt dirty. Moody turned back, his magic eye continuing to swirl in its socket, scanning each student. Now let's begin class. Moody picked up a large glass bottle from the podium. It contained several spiders. They struggled against the bottle wall, their slender legs flailing about. Now. Moody held up the bottle, his magic eye fixed on the spider inside. Can anyone tell me what the most evil forms of black magic are? The classroom was silent. Ernie hesitated for a few seconds, then raised his hand. Moody looked over with his normal eyes. Explain. The soul-stealing curse. Ernie's voice was tense. And the Cruciatus curse and the killing curse. Moody nodded, the scars on his face contorting into an eerie arc. Absolutely correct. Hufflepuff gets a perfect score. He unscrewed the bottle cap, reached inside, and pulled out a spider. The spider struggled between his rough fingers, its 8 legs kicking wildly but to no avail. Moody placed the spider on the podium, raised his wand, and chanted a spell in a low voice. Soul leaving the body. The spider's body suddenly stiffened, then began to writhe. It stood up, supporting its body on its 2 hind legs while the remaining 6 legs swung in the air. It looked like they were tap dancing. Their movements were comical and ridiculous, like a marionette. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Moody's magical eyes darted around in their sockets and he asked in a gruff voice, "Is it funny?" The laughter stopped immediately. Imagine if you were the one being controlled. Moody limped to the edge of the podium, looking down at the students. I can make you jump off a building, drown yourself, or slit your own throat with a knife. His voice was low, and every word was icy and chilling. And you can do nothing but watch yourself fall completely into my hands. The atmosphere in the classroom froze instantly. The students who had been laughing just moments before turned pale. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Moody's eyes. What he wanted was to intimidate these kids first. Suddenly, his magic eye noticed a certain direction. Charlie lowered his head, his hands clasped on the table, his head slightly drooping and his breathing even. Tyrant points +1+1+1. Moody's face froze. No, I admit you're very strong, but I'm a professor here intimidating you. Can't you give me some face? It seems Charlie thinks he knows the Imperious Curse very well and doesn't need to pay attention in class anymore. Charlie's eyes snapped open. He looked up and said seriously, "Teacher, you flatter me." His tone was so natural, as if he hadn't been the one who had just been asleep. A few suppressed laughs came from the classroom. Ernie and Justin turned their heads, their shoulders shaking. Moody's rough face twitched. "Do you think I'm praising you?" "Fine, since you know so much about the Imperious Curse, tell me, how do we deal with it?" Charlie sat up straight. He naturally knew the answer to this question. After all, he had drawn the soul-stealing curse from the system before. "First and foremost, the best thing to do is not to get hit," Charlie said. "You can use transfiguration to create obstacles or force plants to grow and block the spell." He paused, then continued. "If you are unfortunately hit, you can defend yourself, but it requires extremely strong willpower." "Very good." Moody looked away, unscrewed the flask, and took a swig. "Your answer is completely correct, but you lost the bonus points because you slept in class." Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. He always felt anxious when he was called on in class, no matter when. After being woken up, he was indeed full of energy and no longer felt sleepy. Moody turned and walked back to the podium, placing the spider back on it. Next is the Cruciatus curse. Extremely painful, the spider's body stiffened instantly, then began to convulse violently. Its 8 legs kicked wildly, its body tumbling on the table, and its silent scream seemed to pierce the air. The laughter in the classroom disappeared, replaced by a stifling silence. Hannah covered her mouth, her face turning pale. Justin turned his head away, unable to bear watching. Even Ernie, who was usually very knowledgeable, was somewhat frightened. When Moody stopped casting the spell, the spider was lying lifeless on the podium, its 8 legs curled up in a ball. Moody stared blankly at the spider, his rough voice echoing in the classroom. "The Cruciatus curse, the ultimate in pain. Torture others with this curse is more convenient than any other instrument of torture." He paused, then turned his magical eyes to the students in the classroom. Mysterio's Death Eaters love this move. The atmosphere in the classroom was so oppressive it was suffocating. Moody reached into the glass bottle and pulled out another spider. The first one was already motionless. The new spider struggled between his fingers, its 6 legs kicking wildly. Moody placed it on the podium and raised his wand. Finally, and most evil is black magic. Avada Kedavra, a blinding green light shot out from the tip of the staff and struck the spider. The spider's body flipped over instantly, its 8 legs pointing upwards, and it remained motionless. There was no struggle, no convulsions, and he just died. Several students desperately suppressed the urge to scream. Moody casually swept the spider's corpse onto the ground as if sweeping away a speck of dust. Now I have some very bad news for you. Moody's gaze swept across the entire class. There is no incantation to break the killing curse, nor is there any way to counter it. Being struck by it means certain death. Only one person escaped this curse, and you all know who it is. Charlie knew, of course. I've heard many stories about Harry Potter, the boy who miraculously survived. Moody continued. However, the killing curse requires immense magical power to be truly lethal. If you used it on me, I'd probably only get a nosebleed. He limped to the edge of the podium. Many people think I shouldn't teach you these things, but I think differently. Only by understanding your opponent's methods can you defend against them. But you must remember, you must never use these spells on innocent people. His voice was very low. Once used, Azkaban's cells will be waiting for you. His demonic eyes began to spin wildly, scanning the expressions of each student as if searching for anyone who showed an inappropriate desire for this power. What are you waiting for? Write it down. The students hurriedly lowered their heads, their quills scratching on the parchment. Ernie was taking notes rapidly while Justin's hands were trembling slightly. Charlie remained motionless, his hands clasped on the table. His Majesty ignores the professor's request. Tyrant Points +5. Moody's magic eye landed on Charlie. Charlie, why didn't you remember? Charlie looked up, his tone calm. You can learn these spells at a glance. There's no need to memorize them. Moody sneered. That's bullshit. No matter how talented you are, you can't learn something just by looking at it once. Furthermore, Hogwarts doesn't teach the 3 unforgivable curses, and Charlie isn't a pure-blood wizard, so where could he learn them? Moody sneered, his demonic eyes fixed on Charlie. Really? Then prove it to me. If you can actually use it, you'll get a free pass on all your defense against the dark arts assignments this semester. Charlie didn't react to this, but Ernie suddenly looked up, his eyes lighting up. He did all those assignments. Ernie looked at Charlie expectantly. Big brother. You have to do it. Charlie glanced at his little brother's excited expression, then reached into his robes and pulled out his wand. Okay. He looked up and asked calmly, for whom? For you? To the spiders, Moody roared. Regardless of whether Charlie could or not, he didn't want to face Charlie's wand. It's not just a nosebleed, as you said. Ignoring Charlie's mutterings, Moody took a spider from the glass bottle, walked over to Charlie and placed it on the table. Charlie raised his wand, the tip pointing at the spider. The soul leaves the body. The spider's body stiffened, then it began to dance. Extremely painful. The spider convulsed violently, its 8 legs kicking wildly. Avada Kedavra. A green light flashed and the spider remained motionless. The entire process takes no more than 3 seconds. The classroom was completely silent. Moody's magic eye stopped moving, and his normal eye stared intently at Charlie. This kid really learned the 3 unforgivable curses in just one glance. What terrifying dark magic talent is this? Charlie put away his wand, his tone remaining calm. Shouldn't Hufflepuff get some extra points? Moody paused for several seconds, then nodded mechanically. Hufflepuff adds 20 points. After class, the students left the classroom in 2s and 3s, still quietly discussing the content of the lesson. Moody remained seated behind the podium, his magic eye occasionally darting around, monitoring each student as they left. He unscrewed the flask, took a swig, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Only after the last student had left the classroom did he stand up and limp to the window. It was completely dark outside, and the castle lights were gradually coming on. Moody stared out the window for a while, and after confirming that there was no movement in the corridor, he turned and walked out of the classroom. He walked slowly, his wooden prosthetic legs making a dull thud on the stone pavement. The demonic eye spun wildly, scanning every corner to ensure no one was following it. When we arrived at the auditorium, dinner had already begun. Moody limped into the auditorium, walked to the faculty section, grabbed a large plate and began filling it with food. He filled a whole plate with roasted chicken legs, potatoes, bread, and sausages. Professor Flitwick asked curiously from the side, Alistair, aren't you eating here? I'm used to eating alone, Moody said without looking up, continuing to pile food onto his plate. Professor Flitwick nodded, not paying any attention. Just then, the auditorium doors were suddenly pushed open. Professor McGonagall stormed in, her robes billowing, her face ashen. She went straight to Moody, her voice shrill. Alistair. Moody paused for a second, then his magic eye turned to Professor McGonagall. You actually taught your students the 3 unforgivable curses, and you even taught them one. Professor McGonagall's voice rose 8 octaves. He's only in 4th grade. 4th grade, the students in the auditorium all looked up. Moody ignored Professor McGonagall's words and limped out of the auditorium. Professor McGonagall stood rooted to the spot, her chest heaving violently. She was clearly furious. She turned around abruptly, her gaze fixed on the center of the faculty seating area. Dumbledore. Dumbledore was focused on cutting his steak when he heard the sound and paused in his movements. He looked up, a gentle smile on his face. Minerva, dinner was pretty good, would you like some? He shouldn't have been allowed to come to class. Professor McGonagall interrupted Dumbledore, striding quickly to the faculty seating area. It's fine to explain it to the students since they'll encounter it sooner or later, but Charlie is only in 4th grade. He shouldn't be learning dark magic so early. If Charlie develops psychological problems because of this, we will regret it for the rest of our lives. Dumbledore put down his knife and fork and sighed. Minerva, trust Charlie, he won't. On this point, I absolutely cannot trust you, Dumbledore. Dumbledore looked at Professor McGonagall's angry expression and gave a wry smile. Help. Moody returned to the defense against the dark arts classroom with the packed food, went into the office inside and closed the door behind him. The office was a mess. The bookshelves were piled high with various dark magic detectors, and the desk was covered with many used potion bottles. Moody sat down at his desk and began to eat heartily. He ate very quickly, barely chewing, as if he were completing a task rather than enjoying the food. A few minutes later, half of the food on the tray was gone. Moody stopped, took the remaining food, and walked to the corner of the office. There was a huge old box there, its surface covered with scratches and dents. The chest had 7 locks, each gleaming with a faint magical light. Moody put down the tray and took a bunch of keys from his robe. He unlocked the locks one by one. The box made a slight clicking sound as the last lock was opened. Moody lifted the lid. The inside of the box was not ordinary. It resembled a bottomless vertical shaft at least 4 or 5 meters deep. The well walls were smooth and emitted a faint ethereal blue fluorescence. At the bottom of the shaft, a person is tied up. That person looked exactly like Moody. The same scar, the same prosthetic leg, even the eye socket of that demonic eye was exactly the same, except it was empty without an eyeball. The person inside the box saw the lid open and struggled desperately. His hands and feet were tightly bound with thick hemp rope, and his mouth seemed to be under a spell, only able to utter muffled whimpers. Those eyes were bloodshot, filled with anger and despair. Moody, standing outside, watched him expressionlessly and dumped the remaining food directly onto the table. Roast beef and mashed potatoes were slammed onto the man in the box, who twisted his body angrily and growled in a low voice. "Don't waste your energy," Moody said coldly from outside. "You should thank me for remembering to feed you." The person inside the box stopped struggling, and the anger in their eyes turned into a deeper hatred. Moody stared at him for a few seconds, then slammed the box lid shut. The latches engaged automatically, and all 7 locks clicked simultaneously. The office fell silent again. Moody, or rather the imposter, picked up the flask on the table and took a large gulp. "This damn compound decoction tastes awful. He is certainly not Moody. That night when he sneaked into Moody's residence, he intended to make the switch quietly. But even though Moody was old, he was as vigilant as ever. The old madman realized what was happening the moment he cast the spell. If he hadn't prepared a stun spell for a sneak attack, and if Moody hadn't removed his mystic eye, he might not have been able to handle this old aura. Even so, Moody's counterattack before being struck by the curse caused quite a stir. The explosion alerted the surrounding muggles, prompting the Ministry of Magic to send Arthur Weasley to the Moody's house to investigate. However, he was prepared. Before the Ministry of Magic arrived, he had already stuffed Moody into the specially made box, then plucked a hair from Moody and put it into a pre-prepared polyjuice potion. The medicine tasted awful, like drinking rotten meat broth, but when he transformed into Moody, it was all worth it. He fooled Weasley, he fooled the Ministry of Magic, and he even fooled Dumbledore. No one doubted him. After all, who would have thought that the real Mad-Eye Moody was already locked in a box in his office? As for why they targeted Moody. Because Moody had already accepted Dumbledore's invitation to become a professor at Hogwarts. By impersonating Moody, he could legitimately enter Hogwarts, carry out his master's plan, and bring Harry Potter to his master. Before that, nothing can happen to Harry Potter. He had intended to see if there were any promising candidates to recruit into the defense against the dark arts class today. If someone showed an unusual interest in black magic, he would be a very good candidate for recruitment. As it turned out, there was indeed one exceptionally gifted individual. Charlie learned the 3 unforgivable curses in a single glance. This terrifying talent for dark magic made him a natural follower of his master. Unfortunately, this kid isn't from a pure-blooded family and he's already on the master's kill list. So no matter how talented Charlie was, it was useless. He was destined to die. The fake Moody shook his head with a hint of regret. The fake Moody's true identity is none other than Barty Crouch Jr., who released the dark mark. Little Barty stuck out his tongue like a lizard, licked his lips, and then quickly retracted it. A few more days passed. These past few days, Professor McGonagall has been looking at him with worry, which has left Charlie feeling helpless. On Thursday at noon, Charlie saw Neville walk into the auditorium looking dejected with some black stuff on his hands. "What's wrong?" Charlie put down his book. Neville looked up, appearing quite miserable. "I melted the crucible. Potions class again." Although Neville is no longer as timid as before, he still finds it difficult to excel in potions class under Snape's pressure. Neville rubbed his fingers vigorously, but the black stains just wouldn't come off. "Professor Snape asked us to brew a shrinking potion, and I don't know where I went wrong, but the bottom of the crucible melted. The potion spilled everywhere and even burned through the table." Ernie leaned closer. "What did Snape say?" "He said he'd never seen such a talentless student in his entire career, that even trolls were better than me." Neville's voice trailed off. "Then I was sentenced to solitary confinement. I'd just come out of solitary confinement when Professor Snape made me dispose of a huge bucket of toad entrails. No magic allowed, only my hands." He stretched out his hands, his fingernails filled with sticky bits of toad flesh. The stench made Ernie take a step back. Charlie drew his wand. A gentle breeze swept over Neville's head and all the stains vanished instantly. Even the black potion stains on his robes were completely removed. Neville looked down at his hands, his eyes lighting up. "This spell works really well, Charlie. Can you teach me?" "Of course, no problem. It's very simple." Charlie told Neville the spell and the precautions, and after a few tries, Neville was able to use it with some difficulty. "While I can't use it as skillfully as Charlie, I can still clean under my nails without any problem." Ron leaned closer and said, "Snape's been unusually irritable this semester," Ron said in a low voice. "It must be because of Professor Moody. Have you noticed? Snape always avoids Moody whenever he runs into him." Cha thought about it. Snape used to be a Death Eater and Moody was in charge of capturing Death Eaters. "Yeah, right," Ron slapped his thigh. "Moody definitely arrested him or almost arrested him. Now they run into each other every day in the castle. How can he not feel guilty?" "Now that you mention it, I'm even more looking forward to the defense against the dark arts class this afternoon." Charlie glanced at him. This guy had been nagging about defense against the dark arts for days. While the group was still playing with Snape's crickets, Cedric walked over and brought Charlie a cake. "Charlie, about the thing you said you'd help me with last time. Ready?" Cedric took a deep breath and nodded. Charlie stood up and waved to Neville and the others. "Bye-bye, talk to you next time." "Bye-bye." There weren't many people in the corridor. Cedric walked quickly with Charlie following behind. "You have to tell me who the other person is, right?" Charlie asked. Cedric paused, his ears turning slightly red. "Follow me." He led Charlie through several corridors up the spiral staircase all the way to the highest spire of Hogwarts. This place is rarely visited. The stairs are so narrow that only one person can pass at a time, but the stone walls are very clean, clearly indicating that house elves clean it regularly. The door to the room at the top of the tower was ajar, and the sound of turning pages could be heard from inside. Cedric stopped outside the door, turned to look at Charlie, and his lips moved. "Is it inside?" Charlie asked in a low voice. Cedric nodded and quietly pushed open the door. The room was small and an old desk stood by the window. An Asian girl was sitting there reading, unaware of the 2 people in the room. She was wearing a Ravenclaw robe, her long black hair tied in a ponytail, but her appearance was definitely not in line with Charlie's aesthetic. Charlie doesn't appreciate most of the Asian features that Europeans find attractive. "Her name is Cho Chang," Cedric whispered to Charlie. "A 5th-year Ravenclaw player and also a seeker for Ravenclaw. I liked her when we were on the court, but I didn't know how to express my feelings, nor did I know what she thought of me. Charlie, what should I do to pursue her?" Charlie gave a wicked smile. "Your idea is clearly that of a beginner." Cedric was taken aback and looked at Charlie with some confusion. "Don't think about how to chase girls," Charlie said in a low voice. "Show your best self and she'll naturally like you." Cedric's eyes lit up and he leaned forward. "How should it be displayed?" "It all comes down to one word," Charlie said mysteriously, holding up a finger. "Sexual tension." "Sexual tension?" Cedric repeated the word, his face full of confusion. He'd never heard of it. Yes, what men need for sexual tension boils down to a few things. First, show her care and make her feel warm and loved at all times. This way she'll remember your kindness. As Charlie spoke, he suddenly reached out and pushed. Cedric was completely unprepared and stumbled a few steps as he was pushed into the room. He turned around in a panic to look at Charlie, who gave him a thumbs up, his face full of confidence. Technique is indeed important, but the most important thing is modeling. Although Cedric's modeling is a little worse than that of the readers, it is still top-notch. You can't possibly lose if you play a straight game, right? Besides, you have your own gentle, warm-up style of play. Inside the room, Qiu Zhang was startled by the footsteps and looked up. Cedric, she closed the book, somewhat surprised. What's wrong? Cedric stood in the doorway at a loss for what to do. Charlie's words echoed in his mind, care for her, give her warmth. He took a deep breath and pulled out his wand. Qiu Zhang looked at his actions, his expression becoming even more confused. Cedric waved his wand, conjuring a thick coat. He walked over to Cho Chang and draped the coat over her shoulders. To give you some warmth. Outside the door, Charlie suddenly turned around. No, buddy. Qiu Zhang looked down at his coat, then looked up at Cedric, his face full of question marks. But, she began hesitantly. It's September now and it's 30 degrees Celsius outside. Despite what Cho said, Cedric still insisted on Charlie's warm-up style of play. But you seem a bit cold-sensitive. I'll heat up some medicine for you later, wear more layers and drink some whiskey to warm yourself up before going out. As he spoke, he tried to pull the thick coat even tighter over Qiu Zhang's shoulders. Charlie, standing outside the door, was dumbfounded. What are you doing, you idiot? Are you trying to kill the conversation? Qiu Zhang's expression had changed from confusion to embarrassment. Really, you don't need to. Make sure you keep warm. Cedric's tone was exceptionally sincere. I read a book that said Asian women generally have a cold constitution and need to drink more hot water and wear more clothes. Charlie couldn't stand it any longer and strode into the room. Stop, stop, stop. He grabbed Cedric's arm. Cedric looked up at Charlie, somewhat bewildered. Isn't this what you taught me? Charlie took a deep breath. Your idea is good, but don't think about it again next time. Looking at Cedric's flushed face and clumsy movements, Q suddenly burst out laughing. The seeker who chases the golden snitch on the field during the day is actually a goofball in private. This contrast amused her. You're really strange. Qiu Zhang smiled and took off the thick coat, handing it back to him. Cedric took the coat, unsure what to say, and could only stand there awkwardly. Seeing that Cho wasn't angry, Charlie immediately went along with it. Actually, Cedric wanted to say that your move to catch the golden snitch on the field last time was amazing. He watched it several times and has been wanting to find an opportunity to exchange flying techniques with you. The two seekers' eyes lit up at the mention of Quidditch. That feint attack by Langsky, Qiu Zhang sat up straight. Yes, Cedric finally regained his form. You're suddenly plummeting from a height of 30 meters and then pulling yourself up at the last second. That angle is incredibly tricky. You were also very strong in your match against Slytherin last year, Cho Chang said. Flint is such a fierce chaser. How did you manage to steal the thief right under his nose? The two got more and more into their conversation, discussing everything from flight techniques to broom maintenance, from game tactics to the characteristics of each team's ball finders. Cedric's admiration was impossible to hide, and Cho Chang's eyes crinkled with laughter. Charlie watched the two chatting animatedly, then quietly pointed to the door, signaling that he would slip away first. Cedric blinked gratefully. Charlie quietly closed the tower door and hummed a little tune as he walked down the spiral staircase. The warm strategy backfired, but the result was still pretty good. However, Charlie stopped in the shadows at the corner of the stairs. Harry was standing there, his face as pale as paper. Harry saw Cho run up to the tower alone at noon. He had come here hoping to create a chance encounter, but instead witnessed his beloved girl chatting happily with someone else. That person was Cedric, the direct cause of ending Gryffindor's Quidditch Cup championship. The root cause is hard to say. Seeing this, Charlie suddenly understood something. He looked at Harry with pity, and a sad song even played in his mind. It's supposed to be a movie with 3 people, but I never get a name. Harry. Charlie walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Harry looked up, his eyes vacant. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Charlie said earnestly. Why be hung up on just one flower? Charlie, do I still have a chance? Harry's voice was a little hoarse. It's a bit of a stretch. Cedric has the advantage of starting first, Charlie sighed. As you can see, they're having a great conversation. Harry was silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Charlie with a resentful expression. Why are you helping Cedric chase girls? Charlie shrugged. He came to me first. And to be honest, I didn't expect it to be Q. He paused. Tell me if you have someone you like next time and I'll help you pursue them. Harry shook his head sadly and turned to walk downstairs. I will never love again, he said as he walked away, his voice echoing in the empty stairwell. I shouldn't be here, I should be at the bottom of the lake. Charlie watched Harry's dejected figure and shook his head helplessly. Some relationships end before they even begin. In the days leading up to Halloween, the castle was filled with discussions about the Triwizard Tournament. Many upperclassmen tried to subtly probe Professor McGonagall, hoping to glean some information from her. In the end, they were all dismissed by Professor McGonagall's stern question. Have you all learned your lessons well? Have you finished your assignments? Those who haven't reached the age requirement are racking their brains to try and pass the rule limiting them to 17. In terms of curriculum, Moody's defense against the dark arts class is becoming increasingly exciting. Moody even wanted the students to experience the feeling of the Imperious Curse, but just as he finished speaking, the classroom door was slammed open. Professor McGonagall stormed in, her face ashen, looking like a cat with its fur standing on end. Alistair, her voice echoed in the classroom. These kids are only in 4th grade. Moody's expression changed and he tried to speak, but Professor McGonagall fired off a barrage of questions. This is not something students should be experiencing at this stage. I really don't know what you're thinking. This is Hogwarts, not an Auror training camp. Moody was speechless after hearing this long string of words. Moody wanted to argue, but Professor McGonagall had already started to usher him out. She escorted all the students out of the classroom, looking exactly like a mother hen protecting her chicks. However, Professor McGonagall showed no mercy during the Transfiguration class the next day. Given that your OWL exams are approaching, she wrote a long list of assignments on the blackboard. I've decided to increase the amount of homework. But Professor, Ernie raised his hand, OWL exams aren't held until 5th grade. Professor McGonagall turned around, her eyes behind her glasses frighteningly serious. That's why you need to prepare in advance. Only Charlie and Hermione in this class can turn a hedgehog into a pincushion intact. She paused, scanning the class. Some people's pincushions can even open their mouths and bite. Ron shrank back. His pincushion had bitten Neville yesterday. Charlie's favorite class was definitely the one about protecting magical creatures. The whelk has grown a whole size larger than when school started, and its shell has hardened a bit. As soon as class started, Charlie and Draco would instinctively pull out the prepared condiments. They tried various flavors of fried whelk, including boiled, braised, and garlic-flavored, and had already eaten almost all of Hage's fried whelks. On October 30th, Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were about to arrive. The atmosphere inside the castle had reached its peak. The corridors were filled with students discussing who would become the champion of Hogwarts. It's definitely Charlie, but he's only 14. So what? Rules are rules, but people are flexible. Maybe the principal will make an exception. Similar conversations took place throughout the castle. Charlie's popularity is undoubtedly the highest. Even the few who question him only cite his age. As for his abilities, no one doubts them. The castle was thoroughly cleaned. Several portraits, long covered in dust, were scrubbed clean by the house elves, making the figures in them jump up and down in anger. It took me 300 years to build up that protective layer. A wizard dressed in Tudor attire roared in the picture frame. Now it's all gone, shut up. The witch in the picture frame next to her rolled her eyes. Not washing his face for 300 years, isn't he ashamed? The armor in the corridor was polished to a gleaming shine, and it no longer creaked when it moved. The auditorium was decorated in the most elaborate style. Huge silk banners hung on the wall, each representing one of Hogwarts' houses. Gryffindor is represented by a red background and a gold lion, Ravenclaw by a blue background and a bronze eagle, Hufflepuff by a yellow background and a black badger, and Slytherin by a green background and a silver boa constrictor. Behind the faculty desk hung the largest banner bearing the Hogwarts emblem, 4 animals surrounding a capital H, symbolizing the unity of the 4 houses. Tusk, this banner must be worth a lot of galleons. Ron craned his neck to look at it. Don't even think about it, Hermione warned. If you dare touch these decorations, Professor McGonagall will turn you into a banner and hang you up there. I was just saying. Ron shrank back. Neville suddenly leaned closer and lowered his voice. Do you think Beauxbatons and Durmstrang's students are very capable? Of course it's amazing, Ron said matter-of-factly. Those who can participate in the Triwizard Tournament are no ordinary people. Won't Charlie be under a lot of pressure? Neville asked Charlie worriedly. Charlie was leaning against the long table, eating a pumpkin pie with great relish. He doesn't seem nervous at all, Ron muttered. That's because he didn't take it seriously at all. Hermione closed her book. Given Charlie's personality, he's probably thinking about what delicious food will be served at dinner right now. Charlie turned around as soon as he finished speaking. Hermione, what did you just say? I was saying you were definitely thinking about the dinner menu. Charlie's eyes lit up. That's right, I heard Beauxbatons is a French school. Do you think they might bring a genuine French chef with them? Hermione sighed at her wits' end. For today's last class, everyone left half an hour early. The students rushed back to their dormitories, hurriedly changing into their neat Hogwarts uniforms. Charlie was impeccably dressed. His black robe accentuated his broad shoulders and straight posture. His features were well-defined, with a hint of nonchalant nonchalance in his eyes, but his gaze was clear and bright. The lobby was already packed with people. The deans stood in front of their respective colleges' lines, their expressions serious. Line up, arrange by height. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out amidst the noise. Slytherins were the fastest, and soon they were lined up neatly, followed closely by Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The chaos among Gryffindor students was comparable to a tornado destroying a parking lot. Miss Petty, Professor McGonagall suddenly raised her voice. Take that ridiculous thing off your head. Parvati reluctantly removed her butterfly headdress, and Lavender patted her on the shoulder sympathetically. The prefects were positioned at the front of the line, with the student council president and professors standing together. Charlie tried to blend into the crowd, but Dumbledore called him to stand next to the professor. Charlie had no choice but to stand there obediently, feeling countless gazes falling on him from behind. How will they get here? Someone in the crowd whispered. It must have flown. Nonsense, do you expect me to walk over here? Maybe it'll come out of the fireplace. No fireplace in the foyer, you idiot. The arguments rose and fell, and Professor McGonagall had to restore order once again. Just then, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked up. A dark shadow appeared in the night sky. At first, its shape was indistinct, only a blurry outline could be seen. The shadowy figure drew closer, and the castle lights illuminated it. It was a huge, light blue carriage about the size of a house. It was pulled by 12 winged horses. As the carriage drew closer, Charlie gained a clear understanding of its size. The 12 horses pulling the chariot were each about the size of an elephant, their wingspans blotting out the sky. The ground trembled the moment the horse's hooves touched the ground. How much oatmeal does this horse eat? Ron muttered under his breath. The car door opened, and a boy in a light blue robe jumped out, deftly pulling out a golden spiral staircase. He secured the spiral staircase to the side of the car door, then respectfully stepped aside. A black high-heeled shoe emerged from the carriage. The foot was as big as a skateboard. Immediately afterwards, a woman stepped out of the carriage. She wore a black satin dress, her jewelry glittering in the night. Her hair was combed back and neatly coiled into a bun at the base of her neck. She was about the same height as Hagrid, and she had a remarkable presence. Dumbledore led the applause. "Welcome, welcome, Ms. Maxim," his voice boomed. Ms. Maxim's voice was deep and resonant with a distinct French accent. "Dumbledore, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Was the journey smooth?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Not bad, just a bit cold." Madame Maxim turned and called out to the carriage. "Get down, everyone, stop dawdling." About 12 or 13 students filed down from the carriage. There were men and women, all dressed in exquisite but thin silk robes, shivering in the late October night wind. Several girls wrapped their heads tightly with scarves, while others rubbed their arms to keep warm. They looked up at Hogwarts Castle, their eyes filled with curiosity and awe. Ms. Maxim looked around. "Dumbledore, has Karkaroff arrived?" "Not yet," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Why don't you come inside the castle and warm up? It's quite cold outside." "Thank you very much." Ms. Maxim nodded, but her gaze remained fixed on the 12 giant horses. But those horses, they need to be properly cared for. "Our professor of the Conservation of Magical Creatures class will be happy to take care of them," Dumbledore said, turning to Hagrid. "Is that right, Hagrid?" Hagrid did not respond. He stood there, his eyes fixed on Ms. Maxim, his mouth slightly agape. "Ms. Maxim noticed his gaze and nodded politely to him. Hagrid's face instantly turned red as a boiled lobster. Charlie couldn't stand it anymore and lightly kicked Hagrid's shin. Hagrid suddenly snapped out of his daze and came to his senses. He hurriedly wiped his hands and stammered. Yes, I'll take good care of these horses. Very good horses, very beautiful, they're very beautiful." Ms. Maxim's expression was somewhat subtle, but she maintained a polite smile. "Thank you for your help." She glanced at Charlie. "This must be Mr. White." "Yes, ma'am," Charlie nodded politely. A hint of wistfulness flashed in Ms. Maxim's eyes. "I've seen your news in the newspaper. What you did at the Quidditch World Cup was truly remarkable. Later, after doing some research, I discovered that you had already achieved remarkable success in transfiguration and potions, which is truly admirable." "You flatter me," Charlie smiled. "Ms. Maxim, it's windy outside. Why don't you and your students come inside the castle to warm up?" "Then I'll have to trouble you." Ms. Maxim turned around and said a few words to the students behind her in French. The students dressed in thin silk robes immediately lined up. Several girls wrapped their headscarves tightly, but their eyes couldn't help but glance in Charlie's direction. Hagrid. Professor McGonagall's stern voice suddenly rang out. Hagrid was still staring at Ms. Maxim's retreating figure. Seeing Professor McGonagall staring at him, he hurriedly looked away, his face turning as red as a tomato. Charlie watched this scene and silently sighed to himself. This year's Hogwarts is really depressing. Not long after, strange noises came from the Black Lake. At first, it was just a low buzzing sound like a giant bee flapping its wings underwater. The sound grew louder and louder and the lake began to churn. "Look over there," someone shouted, pointing to the center of the lake. The calm lake surface suddenly erupted, spray shooting skyward. A huge whirlpool appeared in the center of the lake, the black water swirling and sinking downwards. At the center of the vortex, a dark figure slowly emerged. That was a ship. To be precise, it was an ancient sailing ship that looked like it should have sunk to the bottom of the sea. The hull was covered with moss and seashells, and a tattered black sail hung from the mast. A ferocious sea monster was carved on the prow, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. The boat slowly made its way to the shore, the lake water cascading down its hull. The sound of the anchor chain dropping was particularly jarring in the night air. The gangway was lowered, and a group of people came out of the cabin. "My God, are all the people in Durmstrang raised on animal feed?" Ron gasped. That row of figures was indeed frighteningly strong, each with broad shoulders and a breezy gait. As they drew closer, it became clear that each of them was wearing a heavy black fur cloak. The leader's cloak was silver-white. He strode toward Dumbledore and opened his arms. "Dumbledore," his voice was very melodious. "Old friend, you look great." "I'm fine, thank you, Professor Karkaroff." Dumbledore smiled and shook his hand. Karkaroff was tall and thin, with short white hair combed neatly and a meticulously groomed goatee on his chin. He smiled warmly, but Charlie noticed that there was no hint of a smile in his gray eyes. "He's a wolf in sheep's clothing." "Hogwarts is still the same as always." Karkaroff looked around. "It's so nice to be here." Charlie glanced at Durmstrang's students. Most of them were burly and had stern expressions. They surveyed Hogwarts Castle with scrutinizing eyes. "Harry," Ron suddenly patted Harry's arm excitedly. "Look at that one behind you." Harry followed his gaze. At the very back of Durmstrang's group walked a young man with a hooked nose and thick eyebrows. "It's Krum." Upon entering the Great Hall, the Beauxbaton students chose to sit at the Ravenclaw table. Durmstrang's students, on the other hand, chose the Slytherin table. Ron was somewhat disappointed that his idol hadn't chosen the Gryffindor long table, but he was still very excited. "Unbelievable, Victor Krum actually came to Hogwarts. I really want to get his autograph." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Don't make a fuss, he's just a Quidditch player." "What do you mean, just a Quidditch player?" Ron's eyes widened. "He's one of the best seekers in the world and so young. You watched this year's World Cup, right? He's the one who stole the golden snitch. If his teammates hadn't been so incompetent, the championship would definitely have been his." "That's ridiculous." Hermione pointed in Charlie's direction. "You mean you spend every day with the world's youngest potions master, transfiguration master, and the man who thwarted the Dark Lord's plots multiple times, yet you idolize a Quidditch seeker?" Ron froze, his expression as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. He subconsciously looked around, hoping to find someone as excited as he was, but Neville was nodding vigorously. "Hermione is right." Harry nodded in agreement, his expression somewhat complicated. "Really?" Ron scratched his head. "So was I overreacting?" After the students from Beauxbaton sat down, they looked around the auditorium. The girls in silk robes didn't look too happy. 3 of them still had their heads wrapped in scarves, and they seemed dissatisfied with their surroundings. Durmstrang's students, however, were in high spirits. They took off their heavy cloaks and looked up at the star-studded ceiling. The Slytherin students simply nodded politely to them, then sat quietly and said nothing more. This puzzled Krum, who was popular everywhere he went. Didn't Hogwarts play Quidditch? Once everyone was seated, Dumbledore stood up. Charlie noticed 2 empty chairs in the faculty section, but Karkaroff and Maxim were already seated. Was anyone else missing? "Welcome to Hogwarts, everyone." Dumbledore's voice echoed through the Great Hall. "I hope you feel comfortable and at ease here, just like at home." A girl from Beauxbaton's wearing a headscarf let out a disdainful sneer. Hermione, who was standing not far from her, frowned and her eyes turned unfriendly. "How rude, nobody forced her to stay." "Ignore them," Harry whispered. Dumbledore continued. "Now let's begin the dinner." He had barely finished speaking when he sat down, and a variety of foods immediately appeared on the golden plate. Karkaroff immediately moved closer to Dumbledore and began to talk to him with a beaming smile. Charlie was pleasantly surprised to find that there were many French and German dishes he had never seen before on the table. Roasted foie gras with fig sauce, onion soup topped with a thick layer of golden brown cheese, seafood soup with various fish, and German sausage and sauerkraut. Whether it tastes good or not is another matter, but for someone who loves to eat, being able to try new foods is a pleasant surprise. Just as Charlie was engrossed in eating, a voice rang out. "Hello, do you still want this mixed fish soup?" The one speaking was the girl who had sneered when Dumbledore was speaking. She took off her scarf, revealing long, cascading silver hair, large, bright blue eyes, perfectly white teeth, and skin as white as snow. Many boys around her stopped eating and stared at her blankly after seeing her. Even those at the Gryffindor table next to him were no exception. Ron's face turned bright red. Charlie glanced at her, then at the bowl of soup. He had just tasted the soup, it was very delicious, and he was a little reluctant to part with it. However, since the other party is a guest and Hogwarts is the host, this level of courtesy is still necessary. He pushed the plate over. "Take it." The girl smiled sweetly at Charlie, her voice soft. "Thank you, Charlie, my name is Fleur." She turned and left, plate in hand, her long silver hair shimmering in the light. Charlie wasn't surprised that the other person knew his name. Maxim had called him that when they were outside. But at the Gryffindor table, Hermione was so angry she almost bent her spoon in her hand. She was already quite displeased with Furlong's earlier sneer, and now she was even angrier. She kept wearing a scarf to appear mysterious, but insisted on taking it off in front of Charlie. "Don't you have that old-fashioned fish soup on your table?" Ron stared blankly at Fleur as she walked back to her seat, and Ron's gaze followed her. Hermione was furious when she saw this and stomped on Ron's foot. "Ah!" Ron screamed and bent down, clutching his foot. Hermione withdrew her foot and stared at him coldly. After recovering, Ron realized he had just embarrassed himself and quickly lowered his voice. "She's definitely a Vila, I just got infected." "Is that so?" Hermione sneered. "Then why is Harry okay, and Neville okay too?" Wasn't Harry staring at her too? Hermione looked at Harry in disbelief, only to find that Harry was indeed staring in that direction. Hermione shook her head in disappointment and sighed. Sigh men. Little did she know, Harry wasn't looking at Fleur at all, but at Cho Chang standing next to her. The dinner continued. Charlie noticed two people walking into the Great Hall, Crouch from the Ministry of Magic and Ludo Bagman. The two sat down at the faculty seating area, filling the empty seats. The students gradually ate their fill and the food on their plates began to decrease. Dumbledore stood up again. The noise in the auditorium immediately stopped and everyone looked up. The moment has finally come. Dumbledore's voice echoed through the Great Hall. The three-way battle for supremacy is about to begin. The students erupted in excited chatter. Dumbledore raised his hand to signal for quiet. "Before I explain the rules, please allow me to introduce our two distinguished guests." He gestured towards the faculty section. Mr. Barty Crouch, Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Crouch stood up, nodded expressionlessly, and quickly sat down. The applause was sparse. And Mr. Ludo Bagman, Director of the Department of Magical Sports. Bagman jumped up and waved his arms at the students. This time the applause was much louder, especially from the Gryffindor long table, since Bagman seemed much more approachable. "Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch, along with the headmasters of the three schools, will form the jury," said Dumbledore. "They will evaluate and score the Warriors' performance." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the entire auditorium. "Mr. Filch, please bring up the Goblet of Fire." Filch carefully entered through the side door of the auditorium, carrying a wooden box studded with jewels. Dumbledore took a rough wooden goblet from the box. The cup itself was unremarkable, with some wear and tear on the rim. But when Dumbledore raised it, a blue-white flame suddenly shot up from the cup, standing out starkly in the dimly lit Great Hall. "This is the Goblet of Fire," said Dumbledore. "Any student who wants to participate in the Triwizard Tournament must write their name on a piece of parchment and drop it into this cup." He placed the Goblet of Fire on the pedestal in the center of the hall. The blue-white flames danced, reflecting light onto the surrounding floor. "The Triwizard Tournament consists of 3 events." Dumbledore's voice became serious. "These 3 projects will be conducted throughout the school year, testing the warriors' abilities from different angles: magical talent, courage, reasoning skills, and adaptability in the face of danger." The auditorium was silent. Everyone held their breath and listened. Each participant has 24 hours to register. Tomorrow night at the Halloween dinner, the Goblet of Fire will select the warrior it deems the best representative of the 3 schools. Dumbledore paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over each student present. "To prevent underage wizards from being tempted, I will draw an age line around the Goblet of Fire. Anyone under the age of 17 must not cross this line." Fred and George exchanged a glance, then raised their hands to ask a question. "If we can fool the age limit, can we also participate?" If someone can bypass the age limit and the Goblet of Fire deems them a true warrior, then of course they can participate. Hearing this, Charlie was completely relieved. Everything was fine. I know some of you will try to cheat the age line, Dumbledore said, his tone laced with warning. But I must remind everyone here. The Triwizard Tournament is no joke. Warriors have perished in its history. These challenges are designed to test your limits and may even exceed your capabilities. The atmosphere in the auditorium became heavy. Once your name is chosen from the Goblet of Fire, you've entered into a magical contract with it that you must abide by. No one can go back on their word. Once you become a warrior, you must see the competition through to the end. So, before casting your name into the Goblet of Fire, please make sure you are fully prepared. Dumbledore surveyed the entire Great Hall to make sure everyone had heard him. It's getting late now. His tone softened again. I suggest everyone go back and get some rest. Good night, everyone. After the banquet ended, the students rose and left the auditorium. Fred and George squeezed through the crowd and quickly walked to Charlie's side. Charlie, we have something good. Fred mysteriously pulled a small bottle from his pocket filled with an orange liquid. An aging agent, George said in a low voice. Just one drop can make us look a year older. Do you need some? We can give you a few drops. Fred shook the bottle. Charlie glanced at the bottle and shook his head. Need not. He has a better way. Are you sure? George asked, somewhat surprised. Don't tell me you don't want to participate. I have my own way. At that moment, Hermione walked over, arms crossed, and looked at the twins. Even if you sign up, it'll be difficult for you to become warriors. The air fell silent for a second. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. George's face flushed red and he retorted stubbornly, just you wait, we have every reason to win. Fred retorted, not to be outdone. What reason? Hermione raised an eyebrow. 1,000 galleons. The twins exclaimed in unison. That was the seed money for Weasley's wizarding tricks. George clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming. We've already planned it out. Once we win the prize money, we'll rent a shop in Diagon Alley. Just you wait and see, we'll become the best magical pranksters. Fred added, good luck to you guys. Hermione, seeing their enthusiasm running high, couldn't bear to dampen their spirits any further. Harry listened silently, an image involuntarily flashing through his mind. Him standing in the center of the Great Hall, holding the Triwizard Trophy with everyone cheering for him. How glorious would that be? What would Q think of him? But he suppressed the thought after it only briefly crossed his mind. He knew his own limitations very well. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance of the auditorium. Charlie turned his head and saw Karkaroff standing in the doorway, looking very unhappy. His gaze was fixed on Moody beside him, a hint of resentment flashing in his eyes, but more so fear. Moody stood there, his demon eyes fixed on Karkaroff, his expression as cold as ice. What do you want to do? Karkaroff's voice was tense and low. The students around stopped in their tracks, not because they wanted to see something interesting, but mainly because Karkaroff had blocked the door. The Durmstrang students also noticed that something was wrong with their principal and stopped to look at him. Moody spoke in a somber tone. Don't block the way, you're blocking the door. Karkaroff's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't speak again. He turned and walked away quickly, with Durmstrang's students following closely behind. But Moody didn't move. He stood still, the demonic eye still following Karkaroff's retreating figure. His expression was full of disgust, as if he were looking at something filthy. Charlie watched this scene and muttered to himself, these two have a grudge. Harry noticed it too, and he frowned. Professor Moody seems to dislike him, more than just dislike. Hermione lowered her voice. Look at the way Professor Moody is looking at you. He looks like he wants to nail him to the wall. Ron nodded in agreement. Kakalev also seems afraid of him. Ernie leaned over and whispered, how could I not be afraid? My aunt's child's godfather's neighbor's dog's new owner told me that Karkaroff used to be a Death Eater. Death Eaters? Ron's eyes widened. SHH, Ernie glanced around and continued to lower his voice. After the mystic's downfall, he claimed he was under the influence of the Imperious Curse, which is why he escaped. But Professor Moody was an Auror back then, specializing in capturing Death Eaters. Charlie stared thoughtfully in the direction Karkaroff had disappeared. No wonder that guy acted like a mouse before a cat when he saw Moody. The next day was Saturday. The auditorium is usually empty on Saturday mornings, as most students sleep in until late morning in their dormitories. But today was different. The auditorium was packed with people. The crowd gathered in the center of the auditorium, where the Goblet of Fire stood, its blue and white flames flickering. A circle with a radius of more than 3 meters surrounds the cup in the middle. That is the age line drawn by Dumbledore. Charlie walked towards the crowd, where Harry and his 2 friends were also present. Has anyone signed up yet? Hermione turned around when she heard Charlie's voice and said happily, You've arrived, Charlie. People have already registered at Durmstrang, but no one has submitted their names at Hogwarts yet. Just then, a rustling sound came from the entrance of the auditorium. Fleur walked in with a group of Beauxbatons students. They wore light blue silk robes, the hems of which swayed gently as they walked. Each of them stood upright with their chins slightly raised. My God, are they here to compete or to walk the runway? Hermione frowned. Ever since the Beauxbaton students started showing their disdain for Hogwarts last night, Hermione had been quite annoyed with them, especially Fleur, the leader of the group. Ron stared at Fleur, his eyes practically glued to her. Hibiscus walked to the age line and pulled a neatly folded piece of parchment from her pocket. She gracefully stepped across the golden line, and the flame of the goblet of fire flickered as she approached. She tossed the parchment into the goblet and the flames instantly leaped up, engulfing the paper. A murmur arose from the surrounding crowd. Someone from Beauxbatons has successfully registered. What about our schools? I've been here all morning and I haven't seen anyone sign up. Could it be that someone secretly signed up at night and didn't want anyone to know? Furong turned around and walked back, her smug gaze sweeping over the crowd. She saw Ron staring at her blankly, a smile playing on her lips, and gently covered her mouth with her hand. Ron's face instantly turned bright red. He tugged at Harry's sleeve and whispered excitedly, "She's smiling at me. Did you see that? She's definitely interested in me." Hermione rolled her eyes and turned away. This girl was beyond saving. Other Beauxbaton students followed suit, throwing their names into the goblet of fire. The students who come to Hogwarts are all selected, so there is no issue of them being underage. Charlie also felt it was time to sign up. Hermione, do you have paper and a pen? He really didn't have any. Hermione frowned, somewhat puzzled. I know you don't pay attention in class, but isn't it a bit much for students to not have paper and pens at school? Hermione pulled a piece of parchment and a quill from her bag and handed them to Charlie with a disgruntled expression. For you write it for me. I'm too lazy to do it. Your Majesty's actions sometimes seem truly outrageous to this servant. Tyrant Points +5. Hermione had no choice but to sit down obediently and help Charlie write his name. Just then, Fred and George ran over, followed by their roommate Jordan Lee, all three of them wearing smug smiles. It's done. Fred rushed up to Harry, holding up the small bottle in his hand. We drank anti-aging drugs. 1 drop per person, George added. We are now all 17 years old. The surrounding students all stopped and stared at the three of them. Fred took a deep breath and took the first step. He had just stepped into the age limit. Bang! An invisible force propelled him away, causing him to somersault in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. George and Lee fared no better. They were both thrown into the air almost simultaneously and rolled several times on the ground. A burst of laughter erupted in the auditorium. Ouch! Fred got up from the ground, rubbing his bottom. Then he saw George's face and froze. George had grown a large snow-white beard that reached all the way down to his chest. Lee Jordan was the same, his beard was even curled. You guys. Fred pointed at the two of them, but before he could finish speaking, he felt a tickle on his chin. He reached out and touched it. It was a long beard. Ha 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 ha. The students around him burst into laughter. Fred and George exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. Charlie immediately realized what was happening when he saw this. It's estimated that many conventional methods were restricted by the organizers. Not only Dumbledore, but the Ministry of Magic must have also considered many countermeasures. The aging potion won't work, and the summoning charm probably won't summon the goblet of fire either. As for hooking the goblet out, forget about it, but there is one way they will absolutely not restrict: phantom transition. Hogwarts is inherently anti-apparition, and students generally don't know this spell. The Ministry of Magic would never even consider imposing restrictions on this, and Dumbledore would certainly not offer any advice. Charlie happens to have the apparition's access privileges at Hogwarts. He took the note Hermione handed him and glanced at the neat handwriting on it. Charlie White, Hogwarts. The next second, Charlie disappeared from the spot. The students in the auditorium were stunned for a moment, then burst into gasps of surprise. Charlie was already standing in the circle, just 1 step away from the goblet of fire. He threw the note into the cup, and blue-white flames instantly leaped up, engulfing the parchment. Charlie did it. Hogwarts has also received applications. Why did Charlie suddenly come in? The Hogwarts students cheered excitedly. When facing Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, the distinction between the 4 houses became irrelevant. Slytherins and Gryffindors are exceptions. They all wish the other would eat shit. Overall, however, Hogwarts students still hope that the Triwizard Cup can remain at Hogwarts. Charlie's successful enrollment naturally excited the students of Hogwarts. Hibiscus stared intently at Charlie. She recognized the spell, apparition. Forget about whether it's usable at Hogwarts, she doesn't even know how to apparate yet. If no one interferes, he will most likely be my opponent in the championship. He's an absolutely formidable opponent. However, isn't it simple to intervene in this matter? Furong smiled. After all, her principal was the referee. After Charlie successfully registered, he instantly crossed the age limit again. The surrounding students were still discussing it, many staring at the goblet of fire with eager anticipation in their eyes. Going to Hagrid's. Charlie turned to look at Harry and the others. Hagrid's slugs are almost all gone. Charles should try to persuade Hagrid to breed another batch of Blastales. They're really delicious. Harry nodded immediately. Great, I haven't seen Hagrid in ages. Ron and Hermione also planned to follow. Although Hermione had been busy lately, she felt it was necessary to talk to Hagrid. She wanted to know what Hagrid, someone with mixed blood from other races, thought of house elves. Fred and George ran to find Ms. Pomfrey, whose beards were dragging on the floor if they weren't tidied up soon. Charlie, Harry, and the other two arrived outside Hagrid's hut. Harry raised his hand and knocked on the door. He heard hurried footsteps inside, followed by the sound of something falling over. Wait. I'll be right there, Hagrid's voice came from inside, tinged with nervousness. The door opened. Charlie felt a strange sensation in his eyes. Hagrid wore a wrinkled, fuzzy brown suit and a red tie with large orange floral patterns that shimmered in the sunlight. This combination is truly an eyesore, but what's even more outrageous is his hair. Her previously messy long hair was now neatly combed, coated with hairspray and glossy, sticking to her head. His hairstyle is exactly the same as Draco's, except Hagrid's head is several times larger. Charlie. You've come at the perfect time. Hagrid rubbed his hands together excitedly, his beard twitching. Look at me, how do I look? Hermione's expression stiffened. Her gaze swept over Hagrid, but she couldn't find a starting point for her comments and she couldn't bear to hurt Hagrid's feelings. Very, very special, Hermione managed to squeeze out the words. Right, Hagrid grinned. This is the suit I wore to James's wedding back then. Oh, sorry, Harry, I mean the one I wore to the wedding. It was the most fashionable style at the time. Harry waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned that Hagrid had mentioned his parents. Come in and have a seat. Hagrid stepped aside to let him in, his movements stiff, clearly not used to wearing a suit. Inside the cabin, everything was the same as before. Tooth was lying by the fireplace, and when it saw Harry and the others come in, it lazily wagged its tail. What are you going to do? Charlie asked directly. Hagrid's face flushed instantly and he waved his hand awkwardly. And nothing, just dressed casually. Just something to wear. Ron couldn't help but ask, Hagrid, you've styled your hair like that and you're wearing a tie. This isn't something you can just throw on. I bet Percy didn't even dress this formally for a summer date. Hagrid's face turned even redder. He scratched the back of his head, but the hairspray was too strong and he couldn't even insert his fingers. Charlie guessed that Hagrid's outfit was probably because he was planning a date with Ms. Maxim, the head mistress of Beauxbatons. Charlie felt the chances were slim. Beauxbatons and his gang were all incredibly arrogant, and Ms. Maxim was especially haughty. A cold and beautiful female principal falls in love with me, the one who keeps animals at school. What a terrible script. However, Charlie didn't discourage him and wished Hagrid good luck. By the way, Hagrid, how many Blastals are left? Charlie hadn't forgotten why he came here and took the initiative to ask. Hagrid's expression immediately fell and he sighed. There are only about 10 left. I don't know when this started, but they seem to attack each other, and after killing one, they eat the corpse. I don't know what to do. The good news is that they grow very fast. They're already 3 feet long, about 1 meter. Charlie has a lot to say about this. He and Draco ate one in the last class, and that filled their stomachs. What will we do in class if we don't have the fried snails? Charlie asked with a serious expression. Harry, and the others all turned to look at Charlie, their eyes filled with shock. That thing is so disgusting. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't need it in class? You like scallops too? Hagrid exclaimed as if he had found a kindred spirit. That's great. I thought nobody liked them. Of course I like it, Charlie nodded. Hagrid, you should get another batch of bombtails. We need to learn how to deal with these creatures. His Majesty plays tricks on the chief steward of the Imperial Stables, Tyrant Points +5. Hagrid nodded vigorously, his beard trembling. That's right, that's exactly the point. Dealing with dangerous creatures is part of the magical creatures protection course. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances, utterly baffled by Charlie's actions. Hagrid was clearly pleased to have someone supporting him. I'll go find a way to get another batch right away. This time I'll study them carefully to see if I can control their tendency to attack each other. Just then, the water in the kettle boiled, making a gurgling sound. Hagrid rummaged through the cupboard and pulled out a few teacups, pouring one for everyone. By the way, have you seen anyone sign up for the final 3? Hagrid sat down, the chair creaking under his weight. Ron took the teacup. Besides Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, we only saw Charlie successfully register. Charlie signed up, Hagrid exclaimed in surprise. But you're only 14. Didn't Dumbledore say that only those 17 and older could participate? Charlie shook his head. You don't understand, do you? I'm 14 in real age, 15 in the traditional Huxia age reckoning, 16 by the old age reckoning, and 17 by the new age reckoning. Hearing Charlie's bewildering theory, Hagrid nodded, somewhat bewildered. Is that how it's calculated? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have made it past Dumbledore's age limit, right? Hermione couldn't help but chuckle. Charlie was fooling someone again. Hagrid quickly stopped dwelling on the matter and said mysteriously, "Just you wait, there will be many things you've never seen before. The first project is..." Hagrid stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, realizing he had almost let something slip. "What's the first project?" Harry asked immediately. Hagrid shook his head and kept his mouth tightly shut. "Hagrid, just say something," Ron chimed in. "Charlie is going to participate, and knowing this beforehand will make it easier for him to win." Hagrid remained silent, but instead picked up his teacup and took a large gulp. Hagrid, who had always been tricked into revealing information, had learned to be smarter. As long as he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be tricked into saying anything. Harry tried several more times, but Hagrid wouldn't speak, so he finally had to give up. The group stayed in Hagrid's cabin until 3 or 4 in the afternoon when a light rain began to fall. Charlie sat by the fire, watching the raindrops hit the glass outside the window. The room was warm and cozy. "Hagrid, do you think house elves are happy?" Hermione suddenly asked. Hagrid paused for a moment. "House elves? They're doing great. The house elves at Hogwarts are all very happy. And if one day the house elves were freed, would they be happier?" Hermione knew Hagrid wasn't very bright, so she tried to keep it simple and easy to understand. Hagrid said seriously, "Hermione, it's in the nature of house elves to care for humans. They enjoy it. Giving them freedom will only make them sad. Of course, there are exceptions in every species. Some sprites might be willing to gain freedom, but the vast majority of sprites would never fight for it." Hermione nodded thoughtfully and said nothing more. Charlie glanced at Hermione. Her attitude towards the house elves was no longer as aggressive as it had been at the beginning. As dusk fell, the lights in the auditorium came on. Charlie stood up and dusted himself off. "It's time to go back. The dinner is about to begin." Hagrid stood up as well, the chair creaking as if relieved. "I'll go with you." He walked to the cabinet and pulled out a small bottle. "Wait a minute, I need to put on some perfume." Hagrid unscrewed the cap and sprayed himself vigorously. The rich fragrance instantly filled the entire small room, as if the whole perfume shop had been brought inside. Charlie's nose was almost numb from the fumes, so he quickly pulled out his wand and cast a bubbling spell on himself. The transparent bubbles covered his head, finally blocking out the deadly smell. Harry and his 2 companions coughed from the choking, and Charlie casually put a bubble charm on them. Hagrid froze, watching their reactions. "You don't like it?" Charlie shook his head and said. "Hagrid, you've sprayed too much. But it smells fine to me." Hagrid lowered his head and sniffed his sleeve. "You've been dealing with magical creatures all your life. You're immune to strong smells," Charlie explained. "But for others, the smell is too strong. It could knock them unconscious." "Oh, sorry, I'll wash it off." Hagrid's face flushed slightly as he stepped out of the hut and washed off his perfume in a bucket. 10 minutes later, Hagrid reappeared at the door. Although there was still a lingering smell, at least it wasn't suffocating anymore. "Let's go," Hagrid said, etc. Charlie suddenly stopped Hagrid. Although he thought it was probably a waste of time, he still drew his wand. "Stand still and don't move." With a gentle wave of his wand, Hagrid's suit instantly became perfectly tailored, the brown fabric gleaming with a soft sheen. The tie automatically tied a Windsor knot, and the orange pattern became much more understated. Next came the hair. The hairspray stuck to the scalp was removed, and the long hair, which had been naturally combed down, was then magically styled into a neat low ponytail. Finally, there's the beard. His messy beard was neatly trimmed with a clear outline. Hagrid's entire demeanor changed instantly. "Oh my God." Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Ron's eyes widened too. "Hagrid, you look like a gentleman." Hagrid ran to the mirror, looked at himself, and felt invigorated. "Charlie, thank you, you're welcome." Charlie put away his wand, deciding to consider it payment for the bombtail. "Let's go, don't be late." Stepping out of the hut, the rain had stopped, and the air still carried the damp scent of earth. A series of light footsteps approached from afar, and Ms. Maxim emerged from the carriage with Beauxbaton's students, clearly also on their way to a banquet. Hagrid suddenly stopped in his tracks. He straightened his tie, touched his hair, took a deep breath, and strode forward. "Good evening, Ms. Maxim." Hagrid's voice sounded a little nervous. "Ms. Maxim turned her head, her gray-blue eyes sweeping over Hagrid, and she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Mr. Hagrid, you look very handsome today." Hagrid's face flushed instantly, even his ears turned bright red. He opened his mouth, but after a long pause he managed to stammer out "Th." "Thank you." Charlie stood not far away, watching Hagrid's helpless expression, and shook his head helplessly. Poor Tom, he was completely manipulated. "Let's go together," said Ms. Maxim. Hagrid nodded repeatedly and quickly followed in her footsteps. The students from Beauxbatons were jogging after them. The two men's legs were so long that ordinary people couldn't keep up with them at all. The two half-giants walked side by side toward the castle, and they actually looked quite well matched. "My God," Hermione whispered, her eyes lighting up like a badger in a melon patch. "Hagrid is after Ms. Maxim." Ron looked as if he had seen something unbelievable. "Hagrid actually likes her. Do you think if they actually had a child, would it be about our age at birth?" Charlie ignored Ron's bizarre question. Back at the castle, I pushed open the door to the hall, which was already full of people. Durmstrang students had already taken their seats, occupying one side of the Slytherin table. The Goblet of Fire was moved to the chair in front of Dumbledore's seat, its blue-white flames standing out starkly in the dim light. Fred and George waved to Charlie. The beards on their chins had completely disappeared, and they seemed to have accepted reality. The 1,000 galleons were out of their reach. Charlie went to sit down at the Hufflepuff table, while Harry and the others returned to the Gryffindor table. The atmosphere in the auditorium was somewhat tense. Although the students were eating, their attention was clearly not on the food. Everyone was speculating about who would become the warrior, and hushed whispers rose and fell. The dinner was as lavish as ever, but most people were distracted, except for Charlie, who ate heartily as usual. Charlie glanced at the head table. Karkaroff's fingers tapped lightly on the table, and Madame Maxim sat upright in her chair, but her eyes remained fixed on the Goblet of Fire. Both principals looked somewhat nervous. Ludabagman, on the other hand, was all smiles and kept talking to the people around him. Mr. Crouch leaned back in his chair, his eyelids drooping, and he looked exhausted. Finally, the dinner ended, and the plates on the long table were spotless, with all the food scraps gone. Dumbledore stood up, and the great hall fell silent instantly. "The Goblet of Fire will soon select the true champion," Dumbledore's voice echoed through the great hall. "Once the warriors' names are confirmed, please have them go into the next room." He pointed to a door behind him. "Their staff will greet you and tell you what to do next." Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it gently. The lights in the auditorium went out instantly, leaving only the flickering candlelight in the pumpkin lanterns by the wall. In the darkness, the Goblet of Fire shone exceptionally brightly. The blue-white flames suddenly flickered and crackled. Everyone held their breath. Suddenly the flames turned red and sparks flew everywhere. A piece of charred parchment flew out of the cup. Dumbledore reached out and caught the parchment. Sparks danced on his fingertips. "The warriors of Durmstrang are..." He paused. "Victorcrum!" Applause erupted in the auditorium. Ron slammed his fist on the Gryffindor table the loudest, his face flushed red with excitement. Students from other colleges were also applauding. After all, they were the hosts and should maintain the proper decorum. Karkaroff excitedly waved his fist, his beard trembling. "Well done, Victor, I knew you could do it." Krum stood up, expressionless, and walked across the Slytherin table toward the door. His companions were applauding him, but Krum didn't even turn his head. The door closed behind him. The applause in the auditorium gradually subsided, and everyone's attention refocused on the Goblet of Fire. The flames began to flicker again, and in less than 10 seconds they turned red once more. The second parchment flew out. Dumbledore caught it. "The warrior of Beauxbatons is Florent Dracule." Applause rang out again, and a commotion arose at the long table in Beauxbatons. Hibiscus stood up, her long silver hair shimmering in the candlelight. She gracefully tossed her hair and walked towards the door. The girls around her lowered their heads, some wiping away tears. Ms. Maxim clapped her hands, appearing quite restrained despite her joy. Furong walked in, and the auditorium fell silent once again. Next comes the moment when the Hogwarts champion is born. Most of the Hogwarts students tensed up, eagerly awaiting the appearance of that name. Just then, the flames of the Goblet of Fire began to leap again. The red flames flickered, and the third parchment flew out. Dumbledore reached out and caught it, unfolded it, and glanced at it. His eyebrows rose slightly. "The champions of Hogwarts are..." The sound of breathing disappeared in the auditorium. "Charlie White..." "Oh!" A roar of cheers erupted from the Hufflepuff table. Everyone stood up, B*******G on the table, whistling and screaming. The sound was deafening. The other three houses were also applauding, with the Gryffindors putting in an exceptionally enthusiastic effort. "Charlie, win the Triwizard Tournament!" Ron led the shouting, and a large crowd responded. Charlie stood up, just about to step out from behind the long table. Ms. Maxim's voice suddenly rang out. "Etc." Charlie stopped and glanced over indifferently. As expected, there will be objections. The cheers in the auditorium gradually subsided. Maxim stood up from her seat. Her height forced everyone around her to look up at her. Mr. Karkaroff, how old is Crumb this year? 18 years old. Maxim nodded. Our hibiscus in Beauxbatons is 17 years old, which meets the requirements. Professor Dumbledore, I have a question. Her French accent was particularly noticeable in the quiet Great Hall. Charlie White is only 14 years old, under the age of 17, which violates the rules of the game. Karkaroff immediately jumped up from his chair and joined the fray instantly. That's right, breaking the rules is absolutely unacceptable. His voice was shrill. The age limit was set by you yourself, Professor Dumbledore. The students at the Hufflepuff table looked at each other, their excitement instantly dampened. Cedric stood up. Charlie was chosen by the Goblet of Fire, therefore he should be a hero. But that's the rule. The rules state that Charlie is not eligible to participate. If Charlie can participate, then why can't I? Karkaroff stared directly at Cedric. Charlie said calmly, then why don't we choose again and you participate as well? Karkaroff's excited expression froze and he said somewhat awkwardly, I was just saying that, of course I wouldn't lower myself to bully students, so you all must follow the rules. Charlie pursed his lips. All talk and no action. At that moment, Dumbledore raised a hand and the Great Hall fell silent once more. The Three-Strong Cup is a competition between students, so there's no reason for professors to participate. The age limit is set to protect students who are not capable enough. His voice was calm, but every word was clearly heard by everyone. The Goblet of Fire is an extremely powerful magical item. It can determine whether a person is capable of participating in a competition. Since Charlie was chosen, it proves that he is capable enough. That's avoiding the main issue. Ms. Maxim's voice rose an octave. The rules cannot be applied differently to different people. If Hogwarts can do that, then Beauxbatons will question the fairness of this match. Me too, Karkaroff chimed in. Unless Hogwarts chooses the Warriors again, this game is simply unfair. Just as everyone was arguing, the Goblet of Fire suddenly began to tremble. The blue and white flames leaped again, drawing everyone's attention. The flames turned red. Impossible, Ludabagman murmured. 3 warriors have been selected. Sparks flew as the 4th parchment flew out of the flames. The entire auditorium was completely silent. Dumbledore reached out and took the parchment, his expression somewhat solemn. The parchment unfolded in his hand and the writing on it was clearly visible. Dumbledore stared at the name, remaining silent for a long time. Behind his glasses, his blue eyes had lost their usual gentleness. Harry Potter. His voice was very soft, but everyone could hear it clearly. An uproar erupted in the auditorium. What? Harry Potter? When did he register? Weren't there only 3 warriors in total? What's going on? At the Gryffindor table, Harry sat frozen in his seat, his face pale. He turned to try and explain to his friend. I didn't submit my name. Hermione and Ron both turned to look at him, their eyes filled with shock. Charlie looked at Harry in shock. When did this happen? Had Harry secretly signed up without telling anyone? But a moment later, Charlie realized what was happening. Wait, there are only 3 warrior spots in the Triwizard Tournament. How could there suddenly be a 4th? The referees on the faculty bench also looked bewildered. This was clearly not something they had expected. That means there's something wrong with the Goblet of Fire. Is the Goblet of Fire a problem with itself, or has someone tampered with it? Charlie could think of this, and so could Dumbledore. He didn't speak immediately, but stared at the Goblet of Fire, his gaze becoming deep. On the faculty bench, the referees displayed a variety of expressions. Ludabagman gaped. Mr. Crouch frowned, looking quite conflicted. Ms. Maxim and Karkaroff were completely dumbfounded. Charlie was already a headache enough, and now Harry Potter has appeared. Maxim's face was terribly grim. While Harry doesn't have any particularly impressive rumors surrounding him, he did defeat the Man of Void, a fact that should raise concerns. What if he possesses some extraordinary abilities? She now seriously suspects that the British Ministry of Magic wants to keep the Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts, so they've gone to such lengths to avoid any shame. Karkaroff and Maxim exchanged a glance. Their thoughts were essentially the same. The local gang was incredibly rude. Professor Dumbledore, Mrs. Maxim's voice turned cold. What exactly is going on? This is definitely not the work of Hogwarts or the British Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore said calmly. That's not up to you, Maxim said bluntly. Dumbledore nodded. Of course, but for now the process should continue. He turned around and looked toward the Gryffindor table. Harry Potter, please come this way. Harry stood there, stunned, feeling somewhat bewildered. The atmosphere in the auditorium instantly became eerie. Apart from the Gryffindor students, the students from the other 3 houses stared coldly at Harry, their eyes filled with doubt. What makes him qualified to be a warrior? Harry Potter, what despicable methods did he use? Charlie announced his name openly and honestly, we all saw it. Harry, he disgraced Charlie's honor. Just then, Charlie walked over and reached out to pinch Harry's shoulder. "Let's go." He led Harry toward the faculty seating area. The buzzing in the Great Hall grew louder and louder. Harry felt as if the whispers were exploding right next to his ears. He kept his head down, his steps somewhat stiff. Charlie squeezed his shoulder again. "Don't let yourself be affected. There's no need to waste time and energy on things you haven't done before." Harry looked up at Charlie. Charlie's expression remained calm without questioning or doubt. Harry felt a lump in his throat. At least someone was still willing to believe him. Charlie did believe Harry hadn't registered, mainly because he felt Harry didn't have the ability to bypass the age limit. The two walked to the faculty seating area. Dumbledore's smile vanished. He looked at Harry and Charlie and remained silent for a few seconds. "Let's go to the next room." Charlie nodded and led Harry toward the door. The door was pushed open, and the temperature in the room was slightly higher than in the auditorium. The flames flickered in the fireplace, and Crumb and Fleur sat by the fire. Fleur turned her head and saw Charlie and Harry walk in. Her eyes widened slightly. "Why are there two people?" Her voice was clearly filled with confusion as she looked at Charlie with surprise. "You bring a sidekick to the game." Crumb didn't speak but looked at the two of them, a hint of doubt appearing on his usually arrogant face. Charlie shrugged. "I don't know the specifics either, but we're both warriors." Fleur was skeptical, thinking Charlie was joking. "Two warriors? Are all the people at Hogwarts this humorous?" She gave a cold laugh, her long silver hair swaying slightly with her movements. Crumb didn't speak but just frowned and looked Harry up and down. At that moment, the door to the room was pushed open forcefully. Several referees, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, followed Dumbledore in. Ms. Maxim's face was ashen, her tall frame almost touched the ceiling, and every step she took was filled with anger. "Professor Dumbledore, I need an explanation." Her voice was icy. "Why does Hogwarts have two champions and both are under 17 years old?" Karkaroff then spoke, his shrill voice echoing in the room. "This is so unfair." Both of them clearly believed that Dumbledore had deliberately let them off the hook, allowing them to successfully enroll. "We demand a reselection." Maxim slammed her hand on the table, shaking the entire room. Before Dumbledore could speak, Snape's voice came from the corner. "Don't blame Dumbledore, blame Potter and White." His tone was somber. "They always break school rules, and this time was no exception." Charlie turned sharply to look at Snape, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're targeting Harry, fine, but why are you attacking me? I thought we were good friends." Charlie felt betrayed. He had even given her a gift. Snape noticed Charlie's gaze and turned his head away. Dumbledore gently raised his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet. He turned to Charlie, his blue eyes peering through his half-moon spectacles. "Charlie, did you throw your own name into the goblet of fire?" "Yes, a lot of people were watching." Charlie nodded. Karkaroff immediately let out a cold laugh. "Then you should explain how you crossed the age limit." Charlie glanced at him, his tone indifferent. "This has nothing to do with you." Before Karkaroff could react, Dumbledore turned to Harry. "Harry, did you throw your name into the goblet of fire yourself?" "No." Harry shook his head immediately, his voice somewhat hurried. "Did you have an older student register for you?" "No, Professor." Harry's tone was very certain. "I never even considered participating in the Triwizard tournament." Maxim sneered. "He's lying." Professor McGonagall stepped forward abruptly and said sternly, "Harry can't possibly cross the age line, we all know that. He's not Charlie, he doesn't have that ability." Harry was taken aback. Although Professor McGonagall was willing to believe him, it sounded strange. Maxim persisted. "What if Dumbledore's age limit is wrong? What if he wants to see these two students compete?" Professor McGonagall, facing the towering Maxim, did not back down, her face flushed red. "This is a baseless accusation. You all know Dumbledore would never do such a thing." "I don't know." Maxim's tone was even colder. Professor McGonagall looked at her angrily. Karkaroff then turned to Crouch and Bagman. "How should this matter be handled? The British Ministry of Magic must provide an explanation." Crouch's face darkened, and he stared silently in the direction of the Goblet of Fire for a few seconds. "The rules must be followed. Those chosen by the Goblet of Fire must participate in the tournament. This is a magically binding contract." "Impossible, we demand a reselection." Karkaroff's voice was shrill. Maxim immediately agreed. "That's right, and Charlie and Harry must be excluded. Strict age restrictions must be imposed." Charlie glanced at the two of them, "So they were waiting for me here." "It seems they won't let Charlie participate unless they give the other side some hope." Charlie then said calmly, "Harry and I will both participate. If you score higher than either of us, you win." Furong raised an eyebrow, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. For the first time, her gaze took a close look at Harry. "Him?" Furong raised her chin. "Do you think I'll lose to him? You, Charlie, are very strong, but to say that Harry is stronger than her and would rank higher than her, Fleur completely disbelieves." Crumb didn't speak but just stared at Harry expressionlessly. His gaze seemed to be assessing his opponent or perhaps contemplating just how absurd this match was. Harry stood there, feeling like a piece of beef being led to a market for people to choose from. Bagman then put on a smile, trying to ease the tension. "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me." He walked to the center of the room and spread his hands. "The choice made by the Goblet of Fire is magically binding. Those chosen must participate, that's the rule. Now that it's happened, all we can do is try our best to make amends. You all heard Charlie's proposal. If your students score higher than either Harry or Charlie, they win Hogwarts. That's already a huge concession. Perhaps you two should consider this carefully." Maxim and Karkaroff exchanged a glance. Their goal was to prevent Charlie from participating. But as Bagman said, when the Goblet of Fire made its choice, they actually had no choice. They just wanted to gain some advantages for themselves by applying the rules. Harry, despite being the so-called boy who lived, now appears to be just an ordinary student without any particularly extraordinary abilities. If winning against Harry is all it takes to win the Triwizard Tournament, then this match still has a chance. After all, Fleur and Crumb were the school's carefully selected top talents. Maxim took a deep breath and looked at Dumbledore. "What about Professor Dumbledore's opinion? Can Charlie make a decision on behalf of Hogwarts?" Dumbledore nodded. "Charlie's meaning is my meaning." Upon hearing this, Bagman immediately burst into laughter. Since everyone agrees, the judging panel will adopt this plan. But Karkaroff's face remained grim. He stared at Dumbledore, his tone full of displeasure. "This tournament has been absolutely terrible. If it weren't for the magical contract of the Goblet of Fire, I would be leaving with my students right now." He paused, his voice becoming even sharper. "This is such an unfair competition. Durmstrang will never participate in the next one. Really, that's quite surprising." The door to the room was pushed open again. Moody limped in, his magical eyes darting wildly around in their sockets, scanning everyone in the room. The sound of his cane striking the ground was particularly jarring in the silent room. But thinking about it, it makes sense, Karkaroff. Moody's voice was deep and rough. "Of course you wouldn't dare participate in the next competition." Karkaroff suddenly turned around. "What do you mean?" His voice was a little tense. Moody didn't answer immediately. He limped to the center of the room, his demonic eye fixed on Karkaroff. "Someone put Porter's name in the Goblet of Fire." Moody's tone was icy. "And this person knows that if the Goblet of Fire selects Porter, Porter must participate." He paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the room. Clearly someone wants Harry dead. The air in the room froze instantly. Bagman's smile froze on his face and he looked at Moody with some unease. "Professor Moody, why do you say that?" Karkaroff shouted. Who doesn't know that Professor Moody always felt someone was trying to harm him? Now that same feeling has extended to Porter. Moody's magical eyes suddenly turned to Karkaroff, while his normal eyes also stared intently at him. "Am I talking nonsense?" Moody's voice was full of anger. "The person who cast Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire used a powerful confusion spell to deceive the goblet." He walked step by step toward Karkaroff, the sound of his cane striking the ground seeming to pound on everyone's heart. "I guess he enrolled Potter as the fourth student at the school, making Harry the only choice." Moody stopped in his tracks, his magical eyes swirling wildly. "And everyone who could have done that must have been there." His words sounded like he was doubting everyone, but that magical eye never left Karkaroff. Karkaroff's expression darkened further and he took a step back. "Just say what you have to say," Moody sneered. "Are you sure you want me to just say it straight?" Karkaroff the former. "Enough, Alistair." Dumbledore's voice wasn't loud, but it made the temperature in the entire room drop several degrees. Moody turned his head and looked at Dumbledore with great resentment. Dumbledore was also somewhat exasperated. If he kept talking, it would never end. Karkaroff's face turned ashen. He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, only glaring fiercely at Moody. Seeing this, Charlie secretly began to make plans. Moody suspects that Karkaroff signed Harry up, but what would be the point of Karkaroff doing that? Could it be that Karkaroff, as a former Death Eater, remains loyal to Voldemort and therefore seeks revenge? But that doesn't make sense, it's too ostentatious. He could have done it in a much more discreet way. Charlie shook his head. Moody's nickname, Mad-Eye, is well-deserved. His paranoia has indeed reached a point where he can't distinguish right from wrong. Dumbledore glanced around the room, his tone returning to its usual calm. "Now that we have reached a consensus, let's ask Mr. Crouch to guide our warriors." Crouch stood in the corner and nodded mechanically when he heard his name called. He took a few steps forward, and Charlie noticed that Crouch had deep dark circles under his eyes and looked very haggard. He was a completely different person during the Quidditch World Cup. Crouch spoke to Charlie and the others in a hoarse voice. "The first event will take place on November 24th. The Warriors will need to complete their mission in front of a large audience. The specifics will be kept confidential. This will test your courage and adaptability. And during the competition, warriors must not accept any help from the teacher. You can only rely on your wands. We'll only get clues for the second project after the first one is finished. Also, because of the competition, the warriors don't need to take their year-end exams. Charlie was somewhat surprised. An unexpected bonus, no more exams. Although the tests were easy for Charlie, who would want to sit in a classroom when they could play outside, Crouch's voice grew increasingly hoarse. That's about it. Dumbledore looked at Crouch's haggard face, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Barty, why don't you stay at Hogwarts tonight? You look exhausted. Crouch shook his head mechanically. No, I have to go back to the department. It's a busy time right now. I've put Weatherby in charge temporarily. He's too young to handle it for long. Charlie almost lost his composure when he heard the name. Percy has been working at the Ministry of Magic for months, and Crouch still hasn't memorized his name. Dumbledore nodded and turned to the others. Would anyone else like a drink? Karkaroff snorted coldly and left with Crumb without looking back. Ms. Maxim raised her chin and led Furong away briskly. The two figures, standing at a distance, were filled with discontent. Bagman's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved closer to Dumbledore. Have a drink, Dumbledore, to celebrate this memorable moment. Though the journey was a bit bumpy, the result was good, wasn't it? Dumbledore simply smiled at him without saying a word. Those blue eyes, peering through half-moon spectacles, calmly gazed at Bagman. Bagman's voice faded away and the smile on his face froze. I think I'll just go drink it myself. He chuckled awkwardly, took a few steps back, turned, and quickly left the room. Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall and Snape. Minerva, Severus Moody, take Harry back and get some rest. Charlie, stay a moment, I have something to say to you. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. All he wanted now was to leave this suffocating room. Professor McGonagall walked over to Harry and patted him on the shoulder. Let's go, Potter. Snape glanced at Harry, said nothing, and turned to walk towards the door. After they all left, only Dumbledore and Charlie remained in the room. Dumbledore walked to the window and looked at the dark night sky outside. Charlie, thanks to you for what happened at the Quidditch World Cup. Charlie nodded and followed up on Dumbledore's topic. How are the Death Eaters doing? Charlie asked. Was there any information about Voldemort? Dumbledore shook his head, walked to the chair, and sat down. No. The core members of the Death Eaters are all in Azkaban now. Those remaining outside are mostly people who aren't so loyal to Voldemort. So that night, none of the smart ones showed up. He paused, his tone calm. Those arrested were only some peripheral members, they didn't know much. Charlie nodded, that wasn't surprising. Dumbledore continued, but it's foreseeable that Voldemort is already planning his comeback. Charlie looked at him. Do you think what happened to Harry tonight is related to Voldemort? Dumbledore nodded. Do you remember that diary you kept in second grade? Charlie certainly remembered that the diary was kept and studied by Dumbledore. That's Voldemort's Horcrux, Dumbledore said in a low voice. I suspect he has more than one Horcrux. And Horcruxes not only grant him immortality, but they can also resurrect him after death. Dumbledore looked intently at Charlie. After spending several years together, he judged that Charlie wouldn't be interested in magic like Horcruxes, so he told Charlie everything. If he wants to be resurrected using a Horcrux, he needs 3 things: his father's bones, his enemy's blood, and his servant's flesh. Charlie frowned. So Voldemort wanted Harry's blood. He paused for a moment, realizing that the logic was a bit off. Why bother? Why not just make an enemy of someone else? Why keep targeting Harry? Dumbledore glanced at Charlie and asked, want to hear what you're saying. Making an enemy of someone so casually, isn't that person a bit wronged? Charlie shrugged. He just found Voldemort's obsession a bit inexplicable. Dumbledore sighed and began to speak. The night Voldemort tried to kill Harry, the killing curse rebounded, and he was struck by his own magic instead. But the real reason the curse rebounded was Harry's mother, Lily. He paused, his tone becoming serious. In her final moments, Lily's intense desire to protect her child inadvertently triggered an extremely ancient bloodline magic. This magic still protects Harry to this day. Charlie thought to himself, this is truly a magical world of idealism. When the will is strong enough, coupled with the mother's willingness to sacrifice her life, the protection mechanism is triggered. Dumbledore continued, this bloodline spell prevents Voldemort from touching Harry. If he were to forcibly touch him, his soul would be burned. Charlie frowned. So Voldemort needs Harry's blood to resurrect? That's right, Dumbledore nodded. If he were to be resurrected using Harry's blood, then Harry's blood would flow through his veins. In that case, of course, this is just my speculation. He might be able to shield himself from the effects of bloodline magic and even directly touch Harry. Charlie was stunned. Voldemort had Harry's blood flowing through his veins. The rumor spread that Voldemort, in order to be resurrected, wanted to recognize Harry as his father. Joking aside, Charlie was still a little confused as to why Dumbledore wanted him to stay behind. So he asked, "That's going to be dangerous this semester, so you want me to protect Harry?" Dumbledore shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Charlie. "I hope you can take good care of yourself." Charlie was slightly taken aback. "Don't worry, Professor," he said with a gentle smile. "I will protect myself." Meanwhile, Harry returned to the Gryffindor common room with a heavy heart. The oppressive atmosphere in the auditorium is still vivid in my mind. When Dumbledore called out his name, everyone doubted him. They all thought he had secretly signed up and that he was a show-off liar. Harry walked down the corridor, his heart heavy. Perhaps only Ron and Hermione would believe him. After all, they are the people who know him best. Professor Moody also said that someone wanted to kill him. Harry thought of the dream he had during the summer holidays, in which Voldemort was plotting something, and his scars still hurt terribly when he woke up. Charlie had suggested he ask Dumbledore, but he forgot about it after school started. "It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to ask Dumbledore." Harry took a deep breath and said the command to the portrait of the fat lady. The moment the portrait was opened, Harry braced himself for a cold stare. However, the next second he was surrounded by the crowd and dragged directly into the lounge. "Harry, oh my God, Harry Potter, you actually became a warrior." The Gryffindor students were screaming and cheering for Harry. The noise was almost enough to lift the roof off. Harry stood there, stunned, completely unable to react. Fred and George squeezed in front of him, patting him on the shoulders, one on each side. "Harry, you've been hiding this well." Fred looked both annoyed and agitated. "Yeah, you should have told us you signed up," George chimed in. "You even lied to us, saying you didn't want to sign up, but then secretly slipped the note in." Harry tried to explain, but no one listened to him. His voice was drowned out by cheers. Everyone was celebrating that Gryffindor finally had its own champion. Although nobody thought Harry could win the Triwizard Tournament, he was still much better off than some Slytherin without a champion. Harry's head was spinning from the cheers. He circled the crowd, trying to find Ron and Hermione, but they weren't seen anywhere in the lounge. "Get out of the way." Harry finally couldn't hold back any longer and pushed aside the person next to him. "I want to go back to my room and sleep." He pushed through the crowd and rushed up the stairs. The cheers behind him continued, but Harry couldn't care less. The dormitory door was pushed open and Ron was lying on the bed. He was alone in the room. Harry closed the door panting and asked, "Why are you here all alone?" Ron didn't even look up, so as not to interfere with your partying with them. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ron sat up, forcing a smile. "Oh right, I haven't congratulated you yet." "Congratulations, Harry Potter, warrior of the Triwizard Tournament." Harry's anger flared up instantly. "I'm with you every day, don't you know whether I've signed up or not?" "Yes." Ron's voice was a little muffled. "We're together every day, but you didn't even tell me you secretly signed up." "Someone else threw it in," Harry said angrily. "Later, Moody said someone wanted to harm me, but you didn't hear it." Ron sat up, a sarcastic smile on his face. "Moody. Everyone knows he thinks the step is going to kill him if he trips on it." He paused, and his smile vanished. "Harry, you don't need to treat me like an idiot. It's fine if you signed up without me, I just find that hard to accept." "But can't you just admit you signed up? Why are you still lying to me now?" Harry felt a tightness in his chest. He stared at Ron, and Ron stared back at him. Both of them had anger and hurt in their eyes. "Think what you want," Harry said finally. He turned and walked to his bed, pulling the curtains shut and shutting out the whole world. The next day at noon, Charlie stretched and sat up in bed. The dormitory was empty, he was the only one there. Charlie took out his wand and cast a cleansing spell on himself. Instantly, he felt refreshed, and even his breath smelled of mint. He put on his robe, pushed open the door, and walked towards the auditorium. People kept greeting him along the way. "Charlie, congratulations on becoming a warrior. You will definitely win the championship." Charlie smiled and nodded in response, but he was more concerned about something else. He found a seat at the Gryffindor table, ate, and kept an eye on his surroundings. Harry should be here soon, right? I need to talk to him about something important, but Harry didn't appear until Charlie finished eating everything on his plate. Ron, on the other hand, sat at the other end of the long table, silently munching on his bread, looking quite annoyed. Charlie stood up and walked over. "Ron, do you know where Harry is?" Ron didn't even look up when he heard Harry's name. "Have no idea." Charlie, seeing Ron's deadpan expression, roughly guessed that the two had a fight. However, he didn't intend to interfere further. These were matters for them to resolve themselves. Neville whispered beside him, "I just saw Harry head towards the Black Lake." "Thanks, Neville." Charlie nodded, turned, and left the auditorium. Stepping out of the castle, the air outside was chilly. From afar, I could see Harry sitting alone on a rock by the Black Lake, head down, lost in thought. Hermione was standing next to him, holding several books in her hands. "Harry, I believe you." Hermione's voice was soft. You definitely didn't sign up yourself. Harry looked up at Hermione with some gratitude. Hermione was the best. Hermione paused for a moment, then continued. With your level of skill, breaking Dumbledore's curse is simply impossible. Harry's expression stiffened. Thank you. He was silent for a long time before finally managing to say this. You're welcome. Harry didn't seem to care and asked hesitantly, is Ron still angry? Hermione bit her lip, looking somewhat conflicted. Ron, he's not just angry. What is that? He is a little jealous of you. Jealous of me? You're the seeker, the savior, everyone in school knows you. His brothers are all excellent too, but he's always been overlooked. He usually doesn't say anything, but this time he probably felt you lied to him, so he couldn't hold back anymore. Harry jumped to his feet, feeling utterly absurd. Jealousy? What is he jealous of about me? I'd rather switch places with him. Someone secretly threw my name into the goblet of fire, and now the whole school is watching me. What will this attention get me? Hermione, maybe I'll be torn to shreds by a monster in the tournament. Don't say things like that. Hermione looked at Harry with some concern. You're in a dangerous situation right now. Do you know what you should do? Kick Ron's *** hard with my shoe. Harry said through gritted teeth. Hermione pressed her forehead in exasperation, suppressing the urge to kick him. Go find Charlie. He's in the same competition as you. Ask him if he'd help you. Don't look for me. Charlie walked up to the two of them. I'm here. Hermione opened her mouth as if to say something, but Charlie raised his hand to stop her. Charlie stared at Harry, his tone eerily calm. I'm determined to win the Three Kingdoms Cup. Harry was taken aback, not understanding why Charlie suddenly said that. But the current situation is that even if I get first place, you still have to get second. If it's a team fight, I can carry the team, but what if it's an individual match? Harry's face paled slightly. Then you'll have to rely on yourself. Charlie stared into his eyes. So you have to survive and you have to get enough points. Harry swallowed hard, his voice weak. But I'm really not sure. What if I fail? Charlie suddenly laughed, a laugh that sent a chill down Harry's spine. You wouldn't want to know, Charlie said ominously. But I'm really not sure. I'm just a fourth-year student. Harry couldn't help but shout. Charlie patted him on the shoulder. I know, that's why I have to give you a thorough and intense training session. Special training? Harry froze for a moment, then instinctively exchanged a glance with Hermione. The fear that had been instilled by Charlie's special training surged into my heart instantly. Charlie led Harry and Hermione straight to Hagrid's hut. Harry couldn't help but ask on the way. Wasn't it supposed to be special training? Why did you go looking for Hagrid? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Charlie said without turning his head. How can you train someone who doesn't even know what the first project is? Hagrid seemed to know about the first project yesterday. We have to get it out of him today. Even though she knew beforehand that the project was against the rules, Hermione didn't see anything wrong with it this time. Harry doesn't even know how he got registered, so why should he follow the rules? The three quickly arrived at Hagrid's cabin. Tooth started barking wildly at the sound, and Hagrid's gruff voice came from inside the house. The door opened, and Hagrid was taken aback when he saw the three of them, but then he smiled. Charlie, congratulations on becoming a warrior. Hagrid's smile faded slightly, and his eyes filled with worry as he looked at Harry. And Harry, you're a hero too. I wonder who will vote your name in. Harry was delighted. You believe I didn't do it? Of course, we all believe you. Harry nodded, a warm feeling welling up inside him. Someone must be up to something. Hagrid spoke indignantly as he invited the three of them inside to sit down. To secretly throw your name into the goblet of fire, that's despicable. Seeing that the time was right, Charlie spoke up directly. Hagrid, you have to help Harry. Me? Hagrid paused, taken aback. How can I help? Harry is in a dangerous situation, Charlie said in a low voice. If we're not prepared, he could get hurt or even die. Hagrid's expression changed. No way, with Dumbledore around, the match will be very safe. Even if Dumbledore is incredibly powerful, he can't possibly keep an eye on every single warrior. Charlie stared into Hagrid's eyes. You must tell us what the first project is, that way Harry can be prepared. Hagrid instinctively took a step back. Well, I'm not entirely sure myself, I just received some notifications. Hagrid, tell us those notices and we'll make a judgment, Charlie called again. Hagrid shook his head, his voice weak. But Dumbledore said we can't tell anyone this. Can you let me think about it some more? Charlie was naturally unwilling. The longer Hagrid thought about it, the less time Harry would have to train. Seeing that Hagrid was reluctant to speak, Charlie sighed and said quietly, Hagrid, you really like Ms. Maxim, don't you? Hagrid's face flushed bright red instantly and he froze completely. Don't talk nonsense, he stammered in denial. I just think Ms. Maxim is a very nice person. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, both noticing Hagrid's guilty conscience. Charlie said slowly, Really? Last night in the auditorium, your eyes never left her. That was That was, Hagrid stammered. Charlie took a step forward and lowered his voice. Ms. Maxim is as tall as you two look very well matched. Hagrid's face turned even redder and he waved his hands frantically. Please don't say that. She's so elegant and sophisticated, Charlie continued. You must be very clean, right? Yes, yes. Hagrid nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Ms. Maxim is very particular, she always smells nice and her clothes are always perfectly neat. At this point, Hagrid suddenly realized something was wrong and shut his mouth. Charlie stood up and looked at Hagrid. If you don't tell me what the first project is, I'll go tell Ms. Maxim that you have smelly feet and you don't wash your feet for 3 days or take a bath for 10. You spend all your time dealing with magical creatures and cleaning up their droppings. Hagrid's face turned deathly pale instantly. Charlie, you can't do this, that's slander. Yes, it's defamation, what can you do about it? Ms. Maxim won't believe me, I'll explain it to her. Charlie smiled and shook his head. Hagrid, you are so naive. Even if you explain that you're very clean, Ms. Maxim already has the impression that you deal with the excrement of magical creatures. How could someone as elegant as her accept her partner doing such a thing? Harry and Hermione looked at Charlie strangely. Charlie looks like a villain. You wouldn't want Ms. Maxim to think you're sloppy, would you? Charlie turned and walked towards the door. Hagrid panicked and jumped up to try and stop Charlie. Where are you going? Go find Ms. Maxim. Charlie pushed open the door. She should be in the carriage right now, etc. Charlie stopped walking but didn't turn around. Hagrid stood there, a struggle on his face. Finally, he let out a heavy sigh, looking completely deflated. Fire dragon, Hagrid said in a low voice. The first project is related to fire dragons. Your Majesty's methods are despicable and shameless, which I greatly admire. Tyrant Points +10, Harry gasped. What? Hermione's voice rose several octaves. Has the Ministry of Magic gone mad, making students face a dragon? Hagrid hung his head, looking at Charlie with a very resentful expression. Are you satisfied now? How exactly should we compare them? Charlie went back inside and sat down. Hagrid shook his head. I'm not sure exactly how to compare them. Dumbledore simply informed me to find an open space in the Forbidden Forest, saying that a dragon would be transported there this term to be kept at Hogwarts. Harry's face darkened further. A fire dragon? There really are fire dragons? That's right. Hagrid scratched his head. I suspect the fire dragons are related to the Triwizard Tournament, but they haven't arrived yet. Charlie stood up. Okay, thank you, Hagrid. Wait. Hagrid chased after him to the door, rubbing his hands nervously. You wouldn't go and tell Ms. Maxim nonsense, would you? Don't worry. Charlie opened the door. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. At least not for now, Charlie added. Hagrid, why is there a time limit? Hermione couldn't hold back any longer after leaving Hagrid's hut. What was Dumbledore thinking? How could he agree to such an absurd competition? Her voice was shrill and urgent. A fire dragon, it's a fire dragon. Other magical creatures are rated 5x because that's the limit of their power. But the dragon is different, its highest danger rating is only 5x. To subdue a fire dragon, you would need at least several adult wizards, a full array of tools and a meticulous plan, just to barely manage to keep it quiet. Although fire dragons seem weak in the magical world, materials such as dragon blood and dragon hearts are freely used by wizards. But that's because the entire wizarding society was highly developed, possessing a variety of magical tools and wisdom. Just as an ordinary person is powerless against a tiger or lion, but given a carbon-based biological cooler, they can stand at the top of the food chain. Hearing Hermione's words, Harry looked completely bewildered. Me, fight a dragon? Charlie stopped and turned around. The competition probably won't involve students directly fighting against fire dragons. Normally, students have no chance of defeating a fire dragon. Charlie nodded. Even if the Ministry of Magic were incredibly stupid, they wouldn't arrange a match with such an absurdly large disparity in strength. Harry had just breathed a sigh of relief when Charlie continued, so it's most likely some other task, such as surviving under the dragon's control for a period of time or stealing something from it. Harry's face turned pale again. This seems no different from just attacking directly. There's a big difference. Charlie looked at him. If we fight the fire dragon, you, Fleur, and Crumb, all three of you will surely die. But if we're just completing a mission, at least there's a chance of success. But whatever it is, you must know enough about fire dragons. Harry's voice trembled slightly. How can I find out? Charlie smiled mysteriously. Do you remember what I said before? The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Harry's eyes widened instantly. You mean? That's right, Charlie exclaimed. That's it, Norbert. Charlie led the two of them towards the dormitory. This semester, because Sirius and Lupin were at the orphanage, Charlie brought Norbert and Zhu Dai to school. Upon arriving at the castle, Charlie planned to find an empty classroom to use as a training camp. As I entered the lobby and headed upstairs, I ran into Ron. He looked like he was alone. I wondered what he was doing. Ron and Harry were still arguing. Whenever they met, they would turn their heads away and refuse to look at each other. "Ron, want to come along?" Hermione asked tentatively. Ron's lips moved, and he stood there for a while before finally following. "I just want to talk to Charlie and you," Ron muttered, emphasizing. Harry rolled his eyes and followed Charlie without saying a word. The four of them soon arrived at an empty classroom. "Please wait here for a moment." After Charlie finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly. Ron and Harry ignored each other while Hermione was caught in the middle, unsure of who to talk to. The atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, Charlie reappeared not long after, dragging a large suitcase. Charlie opened the lid of the box. Inside was a staircase leading downwards. "Go in." Hermione went in first, followed closely by Ron. Harry swallowed hard. Once he went in, would he ever come out? But he still chose to follow them. Charlie was the last to enter the box, and he quickly set up a barrier around it to prevent anyone from getting close. As you walk into the alley, the view suddenly opens up. A large patch of willow trees filled the view, their thick branches swaying in the air. The whooping willow, which had been moved elsewhere to make it easier for Grandma White to get in and out, was moved back by Charlie. Sensing someone approaching, the willow branch immediately rose up, pointing in the direction of Harry and his companions. Harry instinctively took a step back, and Hermione gripped her wand tightly in tension. Charlie raised his hand, and magic silently enveloped the three of them. Sensing the familiar presence, the willow tree slowly lowered its sprawling branches and returned to calm. "Let's go." Charlie led the way through the grove of willows. Harry followed behind, carefully avoiding the branches. Ron looked around, surveying the space. They hadn't been here in a long time. Passing through the grove of willows, there is a wide open meadow. There is a dense forest nearby, and in the distance there is a small snow-capped mountain with its peak covered in white snow. Charlie took a deep breath and shouted towards the forest. "Nober." A rustling sound came from the forest, and then a huge dark shadow rushed out from the treetops. Its body is jet black, with enormous wings covered in bone spurs and a wingspan of over 10 meters. It has long horns on its head, and its orange pupils exude a dangerous aura. Norbert flapped his wings, circled once in the air, and then swooped down, landing steadily in front of Charlie. It excitedly nudged its head in, licking Charlie's body over and over again with its tongue. Harry and Ron stood frozen in place. Although they had hugged Norbert when they were little, Norbert now looked like he could devour them both in one bite. All right, stop fooling around." Charlie pushed Norbert's big head away. Just then, a small figure jumped down from Norbert's head and pounced into Charlie's arms. It was Judai. It waved its paws and punched Charlie in the chest repeatedly, seemingly complaining that Charlie hadn't visited it for the past few days. Charlie ruffled Judai's hair and put it on his shoulder. Judai then lay down, satisfied. Charlie turned to Norbert and reached out to pat its nose. "Norbert, I have a task for you." Norbert tilted his head, his amber vertical pupils fixed on Charlie. "See that boy with glasses?" Charlie pointed to Harry. "For the next period of time, you need to treat him like prey, chasing after him. This isn't child's play, we need to put real pressure on him." Norbert followed Charlie's finger and looked at Harry. Those vertical pupils lit up instantly, like a cat seeing a cat toy for the first time. Harry's face turned pale instantly. "Dude, are you serious?" Ron also felt a chill run down his spine. "What's going on?" "I was just a little jealous of Harry. Are you guys trying to kill him?" Ron asked quickly. "Charlie, what are you doing?" Hermione explained what had just happened. After hearing all this, Ron stood there stunned, speechless for a long time. He looked at Harry with a complicated expression. This was the first time he had looked Harry directly in the eye since their argument yesterday. So being a warrior is this dangerous? Not receiving cheers in a grand hall, not enjoying glory and prize money, but risking your life to face a fire dragon. This is just training. The actual competition could be much more dangerous. Charlie greeted Hermione and Ron. "Move a little further away and leave the space to Harry and Norbert." Hermione decisively followed behind Charlie, but Ron stood rooted to the spot, his legs feeling like lead, unable to move. Although he and Harry had a conflict, now was not the time to dwell on it. With a dragon as big as Norman, could Harry be killed by a single swipe of its claw? Harry felt a warm feeling welling up inside him when he saw that Ron wasn't leaving. "It has to be you, my good brother." Even in the most critical moments, brotherhood remains unforgettable. Charlie saw that Ron didn't move and glanced back at him. "You can be with Harry if you want. Norbert can easily date both of them." Ron ran over immediately. No, let's go." He ran as fast as he could, afraid that Charlie would change his mind. "Harry." Several people left, leaving only Norbert and Harry. Norbert stared at Harry, a dangerous glint in his orange, vertical pupils. It remembers this person. That year it was born, young and reckless, and was subjected to all sorts of training and mischief by Charlie, including flying kites and eating dragon fruit. The bespectacled guy in front of you is Charlie's accomplice. Norbert's mouth slowly split open, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. The opportunity for revenge is right in front of us. Harry's heart skipped a beat when he saw Norbert's expression. Something's not right, something is very wrong. Why does this dragon's gaze look like it's settling old scores? The next second, Norbert flapped his wings violently, creating a gust of wind and swooped down towards Harry. Wait, Brother Long, remember I used to hold you when you were little. Harry turned and ran, shouting as he ran. Hearing Harry's shout, Norbert chased even harder. In the distance, Charlie and his two companions stood at a safe distance. Hermione bit her lip, watching Harry being chased all over the place. Are you sure everything will be all right? Don't worry, Norbert knows what he's doing. Charlie pulled a bunch of potion bottles out of his pocket and weighed them in his hand. Even if he only has one breath left, I can save him. Hermione nodded, feeling slightly relieved. As for how much Harry will be injured. Be content, at least here you only get injured. The Three Kingdoms Cup is a place where people can really die. After training, Harry collapsed on the grass, his body covered in charred marks and bleeding from his wounds. The robe was tattered and covered in scratches. Harry. Hermione and Ron rushed over. Charlie pulled a bunch of potion bottles from his pocket and tossed them to the two of them. Give him the first treatment liquid and applied Datura extract to the external wound. Ron frantically unscrewed the bottle cap and poured a bottle down Harry's throat. Harry's complexion improved slightly after drinking it. Hermione took the white essence and carefully applied it to the wound on Harry's arm. Ron helped from the side, his movements as stiff as if he were caring for a patient for the first time. Does it hurt? Ron asked. Nonsense, Harry replied listlessly. Ron was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry paused for a moment. I shouldn't have doubted you. Ron said, his head bowed, his voice muffled. You didn't even put your name in the goblet of fire, but that's enough. Harry interrupted him. I know you didn't mean it. Ron looked up, his eyes a little red. Really? Harry grinned, then pulled at his wound, wincing in pain. But you have to treat me to Honey Duke candies for a month. Deal, Ron finally smiled. Hermione watched the two make up and breathed a sigh of relief. She continued applying the medicine to Harry, but much more gently. Harry lay there for a while, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Charlie with despair. Should I come again tomorrow? Of course, Charlie said matter-of-factly. Just kill me. Harry closed his eyes. I don't want to live anymore. After an afternoon of competition, Harry had fully realized the gap between himself and the dragon. He didn't think he could survive the fire dragon's attacks after just over 20 days of training. It's important to know that Norbert spared Harry's life on Charlie's orders. Will the dragons in the arena hold back? Harry thought it was very uncertain. Rather than being tortured for over 20 days and then sent to my death, I'd rather die now. Charlie didn't speak and stood there for a while. This time he didn't pressure Harry. After all, Harry's abilities were undeniable. Some things, no matter how much you push them, you might not be able to do them, like solving math problems. Harry, facing a dragon head-on is indeed difficult, but don't give up. Play to your strengths and think about what you're good at, Charlie asked. Charlie's reaction surprised Harry. He had expected Charlie to use various forms of coercion and inducement to make him comply. But his gentleness made Harry uncomfortable. Harry opened his eyes, staring blankly at the sky. What was he good at? Disarming charms, but what use is a disarming charm against a fire dragon? Does it render it impotent? Harry is the best seeker, Ron suddenly said. Harry was taken aback, then his eyes lit up instantly. Yes, he's good at Quidditch and he's good at flying. Charlie snapped his fingers. This is it. Take your fire crossbow bolts with you tomorrow. At that moment, Hermione suddenly thought of something and frowned. But the rules of the final three state that warriors can only use wands, not brooms. Harry's newly ignited hope was instantly extinguished, and he collapsed back into despair. Charlie, however, didn't take it seriously. That's easy. He turned to look at Harry. If you behave well with the broom tomorrow, I'll let you learn the summoning charm. Summoning a fire bolt with a wand shouldn't be against the rules, right? Hermione's eyes lit up. Summoning with a wand should be fine. Even if someone has objections, since it wasn't written into the rules beforehand, Harry's grades should still count. Ron got excited too. Harry, that way you can ride a fire bolt in the competition. Harry was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Charlie give him a meaningful smile. There are still more than 20 days until the competition, Charlie said slowly. If you can't learn a summoning spell in 20-odd days, you might as well be dead. Harry closed his eyes. That feels good, that's the Charlie I'm talking about. In the days that followed, Harry was dragged by Charlie to train every day after class. Harry's flying skills were fully displayed when he first rode the firebolt against Norbert. He dodged nimbly in the air, performing a variety of difficult maneuvers, and Norbert's flames and claw attacks almost all missed. Beautiful, Ron shouted from the ground. Hermione couldn't help but applaud. With the firebolt, Harry was practically never hit by Norbert. Occasionally, you might get grazed by the aftershocks of a dragon's breath, or scratched by claws if you can't dodge in time, but compared to being chased all over the place before, this is practically paradise. Norbert chased after him several times without success, gradually lost interest, and lay down on the ground yawning. Seeing this, Charlie immediately gave Norbert a firm order he must go all out. So Norbert rallied his spirits and chased after the enemy with even greater enthusiasm. Although he still gets injured occasionally, thanks to Charlie's various potions, Harry will be back in the training ground the next day full of energy. After 7 consecutive days of training, it's the weekend again. Charlie was very pleased with Harry's performance and gave him a day off. This resulted in Harry not being seen all day. Ron said Harry had been lying in his dorm all day and Ron had to bring him his meals. He could only move his mouth, everything else hurt. After finishing lunch, Charlie wanted to go back to his dorm and lie down for a while. As soon as I reached the stairwell, I was blocked by several 6th grade girls. "Mr. White, could you please sign your autograph?" The girl in the lead blushed and looked at Charlie with bright eyes. The other girls nodded in agreement, staring at him expectantly. Charlie stopped, somewhat bewildered. "Why would you want my autograph? I'm not a celebrity." Several girls immediately started chattering and explaining. "Mr. White, you're currently the hottest favorite to win the Triwizard Tournament in all of Britain. Not just in Britain, the entire European wizarding world is talking about you. The Daily Prophet reports your deeds every day, defeating a troll at age 11, killing a basilisk at age 12, and last year exonerating Sirius Black. Yes, and also your victory over the Death Eaters at the Quidditch World Cup." The girl in the lead took a stamp out of her bag with Charlie White's cursive handwriting on it. "Look, there are fan clubs for you everywhere now," the girl said excitedly. "We are all members of the fan club. We go to the same school as you. I wonder how many people in the fan club are jealous of us. How come I didn't know about this?" "Because you're so low-key." Several girls' eyes sparkled. "To be so powerful yet never flaunt it, that's the true mark of a strong person." Even with Charlie's thick skin, being flattered like this to his face was a bit much for him, and he just wanted to get rid of these people as soon as possible. You want autographs, right?" The girls immediately handed over their backpacks. Charlie took the pen and signed their names on their school bags one by one. When it was time to sign in the last person, the girl suddenly pulled out her bra strap and said, blushing, "Mr. White, may I sign here?" Charlie's hand froze in midair. He's already quite a bit taller than these 6th grade girls, and from this angle with the bra strap pulled out, it's hard not to see some things that shouldn't be seen. The corridor fell silent for a few seconds. The other girls covered their mouths and chuckled, clearly encouraging them on purpose. Charlie glanced at it and looked away, calmly writing his name on the shoulder strap. "All right." He returned the pen. Several girls ran off excitedly, their hushed laughter and chatter still audible in the corridor. Charlie rubbed his temples. Fangirls are terrifying. Mr. White is very popular. Charlie looked up and saw Fleur leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking at him with a faint smile on her lips. Charlie asked casually, "Miss Delacour, is there anything I can help you with?" Furong leaned against the wall, a charming smile on her face. Her long silver hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and her delicate features resembled a work of art from the elven race. "Can't I come to you unless I need something?" "Can't I be a member of the fan club too?" Charlie chuckled softly. "Just say what's on your mind." Although Furong is very beautiful, they are now competitors. He simply couldn't believe that the warrior carefully selected by Beauxbatons would be a love-struck fangirl. Furong thought to herself that this wasn't as easy as she had imagined. When those girls surrounded Charlie, he seemed a little uncomfortable, but he didn't refuse them. This shows that he is not completely uninterested in women, but rather highly vigilant. Furong had absolute confidence in her beauty. Compared to those other girls, she was much prettier. From childhood to adulthood, Fleur has seen many male witches. As long as she releases even a little bit of her talent, they will be completely infatuated and would be willing to offer everything to her. She walked slowly toward Charlie, her blue eyes sparkling, and she emanated a strange silvery aura, making the surrounding air seem sweeter. Fleur leaned closer to Charlie and said pitifully, "Why is Mr. White so cold to me? Is it because I'm also a competitor in the Final 3 Cup? If so, I'd rather give up the Final 3 Cup." Her voice was as soft as a feather brushing against my ear, and her pitiful appearance would have softened the heart of any normal boy. But Charlie stood motionless, his eyes calm as still water and even a hint of mockery on his lips. Really? Then withdraw from the competition. If you withdraw, I might be able to offer you the position of president of the fan club. Furong's heart skipped a beat, but she continued walking forward. She walked up to Charlie, her eyes brimming with tears, and looked up, her blue pupils glowing slightly. I'll do anything to make you happy. Charlie suddenly felt something stirring within him. The feeling was subtle, like countless fine threads drilling into his brain trying to influence his thoughts. Psychological attack. Charlie's eyes instantly turned cold. It was like trying to show off one's skills in front of Guan Yu, a legendary swordsman. The next moment, the king's majesty erupted without reservation. Furong's smile froze on her face. In her perception, the boy before her vanished instantly, replaced by an ancient dragon that blotted out the sky. The dragon opened its massive maw, full of fangs, and looked down at her with a savage aura that seemed capable of destroying everything. What do you want to do? Charlie asked coldly. Furong's face instantly turned red. The charm spell was forcibly interrupted, causing a severe backlash to her mind. She felt as if she were standing on the edge of a cliff, about to fall into the abyss at any moment. Even breathing became difficult, my legs went weak, and I almost knelt down. Charlie did not show any mercy just because she was pretty. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Furong's proud silver hair, roughly pulling her face towards him. The two were in an extremely intimate pose, their noses almost touching. Charlie leaned close to her ear, his voice icy and chilling. Stop with your underhanded tricks. If you dare use those tactics on me again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Despite the excruciating pain in her head, Hibiscus felt the warm breath from Charlie's breath and her face flushed. She had always been the center of attention and had never been treated like this before. But Charlie's grip on her hair was incredibly strong and she couldn't break free at all. Did you understand? Charlie asked again. Furong bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes, and nodded fearfully. Just then, Charlie, Mr. Bagman wants you to take a picture. The sound grew fainter and fainter. Hermione rushed over carrying a stack of books. She had just turned the corner when she saw this scene. Charlie cradled Fleur's head in his hands, their faces pressed together. The book fell to the ground with a thud. Hermione walked quickly down the corridor, carrying her books. Charlie followed behind her, while Fleur trailed far behind, her hair still somewhat disheveled, her rosy complexion faded from the backlash, and her face pale. She's terrified of Charlie now, and if Hermione hadn't said that every champion had to come, she would have left immediately. This time, they've really bitten off more than they can chew. She had intended to seduce Charlie to help her win the Triwizard tournament, but instead she was crushed like an insect in her area of expertise. This caused Furong's Taoist resolve to crumble. Charlie watched Hermione's retreating figure and spoke. Hermione, slow down. Hermione walked even faster. There's a vase on the left in front of us, move a little to the right. Charlie reminded him. Hermione immediately swerved to the left, nearly bumping into it. Charlie, feeling helpless, stopped talking and obediently followed behind. The corridor was long, and with 3 people, 2 in front and 1 behind, the atmosphere was quite eerie. Finally, Hermione stopped in front of a door. Charlie stepped forward, but Hermione kept her head down, her face completely hidden by her fluffy brown curly hair. I have nothing to do with Hibiscus, Charlie said with a sigh. It's not what you think. Hermione looked up, her eyes slightly red. Really? Real? Hermione pursed her lips and said softly, You go in first, they've been waiting for a long time. Charlie waited until she stopped looking down before pushing the door open and going in. A moment later, Furong also came up. Hermione glanced at her and calmly pointed to the door. This is it. Furong was taken aback for a moment. She had thought Hermione would take the opportunity to make things difficult for her, since Hermione had seemed quite unhappy earlier. Thank you, Furong said softly. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. What happened just now wasn't what you think. Hermione nodded, I know. Fleur looked at her, somewhat at a loss, and finally nodded to Hermione before pushing open the door and going inside. Hermione was left alone in the corridor. She stood there, her hands clasped together, her 2 thumbs unconsciously rubbing together, a secret joy in her heart. Hermione realized that Fleur and Charlie had no relationship anymore. After all, Fleur was clearly terrified of Charlie and didn't dare get close to him the whole way. She wasn't upset about Charlie and Fleur's relationship, but rather that Charlie hadn't explained anything to her. From a friend's perspective, there was nothing wrong with it, but she still felt a pang of sadness. But he did explain later, albeit in a brief sentence. Hermione, clutching her book, couldn't help but smile. Upon entering the room, the desks and chairs in the classroom had all been moved, leaving a large open space. Crumb and Harry were both there. Luda Bagman and Rita Skeeter sat behind the long table. When Charlie came in, Rita stood up awkwardly, looking somewhat flustered. Charlie stared at her with a half-smile. Long time no see, Ms. Rita. Rita's smile looked worse than a grimace. Ever since she made fun of Charlie, she's had all sorts of bad luck. She was warned by the Ministry of Magic, threatened by pureblood families, and finally tortured by several men in black. Now she dares not write any reports about Charlie carelessly. Bagman walked up to Charlie with great pleasure and shook hands with him. "Long time no see, Mr. White. I apologize for disturbing your day off, but today's matter is extremely important. It's the ritual to test the wand." Bagman said loudly, his voice filled with excitement. At that moment, Hibiscus also entered. She glanced at Charlie instinctively after entering the room, then immediately looked away and obediently stood to the side. Bagman nodded to Fleur and continued. "We must make sure the wands in the warriors' hands are intact and don't malfunction during the game. That would be a huge problem. Warriors, please wait a moment. The experts and Dumbledore will be here shortly." After everyone was seated, Rita breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Charlie didn't seem interested in her. Her passion for journalism began to rekindle. If she couldn't write about Charlie, couldn't she write about others? Rita's gaze shifted to Harry, her eyes gleaming with anticipation, but ultimately she hesitated and made no move. Not long after, Ollivander and Dumbledore entered. Ollivander looked the same as always, his large, light-colored eyes gleaming in the dim light, his whole body as thin as a magic wand. Dumbledore introduced Ollivander to everyone. In fact, most of them knew him. The Ollivander family made all the wands in England. Only Fleur and Krum didn't recognize him. "Mr. Ollivander will examine your wands," said Dumbledore. "Make sure your wand is in good working order during the match." Ollivander walked to the central open space, his pale fingers interlaced and his gaze swept over the four warriors. Then, ladies first. He extended his hand to Hibiscus. Hibiscus walked over gracefully and handed over the wand. Ollivander took the wand, his eyes immediately lighting up. He held the wand up to his eyes, examining it carefully from tip to handle, occasionally turning the angle to observe the grain of the wood. "A wonderful wand," Ollivander murmured. 9.5 inches made of maple the core is." He suddenly stopped, his eyes widening even more. "Oh, that's not common." Ollivander looked up, Vila's hair. Furong nodded, a hint of pride on her face. "That's my grandma's hair. Grandma always said that the hair of a loved one brings good luck." "Indeed." Ollivander stroked his wand with his fingers. "Beveled hair is rarely used as a core for a staff. I've never used it myself because it's too sensitive and capricious. But for you, the wand core comes from a blood relative. This allows the wand and its owner to resonate more deeply. A wonderful wand." He waved his wand and a string of silver sparks shot from its tip, blooming into the shape of flowers in the air. "Very good, very well maintained." Ollivander returned the wand to Fleur with satisfaction. Fleur put away her wand and returned to her seat. "Next, Mr. Krum," Ollivander said with a smile. Krum stepped forward, impatiently handed over the wand and put his hands in his pockets. Ollivander took the wand, twirled it a few times in his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Grigovich's product," Ollivander said casually. "I recognize his technique." Krum didn't say anything, he just stared at the back of his feet. "To be honest, Grigorovich's wands are all pretty good." Ollivander paused, but it still falls short of being a masterpiece. Krum's brows furrowed immediately and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Ollivander continued examining the wand. "But you've taken good care of it. 10.25 inches, hornbeam, and the core is dragon heartwood." He raised his wand and cast a transformation spell on a pebble on the ground. The pebble instantly transformed into a small gray bird which flapped its wings and flew out the window. "No problem." Ollivander returned the wand to Krum. Just then, a furious roar came from outside the window. "Ouch, who's so rude, littering with stones?" Ollivander pretended not to hear and turned to Charlie. "Next, Mr. White." Charlie looked somewhat uneasy, stepped forward and handed the wand to Ollivander. The moment Ollivander took the wand, he became excited. His eyes shone with an alarming light and his pale fingers glided lightly across the cane, as if caressing some rare treasure. "That's fantastic." Ollivander's voice trembled. "This is my product, 13 inches elderberry phoenix feather core." He held the wand up to his eyes and examined it carefully in the light. "It's so beautiful. The elderberry grain is flawless and this phoenix tail feather is in excellent condition." Ollivander looked up, his eyes burning as he gazed at Charlie. "Have you taken good care of it?" Charlie nodded. Every time Hermione polished her wand or applied polishing oil, Charlie would hand it to her so she could do it too. Girls are much more attentive to these things than he is. At this moment, Harry looked down at his wand, which still had fingerprints and grease stains from eating a chicken leg. He quickly wiped the wand with his robe, trying to clean it. Seeing this, Furong looked quite disgusted. Ollivander looked intently at Charlie, his voice becoming solemn. "Do you remember what I told you? You're going to achieve great things, Mr. White." Harry, who was wiping his wand nearby, paused, startled by what he heard. Why did that sound so familiar? Ollivander brandished his wand, ready to show off. but embarrassingly the wand didn't react. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Ollivander frowned and, unconvinced, tried it again. The wand remained completely still, not even a spark flew out. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward and a mocking smile crept across Crumb's lips. The old man was just saying that other people's wands were no good, and boasting that his wand-making skills were the best in the world. But now the wand he's making seems to have a problem. Rita's eyes lit up and she quickly jotted down notes on the paper with her quill pen. This couldn't be considered making things up, could it? Ollivander's expression turned grim. He tried again, but the wand still didn't respond. Charlie held out his hand. "I'll do it." Ollivander handed the wand back, his expression complicated. Charlie took the wand and waved it gently. In an instant, countless flowers and vines appeared in the room, spreading from the floor to the walls and even covering the ceiling with lush green leaves. The flowers bloomed, emitting a faint fragrance. Everyone was stunned. Ollivander stared in shock, his pale fingers trembling slightly. "Incredible," he muttered to himself. "Mr. White's wand has completely pledged itself to him. It won't cooperate with anyone but Mr. White. It's incredible. I've only ever heard of such a thing from my grandfather." Ollivander stepped forward, staring at the wand in Charlie's hand with a fanatical gaze. Generally, wands choose a wizard as their master, but they don't have only one. Even the most loyal wands made from unicorn tails will, to some extent, cooperate with a second master. But Mr. White's wand has completely submitted to you. It recognizes only you as its master. If you die, and I mean no offense, it will go with you, losing all its magic. Charlie looked at his wand with some surprise. If Ollivander was telling the truth, then the wand seemed to have a life of its own. He waved his hand to dispel the magic, and the flowers and vines in the room vanished. "Is my wand okay?" Ollivander nodded. "Of course, it's perfect." Seeing the magical transformation of Charlie's wand, Ollivander became extremely excited. He turned to Harry, barely managing to suppress his excitement. "Mr. Potter, your wand." Harry quickly handed over the wand he had just wiped clean. Ollivander took the wand, his gaze sweeping over its length, his brow furrowing slightly. He noticed some oil stains but said nothing, simply waving them away. "Hollywood phoenix tail feathers, 11 inches, no problem." After saying that, he returned the wand to Harry. Harry was stunned, so fast. He was unaware that Ollivander was currently in a post-excitement euphoria and had no interest in his wand. "All right, all the wands are working fine." Bagman jumped up excitedly, clapping his hands. "Okay, let's take a picture now." The referees and the warriors are posing together. This is a historic moment. The photographer immediately got to work. Because of her height, Mrs. Maxim could only sit in the chair in the center, while the others stood around her. The photographer, holding his camera, looked left and right, then suddenly pointed at Fleur and Charlie. "You two step forward." "Yes, right there." Fleur hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward. Charlie didn't think much of it and took a few steps forward as well. The photographer nodded in satisfaction. "Good photos definitely need handsome men and beautiful women." "Great, everyone look at the camera." Click, the flash went off. After taking the photos, Harry immediately got up and walked out. He didn't want to stay there any longer. Seeing this, Rita rolled her eyes and stood up as well. "Ms. Rita," Charlie suddenly called out to her. Rita stopped in her tracks, turned around stiffly, and forced a smile onto her face. "Mr. White, is there anything I can help you with?" "I've read your report before," Charlie said slowly. "I have some thoughts I'd like to discuss with you." Rita's smile froze on her face instantly, looking worse than crying. "Those reports were all artistic embellishments. Please don't mind them. I just wanted to make the article more interesting." "I don't mind," Charlie smiled. "It was just a chat." The atmosphere in the room froze instantly. The others exchanged glances and wisely began to leave. Bagman slipped away the fastest, with Crumb following behind expressionlessly. Before leaving, Hibiscus glanced at Rita, a hint of schadenfreude in her eyes. Rita panicked and looked at Harry. "Mr. Potter, would you like to stay?" Harry walked away without looking back. Rita then looked at Ollivander. "Mr. Ollivander, you seem to know so much about wands. Would you like to join our discussion?" Ollivander shook his head, picked up his toolbox, and hurried away. Finally, Rita placed her hopes on Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, why don't you stay and chat with us about those reports?" "Please, please don't leave me here alone." A hint of a smile flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. "No need, Rita. Although I really liked the part where you portrayed me as mentally ill, I have some things to take care of." He paused. "Have a pleasant chat." After saying that, Dumbledore also went out and considerately closed the door behind him. Only Charlie and Rita remained in the room. Rita's smile completely vanished. She swallowed hard and stared nervously at Charlie. Seeing that the room was empty, Charlie's smile faded and he looked up at Rita. Rita had previously fabricated stories about his relationship with Hermione and Harry, and although she was reprimanded at the time, she later retracted her previous reports. But Charlie wasn't so magnanimous. Rita wouldn't get away with this if she fell into his hands. You think you can just leave after offending a tyrannical ruler? Mr. White, I really know I was wrong. Rita forced a smile, trying to step forward and speak. Charlie didn't say anything, he just sat in the chair and magic suddenly burst out, splattering Rita's face. Rita's smile froze on her face. She felt something pressing down on her, making it hard to breathe. Her body was uncontrollably pushed against the wall and she was pressed against it, unable to move. Mr. White, please help me, Rita cried out for help. Charlie waved his hand and cast a spell, completely sealing off the room's sound. Rita's eyes widened as she shouted, but no one outside could hear her. She struggled desperately, flailing her arms and legs wildly in the air, but the invisible force tightened, pinning her firmly to the wall. Charlie stood up and slowly walked towards Rita. With each step closer, the pressure on Rita increased. Her body began to deform, her ribs cracked, and her face turned bright red. As I walked up to Rita, cracks appeared in the wall behind her and tiny fragments began to fall down. Tears streamed down Rita's face and she let out mournful sobs, shaking her head desperately. Please let me go. Charlie stopped and looked down at her. Give me a reason to let you go. I am willing to serve you, my lord, Rita said, trembling. From now on, all my articles will be your sharpest weapon and those who oppose you will be torn apart by public opinion. I swear, I swear. After a moment of silence, Charlie loosened his magic slightly and Rita lowered her head, panting heavily. Why should I believe you? Charlie asked, arms crossed, his tone flat. Rita looked up, her eyes filled with horror. She had never seen anyone suppress her so completely with magic alone, without using any spells. The magic was so powerful and unfathomable that when it pressed down on her, she even thought she was going to die. This time, they really hit a brick wall. Rita gritted her teeth, her voice bitter. I can give you my secrets. She paused for a moment, then closed her eyes. I am an illegal animagus. Charlie raised an eyebrow. Oh, Rita opened her eyes, a hint of despair flashing within them. My animagus form is a beetle. Over the years, I've used this ability to overhear countless secrets and write many exclusive reports. Her voice trailed off. If the Ministry of Magic finds out, I'll be imprisoned in Azkaban. Charlie raised an eyebrow. I see. No wonder this guy has written so many scathing articles and hasn't been killed yet. Besides the clever selection of targets for her smear campaign, either those powerless to resist, like Harry, or those who wouldn't stoop to her level, like Dumbledore. Then there's the animagus beetle, an expert at gathering intelligence and escaping. If that's the case, then this person is indeed somewhat useful. So Charlie withdrew his magic. Rita fell to the ground, curled up in a ball, and coughed violently. Her hair was disheveled and her robe was crumpled. She no longer possessed the shrewd and capable demeanor she had before. Charlie took out a bottle of potion from his pocket. The liquid was an eerie deep purple, gleaming faintly in the light. When Rita saw the potion, her pupils contracted sharply and she instinctively shrank back. No, what do you want to do? Charlie didn't answer. He walked straight up to Rita, grabbed her chin with one hand and shoved the potion bottle into her mouth. Rita struggled desperately, waving her hands wildly, trying to push Charlie away. But her strength was nothing compared to Charlie's, and she was easily overpowered. The cold liquid poured down her throat and Rita coughed violently, tears and snot streaming down her face. She lay on the ground, gagging, trying to vomit up the potion, but nothing came out. Don't waste your energy. Charlie put away the empty bottle and looked down at her. You know I'm a potions master. That bottle just now contained a specially concocted poison. Rita's body stiffened, and the color drained from her face instantly. This poison has no antidote, and one must take the antidote every month, otherwise, the poison will take effect and cause death. The process is extremely painful. Your internal organs will gradually rot, your bones will break inch by inch, and you will finally bleed from all 7 orifices and die. Rita trembled all over, her lips quivering, but she couldn't make a sound. Charlie crouched down to be at her eye level. Don't worry, as long as you behave, nothing will happen. He pulled another bottle of potion from his pocket. This time it was a clear liquid. Here's the antidote for this month, take it. Rita took the potion bottle with trembling hands and clutched it tightly. Her eyes were red and tears streamed down her cheeks. Get lost. Charlie stood up and waved his hand, breaking the spell on the room. Rita staggered to her feet and scrambled toward the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, Charlie suddenly spoke. Etc., what did I keep you here for today? Charlie asked, leaning against the table. Rita paused for a moment, her mind racing. Nothing happened today. Very good. Charlie nodded in satisfaction. Remember your words. He certainly didn't want Dumbledore to know about this. Rita opened the door and rushed out as if fleeing. Charlie stood there, a slight smile playing on his lips. He took out the bottle of poison from his pocket and examined it against the light. This is actually just a regular nutritional potion. It's just being used to fool people by leveraging the name of a potion master. If she were smart enough, she would know to come to me every month for the antidote. But if one day she stops coming, that's when Rita should die. The following day, reports of the Triwizard Tournament made the front page of the Daily Prophet. The first page of the newspaper was filled with group photos of the contestants. The photographer was very skilled, placing Fleur and Charlie in the most prominent positions. The entire article is almost entirely praise for Charlie. Rita devoted 3 entire pages to describing his appearance and demeanor, as well as the various deeds he had accomplished. The names of Furong and Crumb were only mentioned briefly. A beautiful girl from Beauxbatons and the Quidditch star of Durmstrang, there's not even any specific story about them. As for Harry, his name never even appeared. Rita only used the title the 4th hero in the article, and even Harry in the photo was deliberately cropped to the edge with only half of his body showing. The reason is quite simple. When Rita last reported on Charlie, she mentioned Harry, including him and Hermione in that melodramatic article. Now, whenever there are reports of Charlie appearing, she instinctively tries to ignore Harry, afraid of upsetting Charlie again. This relieved Harry a lot. Looking at the newspaper article, he felt a sense of relief. His appearance in the Warriors game was completely unexpected, and now he just wants to remain hidden and finish the game without any surprises, without attracting anyone's attention. But some people clearly don't think that way. Aside from Gryffindor, everyone in the other houses initially thought Harry was the villain who stole other people's honors. Charlie registered openly and honestly, but Harry still denies that he registered. Later, some people saw Harry covered in bruises after his daily intensive training, and some gradually changed their minds, but many still did not accept Harry's identity as a warrior, especially the people of Slytherin. At lunchtime, most of the students in the auditorium were eating. On the long table in Slytherin, Pansy deliberately raised her voice. Some people secretly become heroes, but they don't get recognition. Look at today's reports, they didn't even mention names and the photos don't even show their faces clearly. Exactly, it's shameful, the girl next to her chimed in. Charlie has a good temper, he still likes to spend time with him and even trains him specifically. Doesn't this interfere with Charlie's training time? Maybe he doesn't really want to teach, but is just doing it out of politeness. After all, he's the savior of Gryffindor, another Slytherin student said with a smile. A burst of laughter erupted from Slytherin's side, but Draco didn't laugh. He frowned and nudged Pansy, trying to shut her up. You can mock Harry and say it's okay, but don't go and try to pick a fight with Charlie. Draco knew that Charlie hated it when others interfered in his affairs. But Pansy didn't seem to understand him and continued to giggle. The atmosphere at the Gryffindor table froze instantly. Most people didn't look too good. Everyone could tell they were talking about Harry, but they couldn't really argue with it. After all, this report does easily lead people to think that way. Ron slammed his fork down. Those bastards, I'm going to talk to them. Ron's face turned bright red. He witnessed firsthand how dangerous Harry's training was every day. Harry reached out and grabbed him. Don't go. But they, arguing now, would only make me look angry and embarrassed. Harry's voice was calm, but his fingers were tightly gripping his robes. Hermione also put her hand on Ron's shoulder. Harry's right, there's no point in arguing now. Ron reluctantly sat back down in his chair, glaring fiercely at the Slytherin group. At this moment, Charlie put down his knife and fork, got up and walked towards the Gryffindor table. The noise in the auditorium gradually subsided and everyone's attention focused on him. This made Charlie glance at Slytherin and sigh inwardly. These guys are just bored, they spend all their time gossiping about others. Give them 10 sets of mock exam questions and they'll behave. Pansy's laughter stopped abruptly and her expression froze. Draco inwardly groaned, cursing Pansy under his breath. That stupid woman, she just had to say something so sarcastic at this time. The atmosphere at the Slytherin table instantly became tense. The students who had been jeering just moments before lowered their heads and pretended to focus on the food on their plates. Charlie walked up to Harry and said calmly, "Are you full?" Harry nodded. "Let's go then." Charlie gestured for Harry to stand up. "You had a day off yesterday, but this afternoon I'm going to give you a good workout." He paused, then continued. "Remember, don't let the gossip outside affect you." Charlie's voice wasn't loud, but it was clear in the quiet auditorium. Everything depends on ability, results are the best proof. Harry nodded emphatically. He had indeed resisted the special training before, but now, because of these gossips, he was determined to prove himself with his results. He's determined to take second place in this Triple Crown Cup. Harry got up, about to go out with Charlie. "Charlie, wait a minute." Draco stood up and strode over to Charlie. He took a few badges out of his pocket and showed them to Charlie in his palm. "Take a look at this." The background colors of the badges are the representative colors of the four houses. Hufflepuff's gold with black lettering, Slytherin's green with silver lettering, Gryffindor's red with yellow lettering, and Ravenclaw's blue with bronze lettering. It read, "Charlie will win. I want to use this to show my support." Each badge sells for 1 sickle. Draco paused for a moment, his tone tentative. "What do you think?" Charlie took the badge, looked at it, and raised an eyebrow, asking a question. "Would anyone want this badge?" "Of course." Draco nodded immediately, his tone confident. "I've already asked, and many people want to buy it." Charlie tossed the badge back into Draco's hand. "Then don't bother with just one item, I'll take it all." Draco paused for a moment. "Everyone can get one for free. I'll reimburse you for whoever gets one based on the number of people who do." Draco held the badge, a smile spreading across his face. He realized that Charlie hadn't cared about what had just happened, and he finally felt relieved. "No problem." Draco replied loudly, his voice full of excitement. He wasn't doing it for the money, he just wanted to get closer to Charlie. The amount was small for both him and Charlie, so there was no need to be modest. Draco immediately set up a table in the center of the hall and neatly arranged the badges on it. "Get a free Charlie support badge. 1 badge per person, and you can collect it for your friends." His voice echoed in the auditorium. Several Hufflepuff students were the first to gather around, followed by students from the other 3 houses. Soon, a long queue formed in the auditorium. Even Hermione, ignoring Harry's afternoon training, joined the queue. Draco stood behind the table, watching Crabbe and Goyle distribute the badges. A smile spread across his face. This was handled beautifully. He glanced at Harry standing beside him. "What's the point of hanging out with Charlie all the time? Can you handle these things? Do you have my trusted confidence? Are you as high-ranking as me?" Harry glanced at him, puzzled, not understanding why the man was suddenly looking at him like that. Draco pinned a badge to his chest and said haughtily to Harry, "Want one?" Harry couldn't stand his attitude. "I'll go get it myself, no need for you to bother." "This is a specially made badge, unlike anyone else's. There's only one in the whole school." Those around who heard this also looked over curiously. "Want to know what the difference is?" Harry frowned. "What's different?" Draco's lips curled into a smile as he pressed his finger against the badge. A flash of light appeared on the badge, and a line of smaller text appeared below. "Charlie will win. Potter will definitely eat shit. Harry has become a complete fugitive." Time passed day by day, and before we knew it, it was November 24th. During those 20-odd days, Harry not only survived in Norbert's clutches, but also diligently practiced the summoning charm. From initially being unable to summon even a feather, to later being able to accurately summon fire bolts from dozens of meters away, Harry finally saved Charlie from the death sentence. Early on the morning of the 24th, the students, organized by their professors and class leaders, excitedly rushed towards the competition venue. Charlie and Harry followed Professor McGonagall toward the Warrior's Passage. Charlie walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Harry remained outwardly calm. His recent training had given him enough confidence to dodge the fire dragon. Professor McGonagall, on the other hand, looked anxious and walked much faster than usual. She led the two through the forbidden forest and stopped at an entrance covered by a cloak. Professor McGonagall turned around and placed her hand on Harry's shoulder. "Potter, don't be nervous." Harry nodded. "I'm fine, Professor. We've arranged for specialized rescue wizards. If things get bad, someone will take control of the situation," Professor McGonagall said, her voice tinged with worry. "Just do your best, and no one will think you're worse than anyone else." Harry, who wasn't nervous at all, became a little nervous after Professor McGonagall said that. Charlie raised an eyebrow beside him. "Professor McGonagall, why didn't you tell me?" Professor McGonagall glanced at him. "Did I tell you not to dismantle the venue?" Charlie shrugged. "I'll be careful. You'd better remember this." Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and lifted her cloak. "Go inside. Mr. Bagman is there. He'll tell you the details of the match." The two entered the tent. The atmosphere inside the tent was incredibly oppressive. Crumb stood in the corner, his brow furrowed, his face so dark it seemed to drip water. Fleur sat on a stool, her face pale, her hands twisting together unnaturally. When Charlie came in, she forced a smile, but it looked worse than a grimace. Bagman, on the other hand, was in high spirits, wearing a yellow Quidditch uniform and wandering around the tent like a bumblebee. "Charlie, Harry, you're here." Bagman strode over, clapping his hands. "Great. Everyone's here, we can begin. Today's match is very simple." Bagman cleared his throat, his voice booming. "Steal her dragon eggs from the dragon's lair." Harry's breath hitched. Fleur closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Crumb's face darkened further. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. They had already heard Bagman say it once, but hearing it again still made them think the task was outrageously insane. Of course, to be fair. Bagman pulled a small purple bag from his pocket, the bag trembling slightly in his hand. You must choose from among them the fire dragons you wish to fight. He held up the bag, his smile widening. They come in different kinds, but they're all the same, they're all ferocious. Furong's face turned even paler. Bagman walked up to her and held out the bag, ladies first. Furong stared at the bag, her eyes full of resistance. She had never hated that sentence so much. Furong reached out her hand tremblingly, hesitating for several seconds before finally putting it into the bag. After fiddling around for a while, Furong finally pulled out a small model. It was a miniature Welsh green dragon bearing its teeth and claws with a number tag around its neck, number 2. The Welsh green dragon, Bagman announced loudly. You're the second one to appear. Furong held the model, her fingers trembling slightly. Bagman turned to Crumb. Crumb, his face grim, reached into the bag. He pulled out a model of a Swedish brackenose dragon with a number 1 tag hanging around its neck. Oh, our first warrior has been born. His opponent was the Swedish Brachiosaurus. When it was Harry's turn, he took a deep breath and reached into the bag. There were only 2 dragons left in the bag. He touched one of them, pinched it, and took it out. Hungarian would-be. He had a number 3 badge hanging around his neck. Hungarian hornet. Bagman clapped his hands. The third one to appear, so Charlie. He handed the bag to Charlie. There was only 1 dragon left in the bag. Charlie reached in and pulled out the model. Daxia's Fireball Dragon, number 4. Daxia's Fireball Dragon making its final appearance. Bagman put away the bag and nodded in satisfaction. Very good, the order has been determined. Now you still have plenty of time to prepare, so adjust your mindset. Bagman clapped his hands, his smile growing even brighter. All right, I have to go explain to the audience now. He walked towards the door but turned back halfway there. By the way, Crumb, when you hear the whistle outside, go out from the front of the tent. Crumb nodded expressionlessly. Bagman waved and emerged from the tent, leaving the 4 men in a deathly silence. Harry looked at the Hungarian would-be model in his hand. The little dragon was baring its fangs and claws in his palm, spitting out sparks. His palms were sweaty and the model was slippery. Charlie glanced at him, his tone casual. Don't worry, it's just a larger version of Norman. Harry looked up abruptly, his eyes conveying only one message. Are you kidding me? Thank you for your comfort, Harry said through gritted teeth. I really don't need to worry at all. Norbert is tough enough as it is, and this is the enlarged version. He recalled the horrific scene of being chased all over the field by Norbert, and his back still ached faintly. Charlie patted Harry on the shoulder, no longer putting pressure on him. But we've already given you this much intensive training. If you still can't get second place, then don't blame me for putting immense pressure on you after the competition ends. Fleur and Crumb had no interest in listening to what they were saying. Hibiscus clutched the Welsh green dragon model tightly, her lips pressed into a thin line, her face deathly pale. Crumb stood in the corner, head down, his whole body shrouded in shadow. Time ticked by second. Cheers and shouts from the audience came from outside the tent, like waves crashing against rocks one after another. Finally, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Crumb took a deep breath, raised his head, and strode heavily toward the tent exit. He lifted the curtain and disappeared into the blinding sunlight. Crumb walked into the arena with a gloomy face. The ground was covered with jagged rocks, some of which were several meters high. The audience seating was arranged in a circle around the perimeter, and the seats were packed with people. Besides Hogwarts students, there were also many adult wizards, probably people who had come specifically to watch the game. In the center of the arena, a huge Swedish brackenose dragon crouches guarding its nest. The dragon was over 10 meters long, its entire body covered in silvery blue scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. Its nostrils are extremely small, almost invisible, but the blue flames it spews are exceptionally hot. Its strong limbs pounded on the rocks, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The short-nosed dragon let out a piercing roar, blue flames churning in its throat. It watched Crumb warily but did not rush forward. Instead, it stood guard by the nest, its tail swishing back and forth. Crumb took a deep breath and drew his wand. Without using any fancy techniques, he waved his wand, and a beam of red light shot out precisely, the eye-bleeding curse. The red light struck the dragon's eye, its only weak point not covered by skin. The short-nosed dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The sound was so loud it was ear-piercing. Many people in the audience covered their ears. The fire dragon was temporarily blinded. It went berserk, its massive body thrashing wildly across the field, its tail sweeping across and smashing a boulder to pieces. Blue flames shot out haphazardly, the rocks sizzled as they burned, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning. A gasp erupted from the audience. Crumb seized the opportunity and rushed towards the nest. But when he was less than 5 meters from the nest, the out-of-control dragon suddenly turned around and stepped into the nest. Click, a clear cracking sound rang out. Several dragon eggs were crushed, but no egg white or yolk came out. It seemed to be just a magical artifact. That makes sense, fire dragons are precious, so who would use a real dragon egg to hold a competition? Crumb's face darkened. He rushed forward, snatched the remaining golden eggs from the edge of the nest, and ran quickly to a distance. He turned around and looked at the pile of eggshells on the ground, his expression turning grim. With so many eggs broken, we'll definitely lose a lot of points. Bagman's voice came from above the audience. Crumb got the dragon egg, well done. His tone carried a hint of regret. Unfortunately, it seems there were even more broken dragon eggs. 8 dragon trainers rushed into the arena, their wands all pointing at the still-roaring short-nosed dragon. Several stunning spells struck the dragon simultaneously, and it finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, shaking the earth. Now please let the judges score Crumb's performance, Bagman shouted. On the judges' panel, Karkaroff raised his wand without hesitation, and a golden 10 flashed in the air. The crowd immediately erupted in boos. A conspiracy? You're blatantly lying. The dragon egg was broken, yet it got a perfect score. Karkaroff remained expressionless, completely ignoring the boos. Mrs. Maxim frowned, raised her wand, and struck 6. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, then gave 7. Crouch typed 5 with a blank expression. Bagman hesitated for a moment, then finally gave 8. Total score 36 points, Bagman announced loudly. Crumb, clutching the golden egg, walked off the field with a livid face. The dinosaur trainers cleared the area, and several staff members worked together to move the unconscious, short-nosed dinosaur away. Soon, a Welsh green dragon took center stage in the center of the field. Its scales are emerald green, gleaming like jewels in the sunlight. Slightly smaller than the short-nosed dragon, but with long limbs and smooth muscle lines, it is clearly a type that excels in speed. The green dragon crouched beside the nest, its tail thrashing uneasily, a low growl emanating from its throat. Bagman's voice rang out again. Let's welcome the next warrior. His voice was full of passion. A beautiful allure from Beauxbaton's Fleur de Lacquer. Karkaroff looked at Bagman with displeasure. Why didn't my Crumb include this part? The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, especially the boys who almost shouted themselves hoarse. Inside the tent, Fleur took a deep breath and gripped her wand tightly. She stepped out of the tent, the glaring sunlight making her squint. Harry watched Fleur's figure disappear behind the curtain, and his tension intensified. Charlie, on the other hand, was quite relaxed, leaning back in his chair and resting with his eyes closed. On the field, Hibiscus stood behind a rock, looking at the green dragon not far away. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had calmed down. The green dragon spotted her, turned its head sharply, and flames began to churn in its throat. Furong took a few steps back slowly and gently, raising her hands with palms facing outward in a French greeting. The green dragon stared at her, the flames in its throat churning, but it didn't spew them out. Its tail swishing became less forceful, and it merely stood vigilantly guarding the edge of its nest, its low growls gradually ceasing. Furong retreated a few more steps, now more than 10 meters away from the nest. She stopped, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. The next second, the singing began. The sound was ethereal and far-reaching, carrying a strange rhythm, echoing across the field. The noise from the audience also stopped. Everyone's eyes went blank as they stared at Furong. The boys stared, mouths agape, as if they'd lost their minds. The girls weren't much better off. Their eyes were glazed over, and an unnatural blush rose on their faces. Seeing this, Dumbledore gently waved his wand. An invisible barrier enveloped the judges' stand and the audience seats, shutting out the singing. Everyone suddenly woke up with a start and gasped. Oh dear, what just happened? Why is there no sound? Look, she's dancing. On the field, Furong sang and began to dance. Her movements were light and graceful, her skirt billowing as she turned, and her long silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. The green dragon's eyes gradually became unfocused. Its previously furious roar ceased, its massive body swayed slightly, and its tail drooped limply to the ground. Furong's singing grew softer and softer, and her dance steps slowed down. The green dragon's eyelids began to droop, and its head slowly slumped down. Finally, it lay down beside the nest and closed its eyes. A deafening roar erupted from the audience, but Dumbledore's soundproofing prevented the dragon from waking. Hibiscus stopped dancing and breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully made her way towards the nest, afraid of waking the green dragon. Hibiscus walked to the edge of the nest and reached out to take the golden egg. The moment her finger touched the golden egg, the green dragon snored. A burst of flame shot out with a snoring sound. Furong's skirt was instantly ignited, and flames shot high into the air. Fleur hurriedly raised her wand. A stream of water sprayed from the tip of the wand, drenching the dress. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, she grabbed the golden egg and ran. The green dragon was awakened by the sound of water. It groggily raised its head, but Hibiscus had already run far away. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. One more time, that was a great jump, Hibiscus, Hibiscus. It's reasonable to suspect that this group just wanted to watch the dancing. Bagman laughed loudly. Although there were some minor flaws in the process, this peaceful victory was absolutely brilliant. On the judges' panel, Mrs. Maxim raised her wand without hesitation and struck 10. Dumbledore gave an 8, Crouch gave a 7, Bagman gave an 8. Karkaroff hesitated for a moment, then finally gave 7. Total score 40 points, Bagman announced. Furendrakel is in the lead for now. Hibiscus walked off stage carrying the golden egg, her skirt still dripping water. A smile finally appeared on her face. Although somewhat surprised, at least she had succeeded. Only Charlie and Harry remained in the tent. Cheers erupted outside, and Harry clutched the Hungarian hornet model, his palms sweaty. The little dragon wriggled restlessly in his palm, spitting out tiny sparks that burned his fingers until they went numb. Charlie stood up, walked over to Harry, and patted him on the back. "Go ahead," Charlie said calmly. "Let them see the results of your hard work over these 20 days. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. Bagman's voice came from outside, high-pitched and impassioned. "Next, let's welcome our third hero, from Hogwarts, our legendary savior Harry Potter." But the audience's cheers weren't as enthusiastic as Bagman's. Compared to the previous two, it is significantly smaller. Almost only the Gryffindors were shouting, scattered and disjointed, like raindrops blown away by the wind. Harry lifted the curtain and the blinding sunlight made him squint. In the center of the field, Hungarian wood-bees are crouching beside their nest. The dragon was larger than he had imagined, like a giant lizard covered in sharp spikes, its black scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Its eyes are yellow, and its vertical pupils reveal savagery and mania. The sawhorn felt a fire ignite in its throat upon seeing Harry. The next second, a flame tens of meters long shot straight at us. Harry slammed into the rocks, flames whistling past his head, the air thick with the acrid smell of burning. He could feel the heat on his back, his clothes were instantly soaked with sweat. Harry hid behind a rock, raised his wand, and shouted, "Fire arrows are coming." Then came the agonizing wait. That half-minute felt like an eternity to Harry. He gripped the wand tightly, his heart pounding as if it would leap out of his chest. The audience looked at him with confusion, not understanding what he was doing. Draco sat in the Slytherin audience, his brow furrowed. Is he scared out of his wits? "Get moving, Poot, don't be a coward." Ron and Hermione sat in their Gryffindor seats, their palms sweating with nervousness. Finally, the sound of something cutting through the air came from the sky. The fire bolt flew into the arena like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Harry. Harry reached for the broom, flipped over, and climbed onto it. In that instant, his timidity vanished, replaced by the confidence of a seeker. He pushed off the ground with a sudden burst, and the fire bolt propelled him high into the sky. The tree bee raised its head and spewed out a stream of fire. Harry nimbly dodged to the side, flames grazing his sleeve. Gasps erupted from the audience. Facing a fire dragon head-on on a flying broomstick was even more thrilling than the previous two encounters. He hovered in the air like an annoying fly, constantly provoking the tree bees. Harry swooped down toward the nest, but the bee lashed out with its tail. Harry quickly grabbed the broom, its tail whistling past his feet, creating a gust of wind. He tried several more times, but the tree wasp was exceptionally cunning. Although it angrily breathed fire, it fiercely protected the dragon eggs and refused to leave the nest even a step. Harry was forced to pull up several times during his dives because he was too close to be hit by the dragon's tail. But Harry wasn't in a hurry. Charlie's training for him was not in vain. He knew very well that he, being weak, must not be hasty when facing a strong opponent. He circled in the air, swooping down again and again, each time brushing past the tree bee's head. The tree wasp's roars grew increasingly violent, and the flames they spewed became more and more frequent. Finally, after failing to catch Harry yet again, the bee was completely enraged. It spread its enormous wings, roared, and soared into the air, chasing after that damned little black dot. The moment the dragon left the ground, Harry pressed down on the broom handle. He plunged vertically at a suicidal speed, so fast that even Bagman forgot to narrate. Screams erupted from the audience. The instant he hit the ground, Harry leveled the broom, scooped up the golden egg, and with a graceful pull left the angry would-be behind. There were no injuries, not even a tear in their clothes. Harry held up the golden egg, and the entire Hogwarts, except for Slytherin, erupted in thunderous cheers. As Charlie said, only strength and achievements can prove oneself and put an end to all rumors. Bagman jumped up excitedly. Incredible performance, perfect flying skills, Harry Potter got the golden egg. The referees all raised their wands. Bagman typed 10 without hesitation. Dumbledore smiled and gave a 9. Crouch pondered for a moment, then also gave a 9. Mrs. Maxim hesitated for a moment, then finally gave 8. All eyes were on Karkaroff. Karkaroff's face turned ashen. He raised his wand but didn't move for a long time. The countdown began to play in the stands. Give me points, give me points, give me points. Karkaroff gritted his teeth, waved his wand, and cast a 4. The entire audience immediately erupted in angry shouts and curses. A conspiracy? You're blatantly lying. Kakarov, get out. Karkaroff sat down expressionlessly, completely ignoring the angry shouts. Bagman announced loudly. Harry Potter total score 40 points, tied for first place with Fleur. The dragon trainers were busy on the field, carrying away the unconscious Welsh green dragon. Several staff members worked together to move the last dragon, the Huxia Fireball Dragon. This fireball dragon was massive, with deep red scales that gleamed with a metallic sheen in the sunlight. It was bound by thick iron chains, but its eyes still revealed wildness and violence. The staff carefully placed it in the center of the area and then quickly evacuated. Bagman's voice rang out again, this time louder than the previous 3 times. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the 4th warrior. His voice almost broke the amplification spell. The solitary dragon from Hogwarts, the Lord of Night, the incarnation of invincibility, the strongest man, Charlie White. The entire stadium erupted in deafening cheers. The Hogwarts students all took out their special Charlie's badges and pinned them to their chests, where they glittered in the sunlight. Countless students raised their wands and pointed them to the sky, and fireworks shot into the air, exploding to form the 4 golden words, Charlie will win. Inside the tent, Charlie's lips twitched as he listened to the string of exaggerated titles outside. This makes it sound like I bribed them. Is Bagman also a member of the fan club? A picture suddenly popped into his mind. Bagman wearing a cheerleader skirt with a burly build leg hair peeking out from under the skirt, waving a pom-pom in her hand. Charlie shuddered and quickly shook off the terrifying thought. He took a deep breath, lifted the curtain, and went outside. The blinding sunlight made him squint, and the cheers instantly reached their peak. The students in the stands all stood up, waving their arms and shouting his name. Charlie stood still, his gaze fixed on the fireball dragon in the center of the arena. The dragon had broken free from its chains and was crouching beside its lair, flames churning in its throat. Its eyes were fixed on Charlie, its vertical pupils filled with vigilance and hostility. The cheers from the audience gradually subsided. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the performance to begin. Charlie didn't move, he just stood there quietly. The fireball dragon didn't move either. It stood guard by the nest, its tail thrashing restlessly, but it didn't move an inch away from the dragon eggs. Charlie didn't act directly to avoid the dragon trampling on the dragon egg. He raised his hand and waved. A stone on the ground suddenly swelled and deformed, turning into a large black dog in the blink of an eye. The dog wagged its tail and walked to the center of the arena, then lifted its hind leg and urinated in the direction of the fireball dragon. This would undoubtedly be considered a territorial incursion by any animal. The fireball dragon's pupils instantly narrowed to slits. It roared, spread its wings, and suddenly took off, charging directly at Charlie. It was moving as fast as a red train, and the gusts of wind it generated sent pebbles flying everywhere. Countless people in the stands had their hearts in their throats. The first 3 fire dragons have already demonstrated terrifying destructive power. It goes without saying what would happen if a person were to be hit head-on by such a dragon chariot. But Charlie stood still, motionless. The fireball dragon drew closer and closer, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Just as they were about to collide, Charlie's body rapidly expanded. His bones crackled, his muscles grew wildly, and deep red scales appeared on his skin. His back arched, his arms transformed into thick forelimbs, and a pair of enormous wings tore out from his back. Bang! The 2 fire dragons collided, producing a dull thud. Charlie's swollen size sent the fireball dragon flying through the air. It rolled several times before landing on all fours, carving deep furrows in the ground. The audience was completely silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, speechless. Charlie was now a size larger than the fireball dragon on the field, with its wings fully extended, its wingspan reaching over 20 meters, making it larger than the 4 fire dragons that had appeared before. Its deep red scales gleamed coldly in the sunlight, sharp spikes extended from its back to the tip of its tail, and its golden vertical pupils exuded indifference and a sense of oppression. Animagus, Bagman shouted excitedly. Charlie's signature move, the fire dragon Animagus. An even more frenzied cheer erupted from the stands. The fireball dragon got up from the ground, shook its head, and stared at Charlie warily. Despite the size difference, it showed no sign of backing down. Charlie pounced forward and the fireball dragon roared as it charged at him. Just as the two dragons were about to collide again, the ground beneath the fireball dragon suddenly collapsed. The hard rock instantly turned into a pool of water. The fireball dragon lost its footing, its entire body went out of balance, and it crashed heavily into the water. A gasp of surprise erupted from the audience. What? He used a spell in animagus form? How is this possible? On the judge's stand, Crouch sat up straight, and even Karkaroff, who had been expressionless the whole time, showed a look of shock. According to common knowledge in the wizarding world, ordinary animagus cannot use spells after transforming, because their magical power will fall into a dormant state after turning into an ordinary animal. However, Charlie is transformed into a magical creature, and his magic is still active. In addition, he has mastered silent and wandless spellcasting, which allows him to cast spells in his dragon form. The fireball dragon crashed into the pond, splashing water everywhere. Without hesitation, Charlie charged forward with his massive dragon body. The dragon claws pressed down on its neck, pinning it firmly underwater. The fireball dragon struggled frantically, its tail whipping through the water, but Charlie's strength far exceeded its expectations. Charlie swung his other dragon claw and slammed it heavily onto the fireball dragon's head. Bang. Charlie's attacks didn't stop. Claw after claw struck, each blow leaving Fireball's head dizzy and disoriented. The dragon struggled desperately, but the more it struggled, the tighter Charlie held it down. The water in the pond was churned into a murky mess, and the fireball dragon's roar, which had started with fury, gradually weakened. Its tail stopped thrashing, and its wings went limp. Charlie released the dragon's claws and stepped on the fireball dragon's head. The fireball dragon let out a mournful cry, its voice filled with grievance and pleading. Its eyes became clear and its pupils became round. Us. Charlie lifted his foot and the fireball dragon immediately crawled out of the water, tumbling and scrambling to the edge of the arena where it cowered and trembled. Then Charlie transformed back into human form, his clothes slightly dirty. He walked toward the dragon egg. The fireball dragon let out a mournful cry as it saw him approaching the nest, but remained motionless. It wanted to rush forward to protect the dragon egg, but the beating it had just suffered made it realize that it was no match for it. It could only watch helplessly as Charlie walked to the edge of the nest, reached out and picked up the golden egg, becoming a helpless mother. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Perfect. Bagman jumped up excitedly. Charlie White showed us what absolute dominance truly means. On the judge's stand, Dumbledore smiled, raised his wand and struck 10. Bagman answered without hesitation 10. Crouch pondered for a moment, then also gave a 10. Mrs. Maxim glanced at the trembling fireball dragon on the field and finally gave it a 10. Karkaroff's face was extremely grim, but under the watchful eyes of all the students, he gritted his teeth and swung the 10, full marks. The students were then satisfied and let him go. If he had dared to pull any tricks, the angry students around him would probably have rushed up and torn him to pieces.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.